At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And welcome to the Fan Early Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan. This is not Nicholas Harry Callis, so sorry to disappoint anyone who is expecting or hoping to hear from him. He is taking a well-deserved vacation day. Nicholas not in today. Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson also will not be in today. It'll be Jack Hillgrove filling in, pinch hitting, if you will. He'll take over at around 5:45 this morning. Excited to work with Jack after he was front and center the last couple of days. Everyone really at the Fan had been with the Fan 5 alarm, and that was a great cause, and congrats to everyone involved with that. All of our hosts, all of our producers, everyone behind the scenes here at 93.7 The Fan and in the entire Odyssey family for making that come to life. And of course, the biggest thank you goes to all of you, the listeners, and certainly everyone who donated. We had so many great sponsors who were big-time contributors, and then myriad listeners who made donations, very charitable ones at that, and it was a great 2-day event. I was here in studio both on Wednesday and Thursday doing my part, producing, making sure that everything ran smoothly, and a lot of people who were on site at a couple of different locations out there in Wexford and Robinson as well. But now back to normal to some extent. As we mentioned, it's a little bit of a different crew today on the morning show and even here on the early morning show. And I don't know exactly how Nicholas Harry Callis approaches his early morning show typically, but I've got a number of topics that I want to get to, including a little bit of breaking news, especially for those who did not stay up until about midnight last night when news came down that the Pirates had made a trade and to some extent addressed what had been maybe the biggest weakness over the 2026 season to this point, the bullpen. So first off, I will say that this is a minor trade, all things considered. It is not a makeover of the bullpen. I would say it's more along the lines of a small tweak to the pen. And it's a name that Pirates fans should recognize, as Pittsburgh brought in from the Atlanta Braves Hunter Stratton. That is part one of this deal. And again, that's a very minor upgrade. Hunter Stratton, a guy who pitched for the Pirates a few seasons ago and was okay, I would say, and has really not been part of the bullpen in Atlanta whatsoever this year. He comes in, he will give them a depth arm who maybe could help, probably in lower leverage situations by and large. He should be an upgrade over maybe the worst guy that they have in the pen at any given time. So it could help to some extent. Probably not going to make a major impact in all likelihood. If he does, I think that would be found money and a major pleasant surprise. The other aspect of this trade was who the Pirates gave up to get Hunter Stratton, and that's Joey Bart, their catcher and the starting catcher for most of the 2025 season. He's just about back from injury. He's been on a rehab assignment, but he will not return to the Buccos. Instead, he is headed back closer to home, playing for the Braves, where he'll be their backup catcher in all likelihood. The interesting aspect of Bart being the guy sent to Atlanta in return for Hunter Stratton is that I think everyone who's been paying attention realized that there was going to be a crunch at the catcher's position. Something was going to have to give because Endy Rodriguez, since he's been recalled to the Pirates, has clearly proven to be a guy that deserves playing time. He has been one of their better hitters since he's been up. Henry Davis has been anything but one of their better hitters, not just this season, but really throughout his entire career with the Buccos. At the major league level, he has just been absolutely miserable as a hitter. I know that there's a lot of people who highlight his improved play defensively, his rapport with Paul Skeens, but ultimately his bat has never been anywhere close to what even pessimistic people had been hoping for. And so now this looks like it allows Davis to stay in Pittsburgh with Joey Bart going out. So it likely will be Endy along with Henry Davis going forward. We've got a first caller of the morning, so I will see if we can make this work. Hello, caller. Who are you, and what did you want to talk about today?
Dave, wanted to talk about that trade. I was thrilled when I heard about it because it showed a change in mindset with this organization. In the old days, they would have moved either Henry Davis and pissed off Paul Skeens, or they would have sent Endy Rodriguez down, which would have been an absolute ludicrous move.
Well, let me ask you this then. Why do you think it's better to keep Henry Davis as opposed to Joey Bart? Are you basically just conceding that you have to do whatever Paul Skeens wants when it comes to his personal catcher then?
No. Bart was a below mediocre defensive catcher, okay? And he was maybe above average as a hitter. So what you do is you keep probably your best defensive catcher, and in the same sentence, you keep your ace happy. So you're not just keeping some bum to keep Skeens happy. You're keeping the best defensive catcher on the roster or on the team. Now, I still, I hate to say this because I'm going to sound like a fool, but I still have a little bit. I love Henry Davis. I love the attitude about the kid. I love everything I hear about the kid's work ethic. I still have a little bit of hope that he's going to start hitting. Is he going to hit 280? No. But if he could just start hitting like 230, 240, maybe pop 15, 20 home runs, it's a win for everybody. But I love the deal because I've never been a Bart fan. I always thought he was just like supposed to be a stopgap. And we're finally seeing what Endy Rodriguez can do healthy. And we've only seen a small sample size this season. But I think that kid's got a beautiful swing, and he's got a great mentality. I just think it was a great move. Rather than causing any disruption, you just move on. Don't even bring him up.
So do you think that Hunter Stratton, a guy that has already pitched for the Pirates, who had been designated for assignment by the Braves, do you expect that he'll make much of an impact?
I expect him to be maybe a possible inning eater. Nothing, of great significance.
Is it fair to say that if he is simply better than the worst reliever they currently have had in the bullpen, that would be a net positive?
That's about the only positive. Yeah, you flipped your worst for a little better. That's about it. But
is this going to be a trade that maybe is a prelude to bigger trades, or if this is all that they do to address the bullpen up until the deadline? Are the Pirates going to fall far enough behind in the race for the playoffs if they don't do more than this soon?
No, I honestly see them going after Chapman. I really do. I see them going after Chapman. I believe that they've already had discussions with Boston.
Yeah, this certainly has to be, I would expect, the first of multiple moves to address the bullpen. So I appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
All right, we will go to our next caller. The phone lines are lighting up. Caller, who's this, and what do you want to talk about?
Hey, good morning. It's Sean.
Oh, that's a good name, Sean.
I totally disagree with the last caller. Henry Davis is never going to hit 200, let alone hit 15 home runs. I mean, he goes to one knee constantly. He's awful. I'd rather have Bart Simpson than Henry Davis. I don't know what... At the end of the day, Henry Davis needs to be off the Major League roster. He can't hit. He's proven it for 3 years now. And I could care less. Did he say that he has a good attitude? It's not about good attitudes in Major League Baseball when you're making millions of dollars. It's about performing, and it's about winning and helping your team win. He brings little, if anything, to the table. If he's Paul Skeens' personal catcher, he's responsible for the mediocrity that Paul's been displaying over the course of the last 5 starts.
I think it is interesting timing, right? Because if you're looking at Paul Skeens as of late, he's not pitched anywhere near his best. So if he's not pitching at his best, does some of that blame potentially go on Davis, who's now basically been his personal catcher? Is that fair?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've seen enough of Henry Davis. Is Joey Bart a marginal catcher at best? Yeah. When he first came, when we got him from San Francisco, he was hitting the ball. And we thought we had maybe a diamond in the rough. And we won that trade. But we didn't, obviously, and he's gone. But, I mean, we need to see Endy Rodriguez starting consistently over Henry Davis. And if Henry Davis only plays when Paul Skeens pitches, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, Henry Davis is not a major league catcher. It was an absolute disaster, first pick, and they just need to own it. Hunter Stratton, he hasn't even pitched for the Braves this year. So what do we actually get?
Yes, Stratton pitched 1 game in the majors. Now, he's been in the minor leagues for the Braves, and he spent parts of 3 seasons with the Pirates, 2023, 2024, and then a little bit of time last year before he was DFA'd by the Buccos, went to the Braves. He pitched in 12 games for them last year and was okay. But again, just 1 game at the majors this season. He was designated for assignment. So there would have been a chance that the Pirates didn't need to make any trade in order to get him back. My question about Davis over Joey Bart is this. How long does potentially Paul Skeens' desire to work with Davis supersede what Davis does on the field? So if he continues to struggle the rest of this year, do you keep him next year, even if you have a guy like Flores potentially who proves to be a better hitter?
I mean, Sean, honestly, if they haven't seen enough of the optics with Henry Davis, they're never going to. I mean, and honestly, at the end of the day, Paul Skeens is going to be gone relatively soon because they're going to lock these guys out next year. There's not going to be a baseball season. These owners are going to dig their heels in, and that's going to be it. But if they haven't seen enough of Henry Davis, they never will. I mean, and bring Flores up. Give him a shot. Ultimately, we can't have Henry Davis, Triolo in the lineup consistently and anticipate to even come close to getting a wild card position because they're just a liability to their lineup night in and night out. And the story's been written with Henry Davis. It's past time for him to go. I'll let you go, bud. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, Sean, for the call. I appreciate that. So a couple people weighing in. One who was a little bit more positive about the trade. And again, I think it's fair to say that this is a very minor trade. And by the time we get to the trade deadline at the end of July, this might be so insignificant that maybe neither guy is a factor on their respective teams. Joey Bart's probably going to get an opportunity to play very sporadically in Atlanta. I think the Braves might have had potential injury issues at catcher anyway, but I don't anticipate that Bart's going to go there and suddenly become a superstar. However, I think if he gets closer to what he did maybe for the first half of 2025, he could be a guy that you look at and say, well, that would be nice to have that bat over what Henry Davis is providing. And that's going to be a comparison that's going to be made probably for the rest of this season. If the Pirates keep Henry Davis, even if it's only playing 1 or 2 games a week, and certainly it seems like one of those games will be the one where Paul Skeens starts, you do have to wonder, could that make enough of a difference if, let's say, Joey Bart is a 250 hitter and Henry Davis struggles to hit 150, which has been the case with him throughout his time in Pittsburgh? Will that 100 or so point difference that is very possible make enough difference that maybe the Pirates lose a game that they could have otherwise won had they kept Joey Bart on the roster instead? As far as Hunter Stratton, again, he's a guy that has some familiarity with Pittsburgh, parts of 3 seasons with the Buccos, and he was okay. In 2024, he pitched 36 games, had an ERA of around 3.5. That's fine, a 2-1 record in 37 innings of work. His role was a little bit diminished, and his effectiveness certainly was diminished in Pittsburgh last year, where he pitched in only 3 games and he had an ERA of over 23. He was DFA'd by the Buccos, scooped up by Atlanta. He was much better there, albeit in a somewhat small sample size. He threw just 16 innings over a dozen relief appearances, but he had pitched in only 1 major league game this season and was designated for assignment earlier this week, which means that he was no longer, in all likelihood, part of the plans in Atlanta. There was a scenario in which the Pirates simply could have claimed him without even having to make a trade. They seemingly wanted to get him before other teams could put a claim in on him, so they make this trade. But I think the main reason why they made this trade is because they realized there was a numbers crunch coming at catcher, and they did not want to send down Henry Davis. And at this point, they could not send down Endy Rodriguez with what he showed. So ultimately, they needed to make a change at catcher. They had 3 guys for only 2 spots. Joey Bart was the odd man out. And in the process, they're able to bring in a guy who probably slots in as one of the low-leverage bullpen arms at best. And this is a guy in Stratton that maybe won't even stick on the Major League roster for the rest of the season. The bullpen has been bad enough that he's probably going to get ample opportunities over the next 6 weeks or so. But if this is the only trade to address the bullpen, that is clearly not going to be enough for the Buccos. I think it is a stopgap. And again, you're probably looking at him as this is a guy you could slot in that will fill maybe one of the last spots in the bullpen. We've got another caller who wants to chime in here on the Fan Early Morning Show. Caller, hello. Who are you and what do you want to talk about this morning?
The bullpen has been bad enough that he's probably...
You're going to turn your radio down a little bit there, caller.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just did.
Okay, who's this?
Marianne from Mount Lebanon.
Marianne, what's on your mind this morning?
I just wanted to comment on the trade. I just wanted to get clarification. I think they're talking about Hunter Stratton. We had Chris Stratton. I just want to get a little bit of clarification on that. And I don't have
so
a computer
it
or
is,
anything.
yes, they acquired Hunter Stratton, and in 2023, 2024, and part of 2025, he was with the Pirates working out of their bullpen.
He went under the name of Chris Stratton. Isn't that odd? You're probably right, though. I won't go on air. You're probably right, but isn't that strange?
Well, no. So they are 2 separate people.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
Chris.
what I mean. We never had Hunter. We had Chris.
No, both were with Pittsburgh.
Oh, we had both in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Remember, Chris lost his dog, and the people around him found the dog and brought it back. He thought that was so nice because his wife was going to have a baby.
Chris Stratton from 2019 until 2022 was with the Pirates. So yes, 2 separate Strattons.
Yeah, and they was real happy, real proud. They brought the dog back. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, have a good one, Marianne. I appreciate Marianne chiming in. Yes, there are 2 separate Strattons Not the same person. Hunter Stratton back in Pittsburgh for his second tour of duty with the Buccos. Well, we will take a quick break. Again, the trade that came down very late last night, I think it was announced just shy of midnight. The Pirates have reacquired Hunter Stratton from the Atlanta Braves, who had been designated for assignment. And for those who don't really understand, I know most of our callers understand designated for assignment, but it more or less means that he was not going to be in the future plans for the Braves. They had a week to move on from him, either via trade or he could be claimed off of waivers. If he went unclaimed, he could potentially stay with their organization, but not on the 40-man. So when you're designated for assignment, it basically means in layman's terms, you're not part of that team's future. Atlanta was ready to move on from Stratton, but they found a trade partner in the Pirates who sent Joey Bart, who was about to return after a rehab assignment from injury. There was really not room for three catchers. They had a decision. Would they send Endy Rodriguez back down? That became basically impossible with the way that Endy is hit. Would they send down Henry Davis? Well, we found the decision. They weren't going to send down Henry Davis. They were going to keep him over Joey Bart. And so Joey Bart, the odd man out, heads to Atlanta. As I mentioned before, it'll be a little bit of a homecoming for him. He is a guy who played at Georgia Tech, and he went to high school at Buford, Georgia. So maybe being back in familiar confines will be good for Bart. Again, 2025, he was okay for the Pirates at best. 2024, when he first arrived, I think a lot of people thought he could be a guy that maybe answered the question of who's going to be the catcher of the future. He had an OPS plus of 121. Anything over 100 is above league average. But last year was just above a replacement level player. This year had played in just 21 games, hitting .259. He, throughout his time in Pittsburgh, batted about .255, which is significantly better than what Henry Davis has hit in his time in Pittsburgh, about 100 points higher than what Davis has batted as a Bucco at the major league level. We will step aside when we come back here on the Fan Early Morning Show. I want to talk about, we've talked about the catcher and the relief pitchers, the bullpen for the Buccos. I want to talk about a very interesting approach that another major league team is taking with the starting pitching and the rotation, and how maybe it's something that the Pirates should consider, or at least they could monitor and see how it plays out with their surplus of starting pitchers that has been certainly at the forefront of a lot of discussion over the past few weeks. We'll continue that. If you want to chime in, feel free to give us a call as well. The number here on the Fan Early Morning Show, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Sean Myers here on 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States men's national team looks to build on the momentum of their blowout win over Paraguay as they face Australia in Seattle. Both sides won their opener, meaning a winner in this match takes a stranglehold of Group D. This is a rematch of a friendly played last October, which the United States won 2-1. I'm Mike Conti.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile and save up to $600 a year. I've been scouting these big carriers for a minute now, and I've seen them pull the same play 1,000 times. They promise you the world, then hit you with a price hike right when the game gets tight. But Boost Mobile, their $25 a month unlimited wireless plan is the most consistent player on the floor. No contracts, no price hikes. Unlock the savings today at boostmobile.com/unlock. Based on average annual single line payment of AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile customers compared to 12 months of the Boost Mobile unlimited wireless plan as of January 2026. For full offer details, visit boostmobile.com.
I'm
John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on 93.7 The Fan contest page.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
You'll see surveyors out working today along I-79 and the Route 60 and Parkway West interchange ramps in Robinson and Kennedy Townships, so don't be surprised if you run into some shoulder restrictions between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Ferry Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back here on the Fan Early Morning Show, Sean Myers taking you up for another 10 or so minutes before Jack Hillgrove joins the mix. He's in for Adam and Doran this morning. Had several callers give their thoughts on the Pirates' late-night trade. Joey Bart on his way out, headed to the Atlanta Braves in return for Hunter Stratton. So the Pirates, to some likely small degree, address the bullpen issues. I don't think Hunter Stratton's going to be a fix-all solution. This is, I would say, a very minor trade and one that could be almost completely insignificant by the time we get to the later parts of the season. There's a real chance that Hunter Stratton slots into one of the lowest leverage roles for the Pirates, and there's no guarantee that this is a guy that's even on the Major League roster by the time we make it to August. You would hope, as a Pirates fan, that this is the first of what would be several additions to the bullpen. We will see how it all plays out. They did something, but I don't know that adding Hunter Stratton back to the fold is really going to solve their woes. They did have to make a decision at catcher, and I think it was going to come down to, would they trade Joey Bart, which was ultimately the route they went, or would they send Henry Davis to the minor leagues and potentially irk Paul Skeens in the process? So they made their decision. Joey Bart's Pirates career comes to an end. Back closer to home, he's a Georgia guy. Now he's playing for the Braves, who have had a great season. Hunter Stratton made one major league appearance this season with Atlanta. So not a guy that the Braves saw as an answer in the bullpen, but maybe he'll help out the Pirates. Certainly they could use all the help that they could get. If anyone wants to chime in on that over the next few minutes, feel free to give us a call here, 412-928-9370. I want to stick on the topic of the Pirates, and for those who are familiar with me, they know that I have some maybe peculiar sports allegiances that go back many, many years. My favorite Major League Baseball team is the Seattle Mariners, and I'm going to tie in the Mariners with the Pirates here. Well, we'll get a caller first. Caller, you're on the air. Who's calling? What do you want to talk about this morning? Go ahead, caller. All right, well, that did not work out as planned. I'm sure Nick Harry Callis deals with that every now and then. If you want to call back, I'll put you on the air, 412-928-9370. You got to be ready to talk, however. Can't just say nothing. That does not contribute too much to the show. Anyway, my point about the Seattle Mariners that I want to tie in with the Pirates is that Seattle, much like Pittsburgh, has had a little bit of a surplus of starting pitching. And we know all about the Pirates' decision to move Carmen Mlodzinski to the bullpen when Jared Jones returned to the rotation. They had 6 starters, only 5 spots. They did not want to go with the 6-man rotation, so Pittsburgh decided to do the piggyback, and at least so far, it has been Mlodzinski piggybacking behind Jared Jones. Seattle had a somewhat similar situation where they had 5 guys starting the season that they thought would be in the rotation, one of whom, Bryce Miller, missed the first 6 weeks or so due to injury. While he was out, their fill-in number 5 starter, Emerson Hancock, really became a terrific starting option. So they could not move him back to the bullpen or send him down to AAA. He'd been far too good at the major league level. So when Miller returned, they decided to go with the piggyback for a few turns through the rotation. Miller and Luis Castillo, who Pirates fans probably remember, especially from his Cincinnati Reds days, they were used in a piggyback scenario. Unfortunately, neither guy was particularly happy with that. Castillo, a longtime veteran, multiple-time All-Star, was coming in to just pitch a few innings out of the bullpen, something he had never really done. Miller, who was pitching very well in his opportunities, he was only getting 5 innings, and so he was cruising through potentially 5 innings, but then got pulled in favor of Castillo. Neither pitcher was happy about it, so the Mariners decided to go to a 6-man rotation when they had a busy part of their schedule with very few off days. So then they go 6 men. That's something that the Pirates have avoided to this point. Well, now that Seattle is back to having more traditional schedule with off days built in, 6-man doesn't really make a lot of sense because some of your better pitchers then are only throwing once a week with those off days factored in if you were to use a 6-man rotation. So Seattle is doing something that is either genius or insane. We'll find out one way or another over the next handful of weeks. They, up until the All-Star break, are going to piggyback with every starting pitcher, meaning over the next 3 weeks or so, each of their 6 starting pitchers will have a piggyback day. So, for instance, today, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo will piggyback once again. Another day next week, they will use 2 other starting pitchers, not Miller and not Castillo, but 2 of the remaining 4 between Emerson Hancock, who I alluded to, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, and Brian Wu. 2 of those guys will double up, and then the other 4 pitchers in the rotation will get regular traditional starts where they can go as deep as they can potentially in a game. And then 2 weeks from now, the other 2 pitchers who have not been part of it yet will also piggyback. So over the course of 3 weeks, all 6 starting pitchers will have a piggyback day. The idea is that it keeps everyone on regular rest. Every pitcher still gets to be a starting pitcher and get a starting nod. And it also will alleviate some of the workload concerns for a team that is hoping and expecting to be deep into October. And last year they made it within a game of the World Series. So it is a very interesting, potentially innovative, potentially foolish approach to a starting rotation when you have 6 starters and you can't afford to go to a 6-man, but you don't want to just throw one of those guys into the bullpen and take away his best attribute as a starting pitcher. So I think that is a very fascinating case study that Pirates fans should be paying attention to. And by the way, if you're unaware, Seattle comes to Pittsburgh Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. So we could potentially see the piggyback situation play out right here at PNC Park. But it is something that Pirates certainly should pay attention to. And if it works out for Seattle, you have to wonder if maybe other teams, including Pittsburgh, could do the same thing. Because I think most people would agree right now the usage of Carmen Mlodzinski is not the best usage of a potentially pretty talented starting pitcher, or at least a guy that shows this year that he might deserve to be in the rotation. And there's certainly innings concerns with guys like Braxton Ashcraft and Bubba Chandler, younger pitchers who have not really gone through a full season of starting. They might have to have some innings reduced anyway. I think that potentially this piggyback with every starter could be a potential option if the Pirates don't end up trading one of those guys out of the rotation before the deadline. Anyway, that's going to do it here on the Fan Early Morning Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Jack Hillgrove will be front and center for the Fan Morning Show. Thanks for tuning in. Sean Myers signing off right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford in Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all of that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $229 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved. Hey, Weekend Warriors, Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away, or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs, and by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard. It's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss support and, yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Wet basement, cracks in your foundation? Don't wait for the problem to get worse. Call Foundation Solutions of Western PA, the experts in waterproofing interior and exterior French drains, subsurface drainage systems, and foundation wall repair. Their experienced team helps protect your home from water damage and structural issues before they become costly repairs. From keeping your basement dry to strengthening your foundation, Foundation Solutions of Western PA has you covered. Schedule your estimate today and protect your home from the ground up.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
PennDOT crews are out doing emergency drainage repair work on Route 8 in Richland between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays through the end of the month. Flaggers will be there to help you through the work zone, where it'll be reduced to a single lane northbound between Glasgow Road and the Butler County line. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a very lovely, beautiful good morning to you. June 19, 2026, it's the pre-show, which is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I didn't go to Morgantown and chain smoke cigarettes. I did not play football in the NFL. And I certainly didn't eat ice cream pancakes and get high yesterday. Which means I'm not Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, or Nicholas Harry Callis. Those gents are off today, and it's Jack Hillgrove filling in for the usual suspects on the Fan Morning Show, and Sean Myers is with me this morning. Sean, yesterday, where we were set up for the Fan 5 alarm.
Yes, sir.
Right down the store, couple of storefronts away from the DeLuca's Diner in Robinson Town Center. This is besides Callis drinking half of a 5 milligram THC seltzer.
Who brought that, by the way, or should we not say?
No, so the House of Brews is where we were. We were outside the House of Brews all day yesterday for the second day of the Fan 5 alarm. And they sold them there, I think. There were boxes of them by the register. Now, I didn't try to purchase one. That's not up my alley. I did purchase a beer that I'm very excited to have several of. It's called, I don't really care for giving it a plug, it's called Poolside. It is a...
Will you be poolside as you
You're darn tootin'. You're darn tootin' I will be. It is a pineapple lemon shandy. And one of the fine workers, employees of the House of Brews, they had samples rolling in and out all day. And I sampled it. And brother, let me tell you, it is... there might not be a beer with a more apt name than a pineapple lemon shandy, delicious, than Poolside. So this week, I will be poolside with some poolsides. Looking forward to it. But put the weed seltzer aside, the fact that Callis was high. In the morning, because there were a couple of storefronts away from the DeLuca's, Callis ordered at like 7 a.m. ice cream pancakes. And I want to ask you this question. Is he the oldest human being at 27, 28 years old? I'm 28 and we were the same graduating class, so I don't know if he turned 28 yet. Is he the oldest person? What the hell am I saying? I'm not 28 for another 8 weeks. I'll get there. We're going to get fired up about the Joey Bart trade, so this is good that we can kind of ease into the morning. At 27 years old, is Callis the oldest human being in the history of that diner to order ice cream pancakes?
No.
Absolutely he is.
I would have some. Now, I wouldn't have them at that hour.
No. Oh, no, definitely not at that hour, but
I don't like eating anything early in the morning.
Listen, I do, but there are several of those places. DeLuca's is a name. There are several other diners. Is Pittsburgh an underrated diner town? 412-928-9370. There are more pressing items to get to on the fan hotline today, but let's throw that out there. It's the morning show. I'm filling in. I don't really care what they talk about when I'm not here. That's not true. I do. They do a great job. But let's keep that one on the back burner for the masses today, both in the YouTube chat, text line,
Did
and on
someone
the
just
hotline.
give you money in the YouTube chat? What's going on here? Is that something that happens at this hour of the morning on this show?
Why? How does that work?
I have no idea. I'm baffled by this. This doesn't usually happen when we convene on Sunday mornings.
I think that money probably goes to the YouTube account, maybe. I'm not sure how that works. Do you remember Snap Cash?
Apparently, Craig owes you a drink.
No, I'm sure I'll get that. Yeah, I'm sure
he'll look into that.
He'll look into that. Is Pittsburgh an underrated diner town? I think it might be. Everybody talks about the pizza here, how it might stack up to some bigger pizza towns in the Northeast. Obviously, the Permane sandwich and the pierogies, and there are other. I mean, I love the food in this town regardless, but I don't know that people, when they talk about the food in Pittsburgh, give the diners the appropriate love. And other than the heavy hitters, the Pamelas, DeLucas, Kelly O's of the world, somebody's got to live somewhere in these parts where there's just a hole in the wall, very local joint that just kicks ass. So is Pittsburgh an underrated diner town? 412-928-9370. But I am in no way going to order ice cream pancakes, because I think when I think breakfast food and breakfast period, I'll order pancakes. I'll order French toast occasionally, but it is home fries, dippy eggs with toast, a scrambled egg every now and again, and a couple of greasy breakfast meats. And you know what I've been on a huge kick of lately is steak and eggs. If it's cooked well enough, you slice right into that bad boy, you dip it in the egg yolk. Chef's kiss. So as far as breakfast food is concerned, I'm more on the saltier, greasier, not just to cure a hangover style of breakfast food, but also because I think it tastes better. And the extent that I'm willing to take as far as the sweetness goes with breakfast is really good pancakes with a slight drizzle of maple syrup and maybe a little bit more butter than maple syrup as far as the ratio goes.
Callis didn't get sick to his stomach yesterday, did he?
Is that what somebody called in and asked?
Well, unfortunately, as I tried to answer, it dropped off. But I was wondering, he was maybe under the influence, eating ice cream, and then
no, he was fine. He was fine.
Okay, he didn't get sick. I saw he was driving in, what was it called, like a boomerang or a whiplash or something?
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it's like the 3-wheeled car. Guy was really nice. Callis got in, he whipped him around the parking lot and brought him back.
Callis will do just about anything.
He will.
Probably to his detriment more times than not.
Yeah.
Although some would say the same about Adam Crowley and Pony.
The whole thing yesterday with Crowley potentially getting $10,000 into the kitty for the 5-alarm to crap his pants was a little sketchy.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily think that was a legitimate possibility, and I don't think it will be. So hopefully that doesn't disappoint too many of you guys out there. But the most impressive thing of the weekend, and I did want to get into a 5-alarm recap, just over $62,000 raised for our local volunteer fire departments. So if you stopped out either yesterday in Robinson or Wednesday in Wexford, or if you didn't stop out and you donated, seriously, thank you. This is a really cool thing that we do every year. We've done it now for 3 consecutive years. And when I was kind of describing the event to my girlfriend the other day, you know, a lot of division going on these days, not a whole lot that a lot of people can agree upon, and conversations and arguments can get nasty at times between people that disagree. But I think one of the most objectively unanimous slam dunk home run things that hopefully 100% of Americans can agree on, it's that volunteer firefighters kick ass, and raising money for volunteer firefighters, people that do it out of the goodness of their heart, that don't make any money for doing it. Raising money for those brave men and women is a fantastic, fantastic initiative and idea. So the fact that we are able to really kind of all unite on it and say, you know what, these people need our help, because if we help them financially and equip them financially with what they need, it helps us in the long run, because these VFDs, our local VFDs, will be more equipped to help us in crisis and in times of emergency. So great initiative. Shout out to Nancy, our sales GM, Amy Mock, Michael Spacciapoli, Craig Riley, everybody here that and all of our promotion team as well, that just pours so much time and effort into putting it on and raising money. And we raised over $60,000. And the good news is if you missed donating yesterday or Wednesday, you still can do it if you head to 937thefan.com. It's still right there on the front page of the home screen. Fan 5 Alarm 2026. You click on it. You can scroll down, and there's a thing that says clicking here. And here is in orange. And it'll take you to the donation page, and you are able to donate still. So if you were unable to do so the last couple of days, that donation window is still available up on our website. Sean, you weren't there, and I told you before we came on the air this morning that I was going to give you a hard time for being the only producer that didn't make some sort of appearance.
The only real producer.
Yes. That didn't make some sort of appearance the last 2 days. It was you, but you can defend it, so I will let you defend it.
Well, first off, apologies for that. I would have loved to have been able to swing by. Now, I will defend myself to some extent. I was in here from about 9 to 2:30 each of those 2 days. So I had the shift right in the middle where I'm not a morning person. I know you agree with me, so this is kind of a tough shift for us. I was not going to be able to wake up and go there before the shift. So the only hope was that I could swing by after I was done around 2:30, which would have been my game plan, except Wednesday. Did you know that I am now fostering a cat?
No, good for you.
Yes, I've never had like a real pet. I've had like goldfish and hermit crabs. Decided to foster a cat, and I had to take Kitty at 3 o'clock.
Like Kitty's the name of the cat?
Well, here's the thing. I already know what the name's going to be, but I did not want to actually give her a name until I officially adopt her. Because technically at this point, she's not mine. I'm fostering. And, theoretically, she could go back to, the foster or whatever. So until I decide to officially keep her, and that's, I guess, set in stone, I'm not going to give her a name yet. But I already know what the name's going to be. So Kitty needed a little booster shot at 3 o'clock. That's when the woman could meet me. So there was no way that I could do that because I live in Oakmont, which is certainly not the same direction that I would have been going to swing by in Wexford. Yesterday, I had to head home because I am going to be in a wedding this weekend, ironically enough, with Brian Batko, also in the wedding. It's at Conneaut Lake, and I'm heading up.
Great place.
I'm heading up I'm going to go home and probably take a cat nap, pun intended, and then head up there today for the rehearsal. But I was not going to have any time today to get the stuff I needed, so I had to go, get a card, get some other things taken care of so that I was actually ready to be a part of this wedding. And that was really my only chance to do it was yesterday after work. So I had to make a run to a couple different places to get everything ready for that. So could I theoretically have swung by for a few minutes? Maybe, but I kind of had to put my focus on those other two things first and foremost. Last year, by the way, I was there and I was playing basketball to the point of maybe scaring people with how intense I got on the hoops games. So I was upset to hear that I missed out on some basketball this year.
Well, it sounds
that you
like
were part of.
Yeah. Pony and I 7-0'd Dom and Starkey.
Dom is
But more importantly, I was also passing the ball to Starkey on his 6 threes for $6
I saw
grand,
that.
and I had the assist on Crowley's $5,000 shot, which is
It's hard to get an assist for a guy who misses so frequently.
yes. And listen, there are a couple of people. Was it a legitimate distance-wise, at least high school three-pointer? I mean, I think so because we stepped it off to about 20 feet, and he was still behind. We set up a couple of water bottles, and he was still a couple inches behind the water bottle line. So, yeah.
It didn't look like it from the video, so I could see why people would say that
Sure.
just going off of that.
Regardless, he missed a boatload of free throws.
He was sandbagging.
And a person said, here's $5 grand if you make this shot. And there were a lot of people there at that point. All eyes were on him. I don't care if it's a layup. Crowley's no basketball star. Far from it. It's some big time pressure.
Yes.
And
Starkey was, 6 of 9?
Yeah, he made the first 4. Made the first 4. For a 60-plus-year-old man, some of the best shooting
What
form I've ever seen.
What does that say about Dom then? The fact that he was with a gifted shooter.
Oh, of the four
and
of
they
us,
got shut out.
Of the 4 of us in the 2-on-2 game, Starkey was far and away the best player.
You were with Pony? Pony can hoop.
Pony can hoop.
He's awkward, but he's big.
Yeah.
Because I played against him briefly last year.
I don't know. I feel like if Pony and Starkey played one-on-one, I think Starkey could potentially win.
I disagree.
Okay. Maybe,
By the way,
maybe the age factor plays into it a little bit there, and plus Pony's a little bit more physical and bigger. But regardless, that's not a very big gap, and they didn't even score a point. So to your question, yeah, what the hell does that say about intern Dom?
So are you good?
No, I mean, I don't look completely uncoordinated. Like, of the 7 points, I had 2 and Pony had 5.
Dom was covering you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little guy.
Yeah,
he could
so
kind of
no, I'm
hold
not
the ball
good.
over his head.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I
play 1-on-2 against some of the other producers, and most recently it was me against intern Dom and Joel Nelson. I went 3-0 against them playing 1-on-2.
Congratulations.
I will say it was more so Joel bricking a lot of shots as opposed to Dom missing a lot of shots. Dom was deferring, and to his detriment, he was passing the ball. He's a nice guy, though. He likes to get everyone involved.
He does. All right, that's the pre-show. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Small timeout, and then the Fan Morning Show begins right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and I'm fired up to be with you on a big-time Friday morning with some big-time Pirates news that we'll discuss right now.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bye-bye, Joey Bart. Hello, Hunter Stratton. I'm not going to lie, I slept on it, and I thought that maybe after I slept on it, my opinion would change a little bit. I don't think it has. Ben Cherington is definitely not a good general manager. The last 6 to 7 years in Pittsburgh have more than proven that statement. And this isn't a very good move. It's not a very good move for a multitude of reasons. I'm not completely up in arms about it. But the fact that this trade happened late last night, number one, upset me because I had just finished preparing a 4-hour talk show, mostly previewing this series coming up in Colorado against the Rockies. And now I've got to pivot big time. But luckily, I feel passionate enough about it, and I know Pittsburgh feels passionate enough about it to chime in at 412-928-9370. This move, yay or nay? Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves for Hunter Stratton. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. I low-key hate it. Yes, they needed bullpen help. And yeah, Joey Bart isn't, as necessarily lighting up the world behind the plate for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he was also hurt this season for a good chunk of it. So he's only played in 20-some games. But the numbers are what they are behind the dish. Maybe not so much in Joey Bart's favor, but for somebody else behind the dish, what their numbers are compared to Joey Bart's. Again, Joey Bart, not necessarily lighting the world on fire. He was hitting .259. The OPS was .670 heading into his injury, and it seemed like he was relatively close to rehabbing said injury and coming back to the Pirates at some point sooner rather than later. But instead, when he's healthy and ready to go, he'll be playing for a team that might win the National League. And instead, the Pirates will have a catcher, at least on the 26-man roster every day for the time being, that's hitting almost 130 points less than Joey Bart was before he got injured. Again, the Pirates offense, without Joey Bart even a part of it, is still a top 10 offense in baseball. So the fact that they were able to pull this off and get bullpen help and really not miss what's made this offense as good as it's been, okay, yeah, fine. But the principle that Henry Davis, who might be one of the largest bust of a number one overall pick in Major League Baseball history, is going to be on the everyday roster just because he's Paul Skeens' personal catcher. He is an automatic out every time he steps up to the plate, Henry Davis. A .526 OPS this season. A career .173 hitter who's hitting .138 in 2026. That's who gets the roster spot. Why on earth couldn't Joey Bart come back from injury and have your catching tandem be Bart and Endy Rodriguez? Why? Why not? Because Paul Skeens needs to throw to Henry Davis every 5 days? That's not a good enough reason for you to part ways with a decent enough, maybe a slightly below league average hitter at the end of your lineup. And I understand the Pirates' offense is what it is in spite of Henry Davis at times, which is still pretty darn good. But I would rather at least have a shred of a chance with a dude batting somewhere 6 through 9 in the lineup to get on base, to get a hit, and make an impact, than a guy that almost 90% of the time gets out when he steps into the batter's box. Is there a defensive element to this? Absolutely. Henry Davis has turned himself into a pretty darn good defensive catcher. But was the juice worth the squeeze? Did they get enough of a formidable bullpen arm to make you feel like this trade was worth it? And I think the answer to that question is no. Hunter Stratton is a guy that we are familiar with. Came up through the Pirates organization, made his major league debut in 2023. A pretty decent major league debut as well. 12 innings at a .225 ERA and a very small sample size. But at the major league level in 24, another relatively decent season. A full slate almost. 37 innings, a .358 ERA. And after being dealt to Atlanta last year from Pittsburgh. With the Braves in 2025, good stuff, a 2.76 ERA and 16 in the third. But so far in 2026, after being DFA'd, Hunter Stratton in Gwinnett, the AAA affiliate of the Atlanta Braves, 24 and 2/3, a 5.84 ERA. Ask yourself this question. Ask yourself if a 5.84 ERA at the AAA level, if you think that will play well enough to where it makes an immediate difference in the bullpen. I think the answer to that question is no. Am I going to beat down Ben Cherington's office door at this trade? No. No, I'm not. I mean, I get it in theory. There are defensible aspects to parting ways with Joey Bart. Yes, he was hurt. One would argue that he probably shouldn't have been here this long to begin with. And they needed bullpen help. And it looks like Endy Rodriguez, at least, is here to stay, and he's been pretty darn good behind the dish. Also, Joey Bart was out of minor league options. But the principle of really what you're getting back for what might be one average at best middle relief pitcher at the major league level is Henry Davis being on the roster every day for the time being. That juice is not worth the squeeze. And maybe we get to a point where Rafael Flores usurps Henry Davis on the major league roster. But again, the biggest question I have about this trade is why couldn't the catching tandem just be Bart when he comes back and Endy Rodriguez and ship Henry Davis the hell to AAA where he belongs? 412-928-9370. This is the Fan Morning Show. My name's Jack Hillgrove, filling in for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, and Nicholas Harry Callis. We're going to take your phone calls all morning on this trade. How you feel about it? 412-928-9370. Are you excited that this trade took place? 412-928-9370. Or are you like me, kind of upset about it and also thinking it was kind of unnecessary? 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. That's on Fan Twitter, which is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's go to the hotline and start with Mark and Carrick, who's up this morning. What's up, Mark? Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday, Jack. How you doing?
Good, man.
I really, really enjoyed the event over the last 2 days. Great cause, and it was nice to see everyone let their hair down and do unconventional things. And that Crowley shot, and Starkey's just quite the baller too. And
how about that?
You drop on the mic a 7-0 win. Yeah, why play anymore?
Exactly.
Quite interesting. But in regards to the trade, Henry Davis should have been DFA'd last year. They just didn't have any better options. You know, he was just up here because they didn't have another warm body. And I'll give you an example. He showed the flashes of potential in 2024 when he had the 13 home runs as we picked him up off the waiver wire, another former high selection in the draft. But he only had 4 home runs in 93 games. Endy Rodriguez has 3 right now in 28. And they have Flores they acquired. So essentially he was the odd man out. So, and it's the old bag of balls. Anything is better than 0. So I'm not concerned about the return for Bart. I'm surprised he wasn't gone sooner. But the question I have for you, and I know you'll have a pretty interesting response, is your expectations with the Pirates going to Colorado. I know it's easy to say, they got to sweep them. What would you reasonably be happy with over their next, let's say, 10-game stretch?
10 games? Well, reasonably happy, and that's what I was going to lead off with this morning, Mark, until the Joey Bart trade happened. I'm going to be very upset if they don't sweep this team. The Rockies have the worst ERA in baseball at 5.62. horrendous. And you combine that with the fact that the ball goes a mile in that stadium, they should score a ton of runs and win all 3 games this series. So I'm expecting 3 this weekend. Seattle, at times, tough team. I mean, they're only 2 games above 500 now, but they've got some exciting backs.
Well.
Yeah. And then between and the Reds, the next 3 after that. So that's 9. And then 1 in Philadelphia. I'm just going to automatically say that first game in Philly is going to end up being a loss. It doesn't seem like they play well there. But
if you grab one there, you'd be happy.
Yeah, I mean, if they grab one there, I mean, I have to wait and see how the rotation shakes out. It looks like that will probably be Ashcraft in that first game in Philly on the 29th. So maybe it's that one. But for the sake of just thinking they'll probably, at the best, split with Philly for those 4 games, I'll say that first one's a loss. They're going to get 3. They should get 3 in Colorado. And between Seattle and Cincy, they should probably win 4. So honestly, I think I would be happy with 6 out of 10. I'd be thrilled with anything north of 7.
Fantastic. And before I let you go, one astute point about you got to sweep Colorado. They have Freeland with a almost 80 ERA.
Yep.
Sagano with 4.79, and Lorenzen, who's been around forever, another 70 ERA. And like you said, grain of salt, they're pitching to Colorado. But, we have Chandler, Skeens, and Jones pitching. You got to win those 3.
Yeah, and the biggest question mark, and thanks for the call, man, and thanks for the kind words about the last couple of days, is Bubba Chandler tonight. Without a shred of a doubt, it's Bubba Chandler tonight. Can he continue this positive stretch of play? 412-928-9370. Hop on like Mark and Carrick hopped on as we react to the trade. And if you went to bed and you wake up early for work and that's why you listen to this program, Joey Bart on his way to Atlanta to play for the Braves, and an old friend coming back to the Pirates in return. Some relief help in Hunter Stratton. 5.20 ERA in AAA this season with the Atlanta Braves organization, but it's bullpen help. Was the juice worth the squeeze?
Jack, can I contribute something here?
No.
Oh, darn it.
Absolutely, go for it.
So, I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but Stratton was DFA'd the day prior, meaning there's a real chance the Pirates could have acquired him without even trading anything. So I think this is more about they were going to move a catcher regardless, not like they wanted to keep Bart, but they had to give him up to get bullpen help. I think these could almost be 2 separate trades, the way if you really wanted to look at it. Getting Stratton probably would not have required Bart, but I think they were going to have to trade Bart or a catcher, which obviously they weren't going to move Davis, I think we see now. The fact that they did them in the same deal is kind of inconsequential. So they did not have to give up Bart in all likelihood to get Stratton. I think they just realized they have to move a catcher.
Yeah, they absolutely had to move a catcher because Joey Bart has no minor league options. You can't send Endy Rodriguez down. Can't do it. He's hitting .267 and slugging .880 in 23 games. That's your everyday catcher for the time being until he falls off the wagon. Hopefully he doesn't. He can't, because catcher, at least offensively, has been the weakest spot on this roster so far this season. You're not going to send Rodriguez down, so you're picking between Bart and Davis. And if you're hell-bent on Henry Davis, which obviously they were, instead of DFAing Bart, which you had to do because he had no minor league options left, you were able to at least get something for him. If that's your line of thinking, that's fine. You'd rather get something for somebody you know you're going to get rid of than just allowing the Braves to put in a waiver claim for Joey Bart and you don't get anything in return.
And Atlanta's saying the same thing. This pitcher was not going to be part of our future. We get something back. And I don't know their situation. I think maybe they have an injury at catcher that creates a spot. I'm not sure. But either way, they probably thought the same thing. Like, we're not going to have Stratton in our equation moving forward. We're going to subject him to waivers if we don't find a trade partner. Let's add a catcher who maybe could give us a little depth for the next handful of weeks or beyond.
Sandy Leone and Drake Baldwin are both active.
Baldwin's really good.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the better catchers in baseball, I believe.
Yeah, Leone is 37 and is hitting .091. Surprise, surprise, actually a catcher hitting worse than Henry Davis this season. So maybe they
I believe they actually DFA'd him. So I think it was they wanted to move on from Leone, and they thought Bart was an upgrade there.
Okay, so Bart's going to be their backup catcher. So that makes the Braves better. A team that might win the National League, might win the whole thing. That makes them a better team. Hunter Stratton, I don't know how much better he makes the Pirates. And again, the juice being worth the squeeze is parting ways with Joey Bart. And is acquiring Hunter Stratton worth having Henry Davis on the roster? A guy who can not even come close to hitting his own weight. And I don't think it is. 412-928-9370. It's the number of the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. I am not Crowley. I am not Doran. And Sean is not Harry Callis. It's Sean Myers and Jack Hillgrove with you. And we're taking your calls as we react to Joey Bart on his way to Atlanta for Hunter Stratton. That was the trade made just after 11 o'clock last night. Chris Carter's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk Steelers. We're 6 weeks out of the first practice at St. Vincent College for Steelers training camp. And Greg Brown joins us from Mile High at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll get Brownie's thoughts on this trade and how it could shape this roster moving forward. We'll also look ahead to this series with Brownie on the Rockies. And coming up next, I'm going to get into my expectations for this team in Colorado this weekend. All of that this morning on the Fan Morning Show. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates indeed are in Colorado to play the Rockies tonight to start that series. 8:40 the first pitch. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the pitching matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That begins at 7:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And the first round of the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills, well, not technically fully complete. It was suspended due to darkness, but Wyndham Clark already has created some separation. He is in first place by a wide margin. He is at 6 under. No one else is below 2 under. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Mexico moves on to the knockout round and is the likely winner of Group A after a 1-0 victory over South Korea in Guadalajara. In the other half of Group A, Czechia and South Africa played to a 1-1 draw in Atlanta. Both of those sides are still alive to advance. I'm Mike Conti.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sauce Gardner wants to know that he is 24
years old, not 25. Yes, seriously, one of the best corners in the NFL had to clarify his age with a few notable publications needing to actually make the change. It stunned me that people could mess his age up. It feels like we know everything about everyone today. Thankfully, the Colts were not one of the publications that had his age wrong. I'm Denton Day.
Hope is not a strategy. Investments are not a retirement strategy. Market volatility, rising taxes, healthcare costs can quietly erode a lifetime of savings if you're not prepared. This is Brian Quaranta at Secure Money Advisors. We're helping families every day create structured retirement income plans designed for clarity, stability, and long-term confidence. To learn more, you can claim a copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of IC Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold IC Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. IC Light Mango, IC Light Berry, now in sleek cans and available at Bridge City Beer. IC Light Berry and IC Light Mango 15-pack cans, $18.99 plus tax.
June is here, the sun is shining, and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume dealer in Pittsburgh. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2026 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for just $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, lease for 36 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. BowserHyundai.com. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder & Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Light rain with a high of 70 degrees for the morning.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo.
Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
If you have plans to hit the south side this weekend, be aware that PennDOT crews will be doing some inspection work Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the Birmingham Bridge. That will mean lane and shoulder restrictions in both directions. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And the show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can listen to The Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the gents. Sean Myers filling in for the Callus. Joey Bart, now an Atlanta Brave. Not a fan. Not completely up in arms about it, but not a fan. Hunter Stratton, TBD on whether or not he can sustain success in a major league bullpen in 2026. Only has one inning of sample size. Basing it off of, and I understand that he's had good numbers in Atlanta the last several seasons. Well, the last 2 seasons. Having that guy on your roster, which also means Henry Davis is on your roster, isn't worth it for me. Joey Bart was out of minor league options. I get that, but Henry Davis wasn't. Why on earth can't the catching tandem, or couldn't the catching tandem be Davis and Rodriguez, or I'm sorry, Bart and Rodriguez, with Rodriguez being your guy 5-6 days a week? I understand that you want your backup catcher to be a pretty good defensive backstop, and Henry Davis has turned himself into that. But as I mentioned in the YouTube comments to our esteemed YouTube conglomerate and contingent's the word there, conglomerate's not. We'll get the vocab straight. As I mentioned in the YouTube chat in the break, I would be praising Ben Cherington up and down this morning. Round of applause if you set yourself up that way and Davis was hitting like 200 or 210. And 200 and 210 is still pretty bad.
It just keeps going, my friend.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about Henry Davis's batting average, so we don't want any applause. You're not even pressing play a couple of times? No. This is the whole thing?
Yeah, Callis has this on a loop, apparently.
Does it loop again? Let's hear.
Nope, fades out.
Loop 3 times. I guess that makes sense.
No, there's still something
There's
going.
Some chatter in the background.
Unreal. It is a 6-second hotkey.
That just keeps playing.
Yeah. It's almost as good as the Ron Cook laugh.
Yeah, let's fire that up at some point. Not now.
Yeah, we got business to take care of.
Yeah, we've got business to take care of. I'd be all for the move, meaning that Henry Davis hitting 200 or 210 was your backup catcher. That's fine. The problem is that Henry Davis would need to hit 60 points higher to get to 200 or 210. That's atrocious. He stinks. And they are holding on to the fact that Henry Davis was the number 1 overall pick. And they are holding on to the fact that Paul Skeens wants to throw to him every time Paul Skeens toes the rubber. I will very much eat my words, eat crow, walk it all back if Stratton, once he is elevated to the Pirates roster, he was assigned to AAA Indianapolis for the time being. If Hunter Stratton comes up here and is by far and away one of the better relievers in this bullpen and automatically makes the bullpen better because it's been so bad, okay, fine. I'll eat crow then. But we're not there yet. And I'm not sure we'll get there because I don't know how much Hunter Stratton moves the needle. 412-928-9370 is the number to react to the Joey Bart trade to the Braves for our old friend Hunter Stratton. Let's talk about this series against the Rockies. And the series we're coming off of in Sacramento for whatever reason against the Oakland Athletics. I know why they're playing there. I just think it's silly. I really don't think it's an exaggeration when I say that that game on Tuesday night, right, 4-0 after an inning, it felt like the season was on the brink of collapse. And I understand that we're 75 games into the season, but with the way that game was trending and what had happened leading up to that game, another loss, at least in the way it was shaping up to be at the time, could have potentially been dismantling enough that if it went down that way, the Pirates might not have been able to fully recoup. Instead, Brian Reynolds, guy, how about him in June? I mean, say what you want about, and when we look at this Pirates offense, right, and look at the numbers, a bunch of them are top 10 in baseball. It's because they now have Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn. But, like, if we want the Pirates to be the team that we expected them to be this season, one that's in the wild card hunt or potentially a postseason player, that only works when Brian Reynolds is playing well, too. Like it or not, he is a guy that's been a franchise mainstay. And, again, when the Pirates are at their best, he still needs to be a relevant bat and somewhat of a force in that lineup. And he's been, and he came through. And Brandon Lau, the game winner on Tuesday night, that home run was something that Brandon Lau desperately needed. Again, 40 home run pace almost, maybe an all-star second baseman, but a guy that was hitting like 170 in June. Slump. Lau needed that moment to get back on track. And even though the bullpen gave up 2 runs in each of the 2 games, it didn't matter. They still won, and all those guys jumped on a plane to Denver, happy as clams. And all of that matters. In the way that series ended, come from behind win, blowout win to close out that series with a win against the Athletics. Positive vibes, good juju, whatever you want to call it. Heading into this series against the Rockies, who suck. They're the worst team in baseball. 28-47 is the worst mark in the bigs. And you're entering this season on the road against that team in a ballpark where the ball flies further than anywhere in the country. You know, I said this yesterday on Pomp and Joe during the 5 alarm. Very fired up to be able to be with those guys for all 4 hours.
Pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very kindly. You know, I'm not only placing the expectation, and I said this in the last segment, not only am I expecting this team to win all 3 games this weekend, I'm also expecting them to score at least 5 runs in each game. Now, obviously, if they win all 3 games 1-0, I'm still going to be relatively happy because they won all 3 games. But the Pirates are a top 10 offense in baseball, and the ball goes in this ballpark this weekend, and the Rockies stink, especially their pitching. Their pitching is vomit-worthy. I'll get to the Rockies offense in a little bit because despite their record, and it's mostly because their pitching is as bad as it was. Their offense is actually pretty good. We'll get to the Rockies offense in a moment. Talked about what the series against the Athletics should be able to do from a confidence side of things. There are things and have been things building up confidence-wise for somebody that you'd like to think in theory should pay off, and that's for Bubba Chandler. Only giving up 2 runs in each of his last 2 starts. Pitch count high. Couldn't get out of the 6th inning in either one, even though he probably should have in the last one, but that's neither here nor there. Nonetheless, a couple of pretty good starts from Bubba the last 2 times out, especially compared to, unfortunately, what we've seen a decent chunk of from him this season. And I'm fairly confident that the Pirates can achieve the expectations this weekend that I've placed on them. Sweep this team, score a lot of runs. But a lot of that weighs on Bubba Chandler tonight. Rockies, again, I said I was going to talk about their offense. 7th in team batting average, 9th in team OPS in all of baseball. And yeah, the ball travels in that stadium as well. Should bode well for the Pirates, without a doubt. But in the same breath, it also could potentially work against Bubba Chandler. Ironically, Chandler has pitched what I would call significantly better on the road this season than at home. His ERA away from PNC Park almost a full point lower than it is in Pittsburgh. So the Pirates have that going for them, which is nice.
Caddyshack.
You're welcome. Skeens tomorrow on paper, you'd be a moron not to place a wager on the Pirates to win, but for whatever reason, they haven't won with Skeens on the mound since like May 12th. But that should bode well for them, and then you've got Jones on Sunday. But the bigger story when it comes to the starting pitchers this weekend is how bad the ones that are throwing for the Rockies are. Tomoyuki Sagano is the best pitcher, at least by the numbers, starting pitcher the Pirates will see this weekend. A 7-4 record with a 4.79 ERA. The other 2 guys are pushing 8. Kyle Freeland is 1-7 with a 7.98 ERA. He's going to see this version of this team, obviously no Griffin and no Cruz, but this version of the Pirates is A lineup because they were off yesterday. And he's 1-7 with an 8 ERA. Again, Bubba's struggled in this ballpark, and the Rockies' offense is better, much better than the pitching for the Rockies. But for the love of God, beat the team with the guy throwing on the mound that's got an 8 ERA. And then Michael Lorenzen on Sunday, his ERA is better, but it's still in the 7s. They've got 2 guys. The Pirates are facing 2 guys with ERAs north of 7 this weekend. And the best starting pitcher they'll face is pushing 5. For the love of everything, under God's green earth, sweep this team.
Do you remember that insane game last year in Colorado?
Yeah, I remember it. I told this story yesterday, too. This should surprise no one. That was during the Friday Night Lights practice at Steelers training camp. And obviously there's a time difference in Colorado versus here. So by the time the night practice ended and everybody finished up, their work responsibilities, most of the Steelers media congregates at Sharky's, one of my favorite bars on planet Earth. So by the time we all get to Sharky's Friday night, waning moments, waning innings of that game. And what happened. And if you're unfamiliar, the Pirates were winning 16-11. And the Rockies scored 5 in the bottom of the 9th and 1. And you know who was like a pig in slop watching that game?
Cabali?
Absolutely he was.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason, that guy who talks about all the time how much he played Little League Baseball, I would assume growing up in this area, loves the Pirates. Loved the Pirates at least. For whatever reason, that guy finds more joy than anything in his life than when the Pirates struggle.
Yeah, that's
I don't
par
get it.
for the course with him. They were up 9-0 in that game, by the way, after 1 inning.
Yeah.
That was right after they traded Bednar, and
the Holder man was still not holding.
Yeah. Had they just gone to Santana as the closer, or who was?
It would have been Santana.
Yeah, I think it was like the first game for Santana as the closer because they had traded Bednar. And I just remember that was just a surreal night because I was listening to the game. I was meeting a friend down in Oakland, and just hearing the Pirates teeing off, like they obviously batted around and then some. I think Cruz might have hit like a grand slam. Kutch had a first inning home run.
Kutch had 5 RBI in that game.
It was 9-0 after 1 inning.
Yep.
That's an all-timer game. Not in a good way, but in one that I think 10 years from now we'll still remember, unfortunately. Or for Cabali, fortunately.
Kind of like that horrendous play in the infield. Who was the first baseman that
Will Craig?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That still pops up on the timeline every now and again.
Wouldn't call that great.
No, not at all. 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase this Saturday. Tomorrow, parents and coaches send us an email at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and we may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Also, where you can still donate to the already $62,000 and change raised at the Fan 5 Alarm this weekend. Donations, we're still taking them at 937thefan.com to help local VFDs. 412-928-9370. Sweeper bust is my expectation this weekend for the Pirates against the worst team in baseball. Is it too aggressive? 412-928-9370. And the Joey Bart trade. If you missed it, Bart to the Braves for Hunter Stratton as the Pirates part ways with one of their three catchers and get back some, in theory, bullpen help. How do you feel about it? 412-928-9370. We'll get to the phones when we come back on the Fan Morning Show. I'm Jack Hillgrove filling in for Crowley and Doran on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Well, if the Pirates are going to sweep the Rockies, it's got to begin tonight. Pittsburgh in Colorado, 8:40 the first pitch. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the pitching matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That begins at 7:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, visit 937thefan.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 5-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents.
Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Julian Gray Associates is proud to support the Fan 5-Alarm fundraiser this month. Now, more than ever, our local volunteer fire departments need our support. The soaring cost of equipment and the demand for fire department participation has never been higher. Julian Gray Associates extends a special thank you to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, its partners, and most importantly, you, the listener, for your efforts. Together, let's create awareness and drive funds to such a great cause. Our local volunteer fire departments.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to JoeBallGM.com.
Turn a night at Firehouse Subs into your organization's best fundraiser. That's right, you can raise money for your school, church, community, or nonprofit just by eating subs. And the crew at Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings will help make it happen. The more invitations your group distributes and redeems, the bigger your donation will be. Stop by Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, Butler, PA, or give them a call, 724-841-0114 to learn more today.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Emergency surveyors out working today along I-79 and the Route 60 and Parkway West interchange ramps in Robinson and Kennedy Townships, so don't be surprised if you run into some shoulder restrictions between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Carter in about an hour, 8 o'clock, top of the hour. And then it's G. Brownie, Greg Brown at 9 a.m. on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the guys on the Fan Morning Show. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Passing showers today. High of Paul Coffey, Broderick Jones, Zbynek Michalek. Maybe. Remember him? Defenseman in like the early 2010s Penguins? Or did he wear a single... Why did I think 77 for Zbynek Michalek?
Now we're going to have to investigate.
Yeah, we are. Four. Yeah, not even anywhere close.
Jeff Carter?
That's probably who I'm thinking of. Do we have a Pirate that wore 77? Josh Harrison wore 62. Jordy Mercer wore 69. Should have never changed.
Necessarily.
Why did he change his number?
It's a spring training number, right?
No, he wore it, I think, in the regular... You remember that? Like, guys would get called up and have, like, stupid numbers in the, that you would never wear for baseball, and then they would, like, switch. DJ Carrasco in 2010. Oh, my God, Brandon Benoit wears 77 right now. Come on, Sean.
Sorry.
Luis Escobar in 2019.
Don't remember him.
Josh Palacios.
Oh, I know him. Yep.
Absolutely. How could we forget? And Brandon Benoit right now. You know who wore 78? Thomas Harrington when he got called up for that one start in Tampa last year, and then we haven't seen him since. And Wei Chung Wang in 2019.
It's a pretty esteemed group. Do you remember Elmer Descends? Was he 73?
No. Horrible guy Felipe Vasquez was number 73, though.
Elmer Descends was 71. So he probably would not be the first 71 that comes to mind in Pittsburgh.
No, Ji-Wan Bae wore 71 for the Pirates in 2022. That's who we're talking about.
Do you remember Paul Coffey, by the way? I know he's before your time.
I know Paul Coffey from being the color analyst on the Penguins broadcasts, but obviously I knew he played for the Penguins.
One of the most gifted offensive defensemen ever. Ever. And I don't know for sure if this is accurate, but I feel like it's fair to say that behind Bobby Orr, he might be number 2.
Wow, Sean. He played for a long time.
It also helped playing with Wayne Gretzky during his prime. And Mario Lemieux. Oh, yeah. He was probably almost a 20-year guy, right? Edmonton for a long time. Pittsburgh. He was in Detroit. And then Philadelphia, I want to say. Was he in...
I was thinking of... Why did I say... It's Bob Arias who I was thinking of. I know who Paul Coffey is. I'm a moron. Yeah. Edmonton... L.A., Detroit.
Look at some of his numbers
Whalers.
in Edmonton. They will blow your mind for a defenseman.
7 years in Edmonton, 209 goals. That's pretty good. Almost. Actually, he was well over a point per game player with the Oilers. 669. Love that. In 532 games, 669 points in 532 and a plus 275.
Okay, how about this?
That's way crazy.
He played in 3 consecutive years, or not play, but he was in 3 consecutive years, putting up 126 points, 121, and 138 as a defenseman. 138 points as a defenseman.
Yeah, it's nuts. That is insane.
Numbers were also a little inflated back then.
Hall of Fame, 4-time Cup winner, 8-time All-Star. Good for Paul Coffey. We know him obviously because he spent 5 years with the Penguins and
twice had 100-point seasons with the Pens.
Yeah.
As a defenseman.
Yeah, was he... But he's like, the Oilers probably claim him more than the Penguins do, don't they?
Yeah.
He's on the NHL's 100th anniversary team. So, yeah, he's on the short list for just best defenseman of all time, period. All right. We'll get back on track here at the top of the hour. I also want to get into some U.S. Open because in 12 minutes, Pittsburgh's native son, who's pretty darn good at golf these days, Neil Shipley, tees off at 7:12. And Jake Solon, another Pittsburgh boy, in it this weekend at Shinnecock, tees off at 9:02. Shipley is lingering. +1. 7 back of Wyndham Clark. But 6 guys entering the round were -2. Now, that's changed because a couple of those guys that were 2 under had their round suspended yesterday due to darkness because it was delayed beforehand and then they just couldn't finish, like Matt Fitzpatrick and Dustin Johnson. But both of those guys, as they're finishing up round 1 now, are birdieing. So Fitzpatrick and DJ are -3. Both of those guys tied for 2. And Wyndham Clark's got to finish up his round 1 still, and he's -6. Coming up later on the show, Sean Myers, how about a bonus Sunday same-game parlay on a Friday?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. If you're unfamiliar with my game, when I host on this fine radio station, this award-winning radio station on Sunday mornings, I put together a same-game parlay for the Pirate game that Sunday. It's terrible. We've lost every one. I'm 0 for 10 this season. But it's fun.
Just means you're due.
Yeah. So it is not a Pirates same-game parlay tonight. I will save that for Sundays. We've got a Team USA Australia same-game parlay plus a couple of U.S. Open bets. That's coming up later in the show. I placed a pair of wagers on who will be leading after round 2. I consulted with the great Pomp and got his take on it last night as well. Spoiler alert, it's not the guy who now has a 3-shot lead. Again, that plus a bonus Sunday same-game parlay for Team USA Augusta Australia at 3. That's coming up, all the betting stuff in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break, come back with more on the Pirates. Joey Bart and Atlanta Brave. Hunter Stratton back with the Pirates. How do you feel about it? 412-928-9370. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates start their series in Colorado tonight against the Rockies. 8:40 the first pitch. Kyle Freeland will be throwing it for the Rocks. Bubba Chandler opposes for the Buccos. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And although it was suspended due to darkness yesterday, the first round nearly concluded at the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. Wyndham Clark still leading the way. He is at 6 under. 3 players currently are at 3 under par. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Good morning. It'll be comfy for your Juneteenth and Father's Day weekend. We'll hit the mid-70s both today and Saturday for highs, with Sunday highs near 80 degrees. I expect a couple of isolated showers around this afternoon and some scattered showers, and maybe even a storm or two will be possible on Saturday. Hey, getting back to today, skies will be mostly sunny for the day. Temperatures are in the 50s right now, with noon temperatures in the mid to low 70s. Winds will be out of the west at about 15 miles an hour. I'm KDK First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley.
Summer is heating up, and there's a brand new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe. Welcome to the family at Smale Chevrolet. Ready to hit the road? Take advantage advantage of their hottest deal yet. 0% financing for 5 years on all new 2026 Silverado light-duty trucks. 0% for 5 years. Your perfect ride is waiting, from rugged Silverados to family-ready SUVs. Visit them on Route 30 or shop 24/7 online at smailchevrolet.com in Latrobe. Must finance through GM Financial. Not all qualify. Ends July 7th. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
PennDOT crews are out doing emergency drainage repair work on Route 8 in Richland between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays through the end of the month. Flaggers will be there to help you through the work zone, where it will be reduced to a single lane northbound between Glasgow Road and the Butler County line. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Fan Morning Show. No Crowley, no Doran, no Callis. Sean Myers in for Callis. Jack Hillgrove. Hello, everybody. Callis probably was going to take the day off because, even if he didn't have the holiday off, because I don't know how well 24 hours afterwards THC seltzers and ice cream pancakes mixed together. Just a horrendous combo.
He also, maybe he plays it up a little bit because that's kind of a Callis thing to do. But he was one of those guys, like when we had, the holiday party a few years ago, he wouldn't even be like 2 beers in and he'd be acting up. Like, it hits him hard.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming this was kind of the same deal yesterday.
So before we get back into the Pirates, and I'm going to take a call here. Again, my full-time gig, sports anchor for a television station in the Ohio Valley. So our boss, as bosses do, email to the masses the work schedules couple, 2-3 weeks in advance. So we get that yesterday. And one of our employees, I won't call them out, but because I've done this, and I'll tell the story about when I did this for Odyssey, fired off like a couple of grievances they had with the schedule to Reply All.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and like everybody gets it because our boss like emails the entire newsroom the schedule, so it's like pretty much every employee, other than like the sales staff at our station, gets that email.
But it was supposed to go to the boss then?
Yeah, because it was just like she addresses the boss and gets into her grievance with the schedule. Hits reply all. When I requested my karaoke song at Christmas karaoke, I'm just meant to respond to Amy Mock, and I replied all to literally everybody that works at Odyssey Pittsburgh.
And we don't think of you the same ever since.
No, that's terrible. 412-928-9370. Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Mark, you ever hit reply all on an email by accident?
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, yes, I have.
I'm glad you called in, though, Mark, because I know you want to talk about Hunter Stratton. I'll ask you a question first before you get into your spiel. How much of a help, legitimately, can he be to this bullpen?
Well, if I hadn't seen him last weekend like I did when they played the Gwinnett in Jacksonville, I went up to see a couple games up there. I want to tell you, Stratton looked pretty good last week, and I would have liked to see actually the guy that from the Braves would have been Desbal Hernandez would have been my first guy. I would have liked to see if the Pirates were doing business with the Braves, but Stratton looked pretty good in 2 games up there I saw in Jacksonville. So I hope he does well. He's a great young man. He came up in the Pirate system, and he's also going to go work with Drew Bennis, who, if you recall, last year Drew Bennis was instrumental in helping David Bednar get back on track. So let's see what happens. Let's not write it out. Joey Bart's a good guy. He's going back to Atlanta, where he came up with Georgia Tech as a college player. And I think you can't block Andy Rodriguez, and you can't probably take Henry Davis out right now, even though he has an option, because you have to have somebody who has familiarity with all the pitchers. I mean, you could disrupt the chemistry there. So I kind of understand the deal. I think we have to see what happens.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mark. Before I let you go, since you brought up the buzzwords of Georgia Tech and catcher, I'm going to ask you real quick. Do the Pirates, you think, have any shot in a couple of weeks to take Von Lackey, or is he going to go before the Pirates pick?
I think Von Lackey is going to be gone before the Pirates pick. I would think he's going to be 1, 2, or 3, but we'll see what happens. I think you never know on draft day how the board shakes out.
All right, Mark, appreciate you, man. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Yeah, Von Lackey is my dream scenario for the Pirates draft this year. Top catching prospect in college. Now, granted, the last time the Pirates took the top catching prospect in college, it didn't work out really well, but he's really good and was the best bat on a really good college team this year in Georgia Tech and is a catching prospect. And despite Andy Rodriguez being pretty darn good these days, and TBD, I guess, on Rafael Flores, I think the Pirates could probably use some more catching depth in the minor leagues. So that is my wish list. But if not, I mean, we'll do some more research in the time being if they have to pivot, which it sounds like I saw a couple of mock drafts. Saw one where Lackey went 3, one where he went 2. Pirates pick 5th. So we'll see. The bullpen stinks. It's not very good. Now, I wrote this segment and I prepared this segment before the Pirates made a trade to improve their bullpen, and you can continue to react to it. I'm not the biggest fan of the trade, Bart, for Stratton in the world, but I understand it. 412-928-9370 if you want to react to it. The phone lines are wide open for you. So we're going to continue on with this segment. It's not dated or anything like that. It's not going to make me sound silly because the Pirates already traded for a guy in the bullpen. I'm going to talk about how I wish they would do more, and they should do more. Because it's a big problem. It's bad. And for whatever reason, this bad Pirates bullpen is the 3rd most utilized bullpen in baseball, Sean Myers.
And the top 2 are 2 really good teams, huh?
No, I misspoke. One of them.
I was paying such close attention to you yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it was the Rays.
I've been bamboozled.
I apologize. I thought it was the Rays and the Brewers that are utilized the most. It's the Astros and the Brewers. The Astros are like 4 or 5 games under 500.
Not good.
The Astros are have the second most utilized bullpen. The Brewers have the most used bullpen, which I think goes to show you really how good they are, because they've got the Cy Young frontrunner right now in Mizorowski. I know Christopher Sanchez is doing pretty darn well, but Miz's numbers are up there. They've got good starting pitching, and the bullpen is still used a bunch, and they win a lot of games. I might predict at some point, sooner rather than later, the Brewers to win the whole thing, but we're getting off track. Pirates bullpen used the 3rd most behind those 2 teams. Why?
Why is it being used that much? Well, it's being used that much at times because a couple starters fail to get out of the 5th inning at times and the 6th inning at times. Like Bubba Chandler has been able to get out of the 6th the last couple of times. And, we're also talking about a starting rotation that will potentially be limiting innings on Ashcraft and limiting innings on Bubba Chandler. So, yeah, maybe. But at the end of the day, the Pirates still have a starting rotation potentially with 2 All-Stars in it, in Skeens and Ashcraft. And, yes, the starting pitching has not been as good as it was, at this time last year, but it's still a pretty darn good rotation. And I think the fact that the Pirates having a bad bullpen, but also the 3rd most used bullpen of all time, not of all time, geez Louise, in 2026, is more so because the managing of it has not been ideal. Donnie Kelly, maybe the sorest of all of the black eyes that he has this season, is the way he's managing this bullpen situationally, and when he takes starters out. Ben Cherington says guys in-house, or at least he said that guys in-house could fix it and put it together internally before he traded for Hunter Stratton. But for the most part, Ben Cherington thinks they can do it internally. And like Adam Sandler said in Uncut Gems, I disagree. You ever see that film?
I've not. You know that I'm not an Adam Sandler fan, though.
I do know now.
But have you seen Hustle?
Yeah.
Love that movie.
Yeah, Adam Sandler can be a pretty, decent, legitimate actor.
Yeah, that Adam Sandler I was cool with. I enjoyed him.
Now, Jack and Jill and Hubie Halloween.
Jack and Jill was truly awful. Do you know who recommended I watch that?
Somebody that works here.
Yep.
Callis?
Nope.
Starkey?
Nope.
Dom?
Yep.
Dom likes that movie?
Yes, he heard that I was not a Adam Sandler fan.
And the first film he recommended to you to try and sway you the other way was Jack and freaking Jill?
That's right.
Dom stinks. No, he doesn't. I love Dom, but dude, come on.
That's
not a serious take. Some of the things that I think Dom is just so completely out there and out in left field that I think he actually believes with conviction. Some of the stuff I think he says just to get a rise out of people.
Yeah.
Objectively,
he takes
Jack and
after
Jill
some
is
other people at this station in that regard.
But you,
he's a big. Have you been gaslighted by Dom?
Yes.
That is what his best skill is. He is a gaslighter, and to the point now where I can't take anything he says seriously. He's lost any credibility with me.
Yeah.
But it all started when he recommended that as a movie that would get me interested in Adam Sandler.
How much do you think they had to pay Al Pacino to be in that film?
It was.
And then when Al Pacino saw the final cut, I would assume Al Pacino was at the premiere for Jack and Jill, the red carpet, and Al Pacino, Michael Corleone, had to be sitting in his seat the first time he saw Jack and Jill and had to have been unbelievably mortified.
I guess you could just laugh at yourself, right?
I don't know.
We've all had moments like that.
Yeah, probably, because the payday was probably hilarious.
Yeah.
So I guess you do laugh at yourself. But, ugh. All right. Do I get into it now or do I go to break? Let's go to break. It's the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, other ways the Pirates can fix this bullpen other than trading Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton. I have names listed. All the names listed play for bad teams. All the names listed are on expiring contracts. And one of these teams has two guys, two relief pitchers, that if the Pirates and Ben Cherington were to get a little bit more aggressive and proactive ahead of the August 3rd deadline, get them both and maybe give up a little bit of a haul. I'll let you know what team and who they are coming up next, and we'll take your phone calls at 412-928-9370. My name's Jack Hillgrove, and I'm in for Crowley and Doran on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. After a day off on Thursday, the Pirates back on the field tonight in Colorado to face the Rockies at 8:40. Kyle Freeland toes the rubber for the Rocks. The Pirates counter with Bubba Chandler. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That begins at 7:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley?
And it's summertime, it's hot, it's humid. That means you're going to be outside. You're going to be playing with your kids in the sprinkler, having barbecues, picnics, things of that nature. You need beer, and there's a great spot for you to go for all your beer needs. That is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they don't just have over 1,000 beers in stock. They don't just have tremendous customer service. They also have canned cocktails. That's right, for your summer vibe. So get out there, Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Has soccer finally arrived in the United States? Well, USA and Australia Friday night, Lumen Field in Seattle. This World Cup is already delivering big. Most of the venues right here on American soil, they are packed. The ratings through the roof before we even hit the knockout rounds. The USA actually might be good. The host nation gets their moment, and the country is watching. I'm John Lund.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and one mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hit the road in a brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4-door from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Adventure starts at just $299 a month for 36 months or score 0% APR for 36 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a
a shot!
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When disaster hits your home or business, every minute matters. Call All Dry Ross Draver Fay West, your local team for mold remediation, 24/7 water damage restoration, fire restoration, and odor removal. From burst pipes to smoke damage and everything in between, they respond fast and help restore your property quickly and professionally. Don't let damage get worse. Trust the team that's ready anytime, day or night. All Dry Ross Draver Fay West, restoring homes, restoring peace of mind. We expect the unexpected.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
If you have plans to hit the south side this weekend, be aware that PennDOT crews will be doing some inspection work Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the Birmingham Bridge. That will mean lane and shoulder restrictions in both directions. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Bellarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And it is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's normally hosted by Crowley and Doran. Neither one of those guys are here. The esteemed producer, Nicholas Harry Callis, isn't here either. It's Jack Hillgrove and Sean Myers holding down the fort for you till 10 o'clock. I believe Joe Starkey is working today.
That's the rumor, yes. Probably not Pomp.
I would venture to guess no. Chris Carter at the top of the hour. Greg Brown at 9 o'clock. A couple of guests for you this morning. 412-928-9370. It is the number as we continue to react to Joey Bart being dealt to Atlanta for Hunter Stratton. The bullpen, I guess, in theory, is getting some reinforcements, but the expense of having Henry Davis on the roster every day for the time being. So how do you feel about it? 412-928-9370. Let's start with Johnny in Cranberry. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning. First thing, Little Nicky is the worst Adam Sandler movie ever.
Jack and Little Nicky's bad, but Jack and Jill is just too horrendous for me to.
Yeah, there's some bad ones. There's some bad ones out there. But yeah, Uncut Gems and some of the other ones are. Anyway, I digress. I'll say this about the Pirate season. I had them at somewhere between 85 and 88 wins. I don't know what they're tracking currently, but they have to be damn near perfect this year to have a shot, and they have to win when Skeens is on the mound. So I play baseball. I understand pitch count. I understand saving arms. All of it. But here's my question: we all are pretty much come to the resolution that we're not going to have Skeens next year.
I don't know about next year. He's still under control. I mean, they would have to really collapse and then suck in the first half of next year for me to think that they would move on from him.
Well, I just don't know what's going to happen if we're going to go into a lockout with a salary cap situation. But my question is, I think I love Donnie Kelly, dude. I love his story. Hometown guy. I think if we're going to be really critical, like we were with Shelty, right?
He deserves it. I agree.
He had advantage. He has mismanaged so many games, and he is so predictable that I think he's like a paper bull. I don't even know if he's calling the shots. So here's my question. I'm not saying, like, throw his arm off, but this, like, hard and steadfast 100-pitch count on Skeens, with our bullpen being as shady as it is, why not ramp it up? Like, there's got to be some discretion here, like Hurdle used to do. Cut the sabermetrics and have some intuition. I mean, if we're not going to hold on to the guy, which we don't think we will, throw his arm out. Like, I mean, literally, there's been so many times that we have lost. I mean, how many losses do we have with Skeens on the mound?
It's 6 in a row, Johnny, and thanks for the call. I want to get to Donnie, not football, here in a moment. I don't know if I would pitch him until his arm falls off. That's not necessarily ethically sound.
I don't think that Skeens' group would allow that either.
No, but I think it's also reasonable to expect, like, him to be able to pitch a little bit more and maybe allow him consistently to, get into a 7th or an 8th inning if he's shy of 100 pitches. And I know they're talking about limiting Ashcraft and Chandler potentially. Chandler I get, because he has been up and down and seems like he could be a little bit of a head case confidence-wise at times. But Braxton Ashcraft, and I'm one of those people too that, like, okay, I understand why Jared Jones had an arm injury at this point in his career and Paul Skeens didn't. Jared Jones is a smaller guy than Paul Skeens. And I think size and stature, because if you're, 6'5", 260 or whatever Paul Skeens is versus Jared Jones, you've got to pitch a little bit differently. And maybe that had something to do with Jared Jones having a pretty serious arm injury early on in his career, and Paul Skeens haven't. Braxton Ashcraft's a relatively big guy. Along that line of thinking, I don't really think there's some training wheels there. And more importantly, Braxton Ashcraft might be an all-star. Why are we talking about that guy needing to limit his innings? Let him pitch. It is a fine line. I understand it. Tommy John and arm injuries are more prevalent now than they've ever been. And guys throw harder now than they ever have before. But at some point, you've got to get a little bit more aggressive and allow your starters to throw, especially when the bullpen stinks. Again, the Pirates have the 3rd most used bullpen in baseball. And believe it or not, they're like 19th in baseball in bullpen ERA. Believe it or not, there are 11 teams worse than the Pirates as far as the bullpen is concerned. It might not seem like that, but there is. But nonetheless, the 3rd most used bullpen in Major League Baseball should not be the 19th best bullpen in Major League Baseball. Not even close. Not Donnie Football, but another Donnie, is on the fan hotline this morning. Hello, Donnie.
Hey, Jack. I just wanted to touch base with the Bart trade and everything. He definitely, he was the odd man out. There's no way we could keep 3 catchers. And Rodriguez is hitting the hell out of the ball.
So you're okay with Henry Davis being the backup?
No, I think they should have sent him down. Does he have any options to be sent down?
He does, and Bart doesn't. I was confused because I thought you said you think that Bart being the odd man out was the right call. You think that they should have kept Bart and sent Davis down?
I think I didn't know Davis. They could still send Davis down. That's what they should have did and kept Bart. You would think that they would be putting everything they can into Davis being able to hit better.
Yeah.
He's a dead pull hitter. He had a mistake the other night in Oakland. I think it came off the end of the bat that he hit one to the right side. He never – you would think that they would have somebody hitting with him every day to get him to use the middle of the field or right field. he's so much a Deadpool hitter. It's crazy. But defensively, he's one of the best.
Yeah, which was not on anybody's bingo card, Donnie. Thanks for the call, man. Enjoy your Friday. Pomp and I talked about that yesterday during the 5 Alarm. Pomp said, if I would have told you when he was drafted, the scouting report was best college hitter, defense behind the plate needs some work. And 5 years later, after he was drafted, he's a 140 hitter in 2026, and he's actually one of the better defensive catchers in baseball, according to the metrics. It was on nobody's bingo card. And the defensive improvements and where Henry Davis's defense is right this minute, combined with Skeens and other guys just prefer to throw to Henry Davis, keep him on the roster instead of a guy like Joey Bart. And again, the question this morning, and the question we're going to find the answer out to eventually, is was the juice worth the squeeze? Was keeping Henry Davis on the roster every day for the time being worth Hunter Stratton? Or I should flip that around. Was Hunter Stratton worth having Henry Davis on the roster every day for the time being? We'll find out if Hunter Stratton comes up to the big league level and is one of the better relievers, and the bullpen is better now with Hunter Stratton than it was before, then yes, it's worth it. Because the bullpen's the weakest link on the team. But if Hunter Stratton comes up here and blends right in with Johan Ramirez and Mason Montgomery, and it seems like everybody else in the bullpen not named Soto or Sisk, was it worth it? Let's go to Ron in Latrobe. Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, Jack. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate you guys.
Yep, thank you, sir.
So I just wanted to kind of weigh in. The previous callers, I agree with the one gentleman who spoke about Donnie Kelly. I'm sure he's a wonderful human being, Pittsburgh guy. I'm rooting for the guy. I want him to be successful. But I think we have to look at so many other options in terms of where the criticism lies. I don't hear anybody talking about our pitching coach. I believe his name is Bill Murphy.
Yep.
Like, Skeens, you couldn't have Skeens throwing his arm off when he's up to 60 pitches by the third inning. So the problem I'm seeing with this team, among so many, is where is the feedback and the coaching coming? Skeens used to get swings and misses, but the other teams are on to him now, and they're being more patient, and he's getting his pitch count run up so early in these games. Like, where's the coaching with Skeens about and I got to believe that the guy's capable of better control and getting the ball on the edges and into the strike zone more so that, he's getting, not running his pitch count up so much. The guy's at 3-2 on almost every hitter through the first 3 innings. It's obscene.
Yeah, Ron, thanks for the call. I have thoughts. I'm going to wait on them because Dave in Delmont also wants to talk about Bill Murphy. So, Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I listened to Pony earlier in the week, and he made a lot of sense. Why would you get rid of our coach, when we had the second best pitching staff for this guy from I don't know where he came from, and then Skeens, and I get it, you're trying to throw pitches to strike people out, but he's missing so bad off the plate that these batters aren't even coming close to swinging at him. He's wasting 15 to 20 pitches when they're not even close to the strike zone. So I don't know who's doing what, but why would you get rid of the pitching coach? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Dave. Appreciate the call. Thanks for chiming in this morning. That's why I wanted to wait, because Ron paved the way for Dave there, because when Dave called in and talked to Sean, he must have said he wants to talk about the pitching coach. And Sean's a good producer and wrote that down. So I waited. I've wondered all those things myself. Everything that we've heard, and I believe I heard Pony ask this to Jason Mackey, and Jason Mackey essentially said, yeah, what happened was at the end of last season, pitchers, wouldn't say who, not sure anybody knows who, but pitchers on the team voice their opinions. I don't know if it was to Don Kelly or to Ben Cherington or who, and say, yeah, you know what? We like Oscar Marin, but we feel like we could use somebody else as our pitching coach to unlock us. Well, they were like 7th last year in team ERA. That's pretty good. That's a top 10 in baseball. And now I believe they're 18th or 19th. Hindsight 2020, yes. But remember the whole conversation last year when Donnie Kelly was getting ready to take over for a whole season, for his first full season that we're in, and Oscar Marin loses his job and Matt Haig doesn't? And everybody's like, the pitching was actually really good, and the offense wasn't. Why is the hitting coach keeping his job and the pitching coach isn't? Well, now on June 19th, 2026, that is a fantastic question, because it all of a sudden seems like all Matt Haig needed was like a couple of pretty good actual major league bats to stand in the batter's box 7 nights a week. And the Pirates' offense is what it is. Pitching's regressed. And there ain't no doubt about it. 412-928-9370. I teased it for this segment, so we'll get into it very quickly. Couple of guys I'm keeping my eye on that I don't think would cost a whole lot to trade for, and they should do it right now. The trade deadline's August 3rd. Get the ball rolling, Ben Cherington. Get on the phone this minute. Give you a couple of names. Number one, how about somebody that will probably pitch against them, maybe even tonight, Sean Myers? Antonio Senzatela. Rockies stink. Talked about that in the last segment. Actually, pretty much all morning. 2.29 ERA, a whip of 1.04. This one might, if Bob Nutting is like intrigued by what I'm saying right now, make it $12 million right now. And now Bob Nutting tunes out. But, again, might be a little bit too pricey for the owner, but a club option for next year. So he could potentially be a rental. The Pirates, if they were to trade for him, could say in the offseason, we have the right to not continue this for 2027. You could do that and make the guy a free agent. So, older guy, potentially a rental, might not cost a whole lot. Same for this guy. John Schreiber, mentioned him a few times. 2.73 ERA for the Royals. Cheaper. He's making a little over $3 million this year, and he's also a rental. And part of the reason why I mentioned both of those guys is because their whips are low, their ERAs are low. They're also low strikeout guys. That might not be super enticing for you folks that like good bullpens, because usually good bullpens have guys that strike people out in late innings. But I feel like high strikeout guys might be a little bit more expensive. And the narrative every year around trade season and trade deadline season is you got to overpay for relievers. And I'm at the point now with the Pirates bullpen, like, let's crawl before we walk with it and walk before we run. Just get some guys in here that don't allow runs. Those are two guys.
Senzatela is very interesting because I'm doing a little deeper dive. I knew that he had a really bad 2025.
Yeah, he did.
But he had a really bad 2025 as a starter. He basically has been a starter all the way through his major league career up until this year. And so I'm wondering if moving to the bullpen has unlocked something, which is very possible because it's a completely different approach when you're working one inning or, getting 4 outs as opposed to being a starting pitcher. So a guy that has started, 80% of his appearances, he's now seemingly thriving in a new role. So maybe it is a little bit more sustainable because when I see a guy that has a 6.65 ERA a year ago, I figure it's only a matter of time until he regresses to that mean. He's going to falter as a reliever. But maybe this has been his calling all along. And we have seen times where guys fail as a starter, thrive as a reliever. Well, he got a long opportunity as a starter, and it just really wasn't working the last few years. But maybe this will be a a rejuvenation for his career working out of the bullpen.
My big trade. It's not for Aroldis Chapman. Chapman's going to get the Red Sox a haul. Like a .8 ERA. The Cuban Missile still hums it in there. Like he'll get a lot. And this trade might cost the Pirates a decent amount of money. But it makes more sense. Money. Prospects. It makes more sense in my mind because these guys could potentially be around. Get the LA Angels on the phone. This franchise needs studied. They need a documentary. How in the living hell did the LA Angels have the best player in baseball in his prime in Mike Trout, and then still a pretty darn good version of Mike Trout along with Ohtani on the roster at the same time, and they just stunk? How does that happen? I don't get it. They need, like, the fact that the Angels have not won anything with Mike Trout needs a documentary, a 30 for 30 or something. So they're close to a rebuild. They need to rebuild. Trout's on the wrong side of 30. They should probably trade Mike Trout at the deadline and just expedite the rebuild and say thanks for the memories, Mike Trout. 2 relief pitchers on the Angels I like. Sam Bachman, 3.31 ERA this season, and he is a strikeout guy. 32 1/3, I think, innings, 35 strikeouts. Bachman and the Angels open up a different possibility again. If Ben Cherington wants to get more aggressive, you can get a guy like Bachman. You can get a guy like Chase Silseth, a 1.71 ERA. Both of those guys are good now. Both of those guys could be good under club control for several years. And I would be willing to part ways with prospects maybe similar to what you would part ways with for Chapman for 2 guys that are going to be around for a while. Because you're not going to re-sign Chapman at the end of the season if you traded for him. And the Angels need to rebuild. And a rebuilding team doesn't need 2 relief pitchers that are going to be around. Because like any team that builds from the ground up, rebuilds and adds and pushes towards contention, the last thing you need to build and the easiest thing to build is a bullpen. And that's why so many people are upset with Ben Cherington right this minute, because the bullpen's the easiest thing to put together. Trade for both of those guys. Give up anybody not named Seth Hernandez. And if they can get both of those guys, Silseth, sub-2 ERA, Bachman, strikeout an inning, 3.30 ERA, under league club control for the next couple of years, if they can make that trade for anybody not named Seth Hernandez, I'm doing it. Because those guys will also be here through the Skeens window. 93.7 The Fan trading cards brought to you by Baseball Card Castle. They're available. You can go there. You can pick up the cards, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. Picks and stats of our fan hosts. You can pick them up there at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, or anytime we're out in the community like we were for the Fan 5 Alarm. Nick Callis signed a Austin City Limits trading card, and I don't think Austin City Limits has ever even signed his own trading card, so that was pretty funny. 412-928-9370. More on the Pirates bullpen, more on the Bart trade before we get to Chris Carter at the top of the hour. I'm Jack Hillgrove. We'll be back in a few minutes on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. Pirates in Colorado to begin their series against the Rockies tonight. 8:40 the first pitch. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the matchup on the Hill. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you could check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
Thinking about tackling a project this summer, but not sure where to start or where to get your materials? Give Reed Building Supply a call. I know the team at Reed Building Supply for years, and what sets them apart is their customer service. They're knowledgeable, reliable, and always willing to help you find the right products for your job. Whether you need TimberTech decking, flooring, vinyl windows, Hardy LP, or vinyl siding, doors, cabinets, stone, or more, Reed Building Supply has you covered. Plus, they pride themselves on being dependable and on time. And right now, they're offering special savings on select AZEK siding products, including discounts and rebates for a limited time. Visit them online at reedbuildingsupply.com or give them a call, 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320. And make sure you tell them Doran sent you.
Well, thank you, Doran. How about a message from you, Mr. Crowley?
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
It's the Summer Sticker Sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Craving the perfect roll? From the volcano roll to precise Scottish salmon sashimi, Jimmy Wan's brings fresh, bold flavors to the table. Family owned since 1985. Join them for dinner or happy hour in Cranberry and Fox Chapel. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray and Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use True Fan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop crownjeep.com. See the for details on all offers.
In retirement, there's only two things that matter: income and growing your money. You don't spend a portfolio, you spend reliable, predictable cash flow month after month. I'm Brian Quaranta at Secure Money Advisors. We specialize in retirement income strategies built to help protect what you've earned and turn savings into sustainable income. As a fiduciary, our job is to make sure that you don't run out of money and you've got a strategy to keep pace with inflation. To learn more, claim your copy of my complimentary book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Berg Proud Challenge gaining momentum, and we need you. Join the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/Odyssey PGH. Jack Hillgrove on the Fan Morning Show, filling in for Crowley, filling in for Doran, and taking calls on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years, beginning with Paul in Washington. I needed to see who called in first. Paul, you beat Steve to the punch. Paul, good morning.
Mr. Hillgrove, it's not Sunday morning. I don't know how to react.
Hopefully with joy and laughter.
Okay, let's get right to it, Mr. Hillgrove. Do you really, in your heart of hearts, trust a person who, when all is said and done, is going to be 12 out of 13 seasons that will be losing seasons as a GM, someone that gave up David Bednar for a bag of M&Ms and hasn't done much else, hasn't really stalked the farm system? I mean, he has, Paul, but no, to answer your question, no. In the grand scheme of things, no, I don't trust Ben Cherington, but they have to try. They have to try, and Ben Cherington is the GM right now. The worst thing they could do is stay dormant at the deadline with as bad as this bullpen has been. They have to try. Do I trust Cherington? No, but he's there, and he has to do it. Jack, one other thing. Do you really trust Donnie Kelly?
No, because Paul, but he's the manager right now, and they're like 5 games out of a wild card spot. What are they going to do? Fire the manager in the middle of the season? No. They're going to fire the GM? No. They should have in the offseason. No, not even 5 games. What the hell am I talking about? They're 1 game out of a wild card spot. They've got to try. They cannot sit still. Steve in Gibsonia wants to talk about the trade deadline. Steve, please don't say that they should sit still.
I hope they don't, but do you think teams are afraid of the trade deadline with the blackout coming up in December?
Maybe, but I don't know, because think about it. I mean, how often do guys under major league control get traded at the deadline? It's usually for rentals to make a push. I don't know if that's the issue. Maybe it is. I have no idea. But I think the more pressing issue with the trade deadline and why it's a little bit more difficult to navigate is because the playoffs been expanded for a couple of years, and there's more teams, in contention for a playoff spot than there used to be. Like, if you look at the wild card standings right now, Steve, the Mets are 7 games under 500, but they're only 5 games out of a wild card spot. The Detroit Tigers are 14 games under 500 in the American League and 6.5 games out of a wild card spot. In the past, 14 games under 500, adios. I mean, you're done. Start selling and sell now. Really, the Angels, the Rockies, and the Red Sox, and maybe the Tigers, even though they're only 6.5 out. But there's only 3 right now, maybe 3 definite teams across baseball that are absolute sellers this very minute.
And my other point is, for if they do get a lockout and they get a salary cap on the floor, what happens with the current contracts for the ball players? What goes on with that?
I mean, I would assume, Steve, and thanks for the call, they stay the same. They're not going to get adjusted. There's not going to be a salary cap. There might be a salary floor. I would have a hard time believing they institute a cap, because there are a lot of players like Paul Skeens that are like, hell to the no when it comes to the salary cap in baseball, and it's going to cause an issue. How about, did you see, I don't know if this was reported or if this was, I would assume it was reported. I don't think it was officially put out by either body here. One of the proposals from the Players Association included not allowing high school athletes to be drafted.
It was very bizarre.
Alex Stumpf had the quote tweet that sums it up in a nutshell. Imagine watching Connor Griffin right now and thinking that he isn't a Major League Baseball player.
Because it would require guys to be 2 years out of high school. They'd have to play 2 years collegiately.
Stupid. Dumb as hell.
Yeah, I don't really know why they would need to make that change, to be honest. I think they want to contract more minor league teams, potentially.
And the fact that like stuff like that is getting thrown into these potential CBA proposals makes me think that they're going to play baseball next year. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's no baseball at all in 2027, but it's going to be an abbreviated season. And I think if you said that they would play less than half of a full 162-game slate, that's not a hot take. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Showers today, potentially a high of 77. Chris Carter, as we transition to the gridiron, joined us in a few minutes. We're talking Steelers with the Steelers beat man from the PG. Training camp, first practice, less than 6 weeks away. Carter joins us next. We're with you until 10 o'clock on the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates made a trade as they sent catcher Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves for reliever Hunter Stratton, who was in Pittsburgh a few seasons ago. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
And it's summertime. It's hot. It's humid. That means you're going to be outside. You're going to be playing with your kids in the sprinkler, having barbecues, picnics, things of that nature. You need beer, and there's a great spot for you to go for all your beer needs. That is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they don't just have over 1,000 beers in stock. They don't just have tremendous customer service. They also have canned cocktails. That's right, for your summer vibe. So get out there, Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Join us in Point State Park July 4th beginning at 4 p.m. for free family fun, music, food, and much, much more. Then pop across the river to the North Shore for music on the PNC Great Line. And enjoy the Remax Hot Air Balloon and the brand new Pyatt Company Salute the Service Wheel. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Book us. 2 men and
TargetJunkTruck.com. Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
You'll see surveyors out working today along I-79 and the Route 60 and Parkway West interchange ramps in Robinson and Kennedy Townships, so don't be surprised if you run into some shoulder restrictions between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony for the power of Bowser. June is here, the sun is shining, and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, lease a 2026 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for just $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Lease for 36 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Hit to BowserChippewa.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
PennDOT crews are out doing emergency drainage repair work on Route 8 in Richland between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays through the end of the month. Flaggers will be there to help you through the work zone, where it will be reduced to a single lane northbound between Glasgow Road and the Butler County line. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, The Firm. We're all in.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the guys on a Friday on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Fan Twitter poll, Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. It's on Twitter, brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Fan Twitter brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. We now go to the Fan Hotline, and you can see him on the Fan video stream. Chris Carter from the PG. Chris, good morning. Happy to talk to you this morning.
Jack, it's always a good time to chat with you, sir.
Yeah, you might have a different opinion about it after my first question. Brendan Sorsby, chance of that happening. Is Brendan Sorsby going to be in black and gold in a few weeks? What percent chance would you give it at? I'm sorry I had to ask you.
-20.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I get the people that are just like, you just need to go get in every quarterback that exists and shove them into the Steelers locker room and see which one works. But the quarterback position, you want the best decision maker. You want the guy who's going to see the field and read the field and make the best calls and be the leader and all that. This guy made the worst decision you could make as far as breaking the rules that are obviously set in sport. And he did it 9,000 times. And when you look at Brendan Sorsby, and when you look at what his situation is, he wasn't even like a dominant quarterback. He was a solid quarterback this past year. I watched him. We did a series covering the top quarterbacks in college football for the Post-Gazette all last season. And there was a point where he was kind of in the middle of the pack where I was like, okay, he's doing well. But towards the end of the year, when the heat turned up, people started to see what he was doing. He started not performing as well, and his team fell off quite a bit. And so for me, it would have been different if Brendan Sorsby never had this scandal, went to Texas Tech, lit it up with them, and then he was in the draft. And I'd be like, okay, there's something there. But there is no way, any shape or form, that the Steelers should consider Brendan Sorsby when you've got a gambling problem. And again, he gambled against his own offense. He bet the under against the offense that he was on. I'm sorry, there's nothing. Why would I want that circus for me as a GM? And why would I want that circus for my players who, as soon as something goes wrong, everyone might be looking at the guy like, is he on the take? No, there's no chance the Steelers want that.
Yeah, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. The betting and all the evidence there is enough for me. But like, even beside that, like if we put that aside for a moment and talk pure football, right? Like we're talking about this team. Oh, are they going to keep 4 quarterbacks? Number one, why bring 5 in? And if you can't keep 4, and number 2, and I watched him a little bit as well, and I'm no, elite ball knower or former coach or anything like that, but I went into the highlight tape I watched of Brendan Sorsby, and I said, okay, after we're done watching this, are we going to really think that there are throws that Brendan Sorsby can make that Drew Aller or Will Howard can't? And I don't think that's the case, especially for Drew Aller. Like, long story short, I don't think that Sorsby stands above and beyond a guy like Drew Aller, who they just took in the 3rd round.
No, I agree. I just don't think that he was like, I also got to cover Brendan Sorsby in person because 2 years ago, he went up against Pitt, built a 27-7 lead, and Pitt came back and beat him 28-27 in his house. He got out quarterbacked by Eli Holstein that game. So, I've seen him, and look, I think that again, if he was on the rise and had one more year, that would have been his ticket to say, hey, I could be a 1st-round quarterback. but it didn't happen, and now you have this huge issue. So I'm staying away from it entirely. And look, as a person who you kind of does know ball and does study quarterbacks and does study things, there's certain things that he does that I think are interesting. I think his fundamentals are a little bit sharper than some of the other quarterback projects out there, and I like some of his decisions that he makes, but he's not the full package. And there are some guys in this draft class who could be the full package this year, and I'd say there's a lot more guys who you could look at this upcoming quarterback class and the projected quarterback class who have a higher chance. There's more guys that have a chance at being a first round pick than this past season. So I would, if I'm any NFL team, I'm not touching, because you draft this guy, whatever round of the supplemental draft, you're losing that pick in the upcoming draft. So why would I give up that when there's going to be plenty of other quarterbacks who are talented and not attached to this giant scandal?
Chris Carter, the PG, with us on the Fan Hotline. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Where does he go, though? To me, it just screams Jets, just something that they would have absolutely zero problem with bringing into their locker room with no remorse whatsoever. And, I mean, they could use potentially some quarterback help. Now, the Browns have been thrown out there. Does he go anywhere at all, Chris? Or do you think that there's a chance that no team wants anything to do with him?
I think that is a chance. And also I think it's important to note that the reports were that he has applied for the supplemental draft. I haven't seen the official thing that he is now definitely in the supplemental draft, because I've seen like reports by, other national NFL reporters that are closer to this that are saying that, like, the NFL could deny it and just be like, because their player conduct policy, could extend to a person before their time in the NFL when it comes to something like this. The NFL might say, we don't want this problem, because if you're a player who gambles on your own team in the NFL, you're done. I mean, when you walk into the Steelers locker room, there's a big sign that it's NFL mandated. It's in every locker room. They do not gamble. Don't do it. Don't sign on FanDuel. Don't do none of that stuff. And so when you look at that, it's prescribed all across of sports. It's been known since eternity. I think it'll be very wise if the whole NFL just says, like the NCAA basically pressured him into doing, was saying, you know what, man, your sports career is done. We glad that you're getting help for your issue, but you need to move on with your life's work and find something else. So if I'm any NFL manager, I am not touching this kid with a 69.5-foot pole.
I agree. Let's get to some more pressing issues like Joey Porter Jr. What have you heard? Any new developments since the team left the Southside facility for the time being before camp at St. Vincent? And also, is there any chance before training camp that this deal gets done? Or is this one of those, prototypical, first week of camp extensions that we've seen in the past with guys like Deontay Johnson, TJ Watt, et cetera?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I know I got a lot of questions on my Steelers live chat in the Post-Gazette yesterday about Joey Porter and, is this a problem? Does he not want to sign? Does he want more money? I think what happened is with Nick Herbig and Darnell Washington, those were two guys. They weren't sure if they'd be able to keep, right away, because they might hit the open market. But I think there is kind of behind the scenes looking at each other between Omar Khan, Joey Porter Jr. and his agent. That's this is going to get done. Joey Porter Jr. is a shutdown cornerback. The Steelers need a shutdown cornerback. He's a legacy Steeler. He was a kid that his dad was carrying around when they won Super Bowl 40. He was a kid when his dad came back to coach under Mike Tomlin, and he's been around this team his whole life. Mike Tomlin used to literally go to his high school football games at North Allegheny. All of this just adds up to me that Joey Porter Jr. and the Steelers know that this is something that they will get done. It's why they prioritize the ones that they weren't sure if they'd get done. And I think that the Steelers are also comfortable, with him maybe even sitting out some of the early practices at training camp and just doing the workouts. I mean, people forget, with those hold-ins that the Steelers had, whether it was TJ Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Alex Highsmith, Deontay Johnson, they were all established starters who the team knew were going to be productive. And for them, it was a way to sort of load management, right?
Yeah.
Their training camp and say, hey, we don't need you to go crazy early on. This is for the younger guys. These are for the guys we're trying to see how they fit. We know how you fit. And even though this is a new coaching staff, Joey Porter Jr., his job is to be CB1. And even Jalen Ramsey said that. And if you remember, Jalen Ramsey last year was arguing, I want Jamar Chase. And
yep.
Joey's like, I want Jamar Chase. No longer. Jalen Ramsey straight up told us, no, Joey's CB1. He gets those guys. And so I think that it's just an understanding that, like, hey, we can do this in the middle of camp, whatever. And this is also could drag out. TJ Watt's new deal, and he was a cornerstone Steeler. Since he signed his contract, it took until after training camp. Troy Polamalu one time signed his new deal as he was getting on the plane for the Week 1 game. I don't think it'll take that long, but those were guys the Steelers were never going to let walk away. I think Joey Porter Jr. is another guy like that. Whenever it happens, it happens. I think the thing for Steelers fans is if you're worried about it, look at everything else on the roster and worry about that. But Joey Porter Jr. will sign a long-term contract with the team moving forward.
Chris Carter's with us. He covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette. Is he the last one, Chris? Is Keanu Benton potentially the odd man out here, or is that still very much on the table as well?
I think it's on the table. I think the thing that the Steelers are going to have to plan for is that if they want to sign Porter and Benton, it really makes them have to make a few more moves next year, because right now everyone's looking at the 2026 salary cap. That's not what you need to look at. You need to look at 2027, 2028, and 2029. And right now in 2027, with the Nick Herbig deal, with everything else they've lined up, they are running out of space a little bit. But the next year, if there's a few older veterans that they chop off or trade away, that space opens up. All of $21.6 million, I think, that Jalen Ramsey would be due next season. If they cut him, it all comes back on the books. Or if they trade him, it all comes back on the books, because none of it was guaranteed. They would have plenty of money to move around when it comes to TJ Watt's contract, DK Metcalf's contract, Nick Herbig's contract, Darnell Washington's contract. So they would have lots of money to restructure, to build space and move money down the line. They would also, there's a question, does Cam Hayward continue playing? Does he retire? In that situation, do they trade away Alex Highsmith or TJ Watt, because they're now paying Herbig, Highsmith, and Watt next year, this year? And I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think they're happy to have him, but next year, when Alex Highsmith is on the final year of his contract, that could be an interesting situation. Do the Steelers want to sign him to keep him around longer? And if they do, does that make TJ Watt more tradable for them? Or do they say, hey, Alex Highsmith is a 30-year-old edge rusher in his prime, with the 1 year left on his current contract. Who wants this guy? And do they get a key pick in the 2027 NFL draft for him, where maybe they're able to say, hey, this is the ammunition that helps us go and get the franchise quarterback we want to draft next year?
To a rookie and a local one, obviously, Eli Heidenreich. I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I want your take, because obviously he could be, what do they call him, the Swiss Navy knife, obviously, because he didn't go to Army, and there's the rivalry there. He could do a couple of things on offense, but a running back. But in Navy's offense, not a whole lot of opportunity for Eli Heidenreich to get some significant and meaningful pass block reps in college. How much does that matter? And how much does that maybe work against the 7th round pick from Lebo from potentially making this roster?
Well, look, it definitely does matter, especially with Aaron Rodgers. They need a pass protector back there next to him. Like, Jaylen Warren, I think that's a big reason why Jaylen Warren is going to be such a big part of this offense, is that he can be out there, he can run the ball, he can catch the ball, and he can block his butt off. And so, and I think Rico Dowdle's not a slouch in that department either. But I'll tell you this, if Eli Heidenreich comes out and is as good of a pass protector of Caleb Johnson, who was not good at that last year in training camp, that could really help his case. But I really think the place where Eli Heidenreich needs to make his bed for the Steelers is on special teams, whether it's being a returner, whether it's being a gunner, whether it's being covered, whatever it is. He needs to make sure that he is useful on multiple roles on special teams, and that they make it so, hey, we can't get rid of this guy because I know that he's a great story. He's the local kid, the Whitfield champ, the serving his country, and it was a great vision on the third day of the draft when he got to come out in his hometown and be celebrated for being drafted. But good vibes don't get you a full roster spot. You got to be able to earn it. And I think the Steelers need to see that from him. But I also think that part of what he did at Navy was he caught the ball. He made guys miss. He was a faster guy. If he can find a way to just be that utility sort of, running back / receiver who they bring in pinches and can fit different spots, that's another way to help him be there. So he will need to be a solid pass protector. But I think the big thing is the Steelers, they have some tough decisions to make, because they have quite a few wide receivers they want to keep on the roster. Do they keep Heidenreich and Caden Weegan? I don't know. When they drafted Caden Weegan, I was like, that's the position that I thought that they would take Heidenreich for in the 7th, and they still took Heidenreich. So I look at Wiegand versus Heidenreich as actually an interesting training camp battle as far as extra special teamers, because you look at even where Wiegand would be, you have in the wide receiver room Metcalf, Pittman, Bernard, Wilson, Skoranek, and then you'd have Wiegand. So do you have a 6th wide receiver and then Eli Heidenreich who'd be like a 4th running back and a 7th wide receiver? That would just cause a lot of log jams and force you to cut off other parts of the roster. So I think there's going to be a serious battle, and it might be about who gets more use on special teams right now.
Couple more for you, Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcasts. Do you have a name forecasted? Well, I'll ask you a position group as well, but maybe if you have a name as well, like, is there another team that has a camp cut out there that might entice Omar Khan and Mike McCarthy to add to this roster, maybe in training camp to bolster position room's depth?
I haven't really had a chance to kind of go look at other, training camp cut type of situations just yet. But I do think that a position that they might look at that for is safety. I know they brought in Jaquan Brisker, but Deshaun Elliott, we got to see how healthy he is this year. Jalen Ramsey is quote unquote going to be the star of the defense, which is, when star is kind of like the nickelback position. They've talked about using him like the Packers did Charles Woodson when he switched there, which is kind of, nickel and moving around and dime backer and type of those situations. But, and I know they also signed Darnell Savage, but I think the Steelers still are truly lacking a pure free safety, a guy that is able to play deep coverage consistently and keep the cap on the defense. I think Brisker can be a really versatile guy who moves around and does different roles. I think Savage can do that type of thing. I think Elliott can do more of the up closer to the line of scrimmage type of things, but I don't think there's a guy who's like, I'm not going to say Minkah Fitzpatrick because that man was a 3-time first-team All-Pro superstar deep safety. But if they could find a guy who plays deep safety very well and helps them more with the deep coverage and can pick off passes when they're throwing the ball deep, that would be a cap for this team. I thought that should have been a target for them in this draft class because there were quite a few guys that fit that bill, and they passed on all of them there. So if I'm the Steelers, I'm scoping around and looking for who are the free safeties, because safety is also not a position that a lot of teams truly value. So there might be teams that are like, we don't feel like paying this guy this much. We're willing to come up off him, and maybe the Steelers can get a veteran that fits in there, adds to the depth of the safety room, and gives you a guy who's more comfortable farther away from the ball. Because to me, right now, they have a room of strong safeties on the Steelers roster right now. They need at least one guy who's a pure free safety who can do that role.
Last one for you. First training camp practice at St. Vincent. It's less than 6 weeks away, but obviously it's a new head coach and a new staff. So what changes? What about the experience changes? Like, is 7 shots not going to be a thing anymore? Is backs on backers new things, new drills and situations that the media and fans fall in love with? What are you forecasting there?
Well, I mean, OTAs and minicamp, I didn't see 7 shots once. So that's a sign that that's pretty much gone. And I actually asked, I believe it was Ramon Chinyang, the running backs coach, back when we got the assistant coaches, about backs on backers. What do you know about that? And is that something? He was like, that is a fun drill that is there, but we might do something different. He didn't exactly say they were signed up for it. So I got to admit, like, I'm kind of sad if we don't get backs on backers.
I'll be
covered because
so upset.
It was the most fun. Like that was the day. If you were there as a reporter, you're like, hey, get down to the other end zone. They're about to do backs on back. And we're all fighting in the gravel to get a spot.
Well, how about the night practice 2 years ago when it was Landon Roberts and Patrick Queen and Jalen Warren and Najee, and that was like several vicious reps where they almost like fought each other.
Those are the reps that I love. I mean, you can go with those reps. I go back to Vince Williams versus Roosevelt Nix. I remember when those guys used to hit each other, there was like, you could feel like the ground shaking with how violent it got. And there's just so many legendary matchups between running backs and linebackers. You had several strong guys in both positions during the Tomlin era that if they don't do that drill, it will be missed. And a lot of people are going to be looking for something. But I have no doubt that Mike McCarthy has his own drills with the offense and the different ideas that he has that are going to inspire people and get people excited. We just have to see what they will be when we get to training camp.
End of July, they report, and the first practice will be that Thursday before that first weekend in August. Chris Carter, you can read his Steelers stuff at post-gazette.com. You can listen to him on the Locked On Steelers podcast. Chris, good talking to you, good sir. We'll do it again soon, my man.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
There he goes, Chris Carter from the Locked On Steelers podcast and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I've already established this with Sean, but I'm going to steal his thunder because I need to make a read here. Wyndham Clark is even after one hole in round 2. He teed off. Dustin Johnson, Gary Woodland -4. They're 2 back. Neil Shipley teed off at 7-12. Where is our guy Neil? He was 1 over. Neil Shipley is... I do a horrible job at reading leaderboards, but good thing you can...
There's too many names on there in the first 2 rounds.
You could search for guys. Neil Shipley bogeyed at some point. He bogeyed number 1, but has routed off 3 pars in a row. He is 1 over through 5 to start his round 2 and is 2 over for the championship. Of course, Neil Shipley, the Pittsburgh guy, in the U.S. Open this weekend at Shinnecock Hills, and then the other Pittsburgher, Jake Solon, he tees off at 9:02. This Shinnecock update brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour. And it's also brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outside, you aren't being fit. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown business and security company. We've got a headline. We've got Crowley talking about Hampton Beer Outlet, all of that and more during the break. Plus, coming up next, I'm going to fire off an offensive version of the 53-man roster, who I think will be on it. Mason Rudolph, Brendan Sorsby, maybe. Wide receivers, tight ends, all that good stuff. We'll get into that next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates return to action after a day off on Thursday. They'll be playing in Colorado tonight against the Rockies, 8:40 the first pitch. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That begins at 7:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, from where you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Well, thank you, Adam, but don't you have another message for us?
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof. Sometimes you just have to call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And when I say that, they got 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle's a Diamond certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. They offer a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Brendan Sorsby, talented quarterback, massive red flags. This is a guy who bet on his own team, $90,000 in wagers over 4 years. I don't care what round you're drafting him in. The gambling addiction alone is a hard pass. I'm John Lund.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Raise a stein at Hopper House Pittsburgh, where fresh handcrafted beer is brewed on-site daily by world-class brewers. From classic Bavarian styles to seasonal favorites, it's bold flavor and big Pittsburgh energy in every pour. The party's on every night with live music, high-energy vibes, and the perfect spot for groups, celebrations, or after-work hangs. Come hungry, because the comfort food is big, bold, and built for Pittsburgh appetites. Now open for beer garden season, grab a cold one and soak it all in outside. Plus monthly keg tappings, happy hour deals, and $9.99 weekday lunches. Hopper House Pittsburgh. Good times are always on tap.
BetMGM Sportsbook is making the world's game more exciting than ever before. Win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. team scores during the tournament. It's easy. Log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account to receive a Goal Rush grand prize qualifying token. Then place a pregame straight bet of at least $5 on the U.S. team's match with your token attached. For every goal the U.S. team scores in that match, you'll earn a share of $500K in bonus bets. That's right, $500,000 in bonus bets per goal. Get in on tournament action with BetMGM and win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. men's team scores. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Want to win your way to the World Cup? Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds in a bar to Coca-Cola beverages at FNB Stadium for free U.S. watch parties on June 19th, and you could win 4 tickets to Brazil versus Haiti in Philadelphia. Watch the U.S. on the stadium video board. Enjoy food, drinks, giveaways, family-friendly entertainment, and soccer activities on the field. Admission is free, but fans need to claim their tickets in advance. Visit riverhounds.com/watch party for details. And don't miss your chance to win your way to the World Cup.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
If you have plans to hit the south side this weekend, be aware that PennDOT crews will be doing some inspection work Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the Birmingham Bridge. That will mean lane and shoulder restrictions in both directions. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Bellarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello.
Howdy.
That's not Callis. I'm not Dorn or Crowley. Jack Hillgrove with you, filling in for the guys off on the holiday for the Fan Morning Show. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. They're off today. And then both of them are off all week next week, utilizing some vacay. Crowley might never come back after the $5,000 three-point shot at the Fan 5 alarm.
And the other thing.
That never happened.
Yeah.
Some guy allegedly said he would offer a $10,000 donation to the 5 alarm if Crowley would defecate himself. I don't know who brought the Depends and diapers yesterday, but they sat underneath our broadcast table all day.
Starkey was really thrown off by that.
He was also thrown off by Matt from Living Treasures just rolling up with like a 5-foot baby python.
Matt and I go way back.
Really?
I played
Great
hockey.
guy.
I played hockey with him, and our hockey team was called Living Treasures. And he got us jerseys, like the one was a tiger. The one I think was like the alligator skin, not real alligator skin, but like the
design on that.
of
That's
it.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now, is this when he was at Living Treasures still, or was that before the Living Treasures days?
No, it was, he was there. Now, I don't know if his role's changed since then because we're going back almost a decade when this happened. We played up in Mount Pleasant at a place that's no longer there, unfortunately. But yeah, I played multiple years of deck hockey with him. Good guy.
I probably shouldn't admit this on the air. Our sales manager, Nancy, might yell at me, but I'm going to do it anyway. So Matt hung out. He was on with Pony and Donnie during the 5 alarm at I think like 4 or 5 o'clock, somewhere around there, but hung out for a while.
Made a very generous donation.
Made a very generous donation. Again, we're up over $62,000 for the 5 alarm, even though the broadcasting portion of it and the meat and potatoes of it is over. You can still donate at 937thefan.com. The link is still up if you want to contribute. But Matt hung around because he was coming back to do Rob Pratt's show on KDKA News Radio last night at like 8 o'clock. So he hung out in Robinson with us, just with the snake on his shoulder the whole time. And it was a riot. People that were shopping in and around the plaza came right up and were like, that guy's got a snake. Whole family of people. Meanwhile, a family came over with like 3 small children. One of them was like a baby. But the one boy couldn't have been more than like 7, 8 years old. The daughter had to have been like 3 or 4. And they both put the snake on them. Like if I was between 3 and 8 years old, wouldn't matter. You wouldn't have to give me $10,000 to defecate myself. I would do it. I mean, that's still it
was a very big snake. Now, he brought here into the studio one time, or I guess into the building. I don't know if he was in the studio, but I was walking past him in the hall, and he let me hold a baby kangaroo.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's not nearly as scary as a snake.
But again, I probably shouldn't admit this, but yesterday it was a great draw to the 5 alarm booth, and you were able to go inside to the House of Brews and donate and put your raffle tickets after your donation in whatever you wanted to try and win. But a older lady and a younger man, mother and son potentially, come up to the table. What's going on here? Very receptive.
This wasn't Seth and his newest girlfriend, right?
No. Wait, Seth has a girlfriend now? We'll talk about that off the air.
Yeah, there was a joke there.
Oh.
His nickname.
Yeah. But I mean, I know, but I don't know. Unless you say Austin and his new girlfriend, I'll probably believe you. So a lady and another guy come up. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, it's the Fan 5 alarm. We're raising money for local volunteer fire departments. And I said that. And she goes, oh my gosh, that's so great. Like, setting the table up for her to maybe go in and drop some cash in the boot. And I said, yeah, and even if you want, from Living Treasures Animal Park, Matt's here, and he's got a snake with him, like just joking, and they didn't realize it. And the lady looked over and saw Matt with the snake probably about 10 feet away, went, nope, and walked away. And I'm like, I just totally gypped us out of another donation because Matt happened to be lingering with a snake on his shoulders.
It could have gone the other way, though. It could have been something
entice them to. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yep. All right. My 53-man roster projection offense version for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll start on the offensive line. Broderick Jones is not on here. No, they're not going to cut him. I don't think he's healthy. And I think he's going to start camp on the PUP list. And I don't know that he's going to be able to start the season on the 53-man roster because obviously this neck thing that Jones has been dealing with has been pretty serious. So I think the tackles are going to be Troy Fautanu, Dylan Cook, and Maxi Honachor. Pretty cut and dry there. The guards, Spencer Anderson, Mason McCormick will probably be the starters. Brock Hoffman, who they signed from Dallas and was familiar with Mike McCarthy. And, of course, Jennings Dunker, who we're all going to fall in love with this season and for years to come. And then I think it's going to be Ryan McCollum and Zach Frazier. That is 9 offensive linemen. You could take 10. If Jones is healthy, he'll make it, and then they'll work their way from there. Tight ends. And then I have fullback / tight end. That's where Riley Nowakowski slides in to replace the Connor Hayward role. 3 tight ends. Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, of course, and Big Bob Tonyan, who they brought in for a tryout and signed. Familiar with McCarthy, more familiar with Rodgers. I think Robert Tonyan makes the team. Let's go wide receivers before we get to running backs and then obviously quarterbacks, because there's some intrigue at both of those spots with people that may or may not make the team. Metcalf, Pittman, Bernard. Wilson, I think Caden Weechin makes the team. Ben Skoranek. That's 6, and I think there'll be a 7th. Mike McCarthy's an offensive guy, no secret about it. And I went back and looked at some of his initial 53-man rosters more recently in Dallas. In 2022, he had 8 receivers on the 53-man roster entering week 1. And Caden Weechin and Ben Skoranek are primarily special teams guys for different regions. Skoranek the gunner, Weechin the returner. So if you kind of take those guys away from just being receivers, period, is a Mike McCarthy offense going to have only 4 guys that'll consistently line up at wide receiver? No, I don't think so. I mean, the guy might be available right this minute, or it might be one of those situations, a cap casualty during camp on another roster adds the Steelers an opportunity to add a guy, but I think they will enter the season with 7 wide receivers on the 53-man roster, and will add 1 at some point during training camp. Running backs, Warren and Dowdle, and Caleb Johnson. I know there's a chance that Eli Heidenreich makes this roster. I just don't see it. I know he's versatile. I know he has a chance to get on there as a special teamer, but I cannot really look past. I mean, just watch Navy play football in college. He never had to pass block. And Aaron Rodgers is still going to carry a big stick as far as the opinions go at this stage in his career with Mike McCarthy. Is Aaron Rodgers really going to have a guy rostered that has no significant pass blocking abilities as a running back or pass block experience as a running back in the college level at 42, turning 43 years old? Practice squad, sure. Maybe gets elevated a time or two. But I just have a hard time seeing right now that Eli Heidenreich makes the 53-man roster, and I hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong. Quarterbacks. Rodgers, of course. 3 of them, by the way. Rodgers, Howard, and Aller. I think they're going to be able to trade Mason Rudolph for a day 3 pick. And if they don't, I think they're okay with cutting him. And hell to the no, Brendan Sorsby ain't going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. He might not make any pro roster in 2027 or 26. I'm sorry. And as I watch Get Up here on ESPN, the headline, and they're talking about it right now on ESPN, Brendan Sorsby has a pro day scheduled for July 10th. Screams Jets to me. They're a dumpster fire organization. And I wouldn't put it past a dumpster fire organization like the Jets or the Browns to entertain this you-know-what show that is Brendan Sorsby being an addicted gambler trying to play quarterback in the NFL. 412-928-9370. You want to react to it? My offensive 53-man roster projection. Rodgers, Howard, Aller at QB. Warren, Dowdle, Caleb Johnson at running back. Riley Nowakowski, the Connor Hayward replacement. Metcalf, Pittman, Bernard, Wilson, Weechin, Skoranek, and TBD. 7 wide receivers. Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, and Robert Tonyan at tight end. Faltanu, Cookie, Hanachor tackles. I think Broderick Jones isn't healthy enough. Anderson, McCormick, Dunker, Brock Hoffman, the guards. Zach Frazier, Ryan McCollum at center. React to it at 412-928-9370. It's number of the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Phone lines are open in the next segment. Greg Brown at the top of the hour as we get back into the Pirates before we bring it on home and send it off to Joe Starkey at 10 a.m. I'm Jack Hillgrove. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. A trade for the Buccos that was consummated late last night as they send catcher Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves in return for relief pitcher Hunter Stratton, who previously spent time in Pittsburgh. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com. Crowley.
And it's summertime, it's hot, it's humid. That means you're going to be outside. You're going to be playing with your kids in the sprinkler, having barbecues, picnics, things of that nature. You need beer, and there's a great spot for you to go for all your beer needs. That is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they don't just have over 1,000 beers in stock. They don't just have tremendous customer service. They also have canned cocktails. That's right, for your summer vibe. So get out there, Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
The summer is finally here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Don't let rising gas prices stop you from having a clean and healthy home. Zero Res is keeping comfort affordable with powerful cleaning at a price families can feel good about. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home. Carpets, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the fan special.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Summer is heating up, and there's a brand new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe. Welcome to the family at Smale Chevrolet. Ready to hit the road? Take advantage of their hottest deal yet. 0% financing for 5 years on all new 2026 Silverado light-duty trucks. 0% for 5 years. Your perfect ride is waiting, from rugged Silverados to family-ready SUVs. Visit them on Route 30 or shop 24/7 online at SmaleChevrolet.com in Latrobe. Must finance through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Ends July 7th. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Pony for Mike's Beer Bar right across from PNC Park. Mike's is your place to catch exciting World Soccer Championship action during June and July with watch parties for every USA match. Make plans to catch the U.S. men's team in action and choose from 80 taps dedicated to local beers, over 500 total beers, and the best craft beer selection around. Enjoy burgers, the famous Yinzer wrap, wings, or Mike's signature steak on a stone. Catch all 104 matches of the World Soccer Tournament on their 11-foot video wall and tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Now here we go. This would be a bigger upset than anything that Mike Eruzione ever did in his life in 1980. And here we go. 5 seconds left. The shot is up.
Miracles! He made it! He made it! Crowley made it! The hoopy from Morgantown! Oh, he did it! And a doggy pile off to the left-hand side. Adam Crowley pulls a massive upset.
I'll tell you what, I always thought highly of Dan Zangrilli. Great guy. The best pre- and post-game host in the country when it comes to Major League Baseball. I'll gladly die on that hill. But Dan went up a few notches in my book the last 2 days.
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
What a man. What a lovely man he is. But between the play-by-play effort and were you on the board or catch any of his interactions with Dom?
I was not on the board, but Joe had me clip that because I think he loves that type of stuff.
He took Dom to the woodshed for like 2 hours.
Now, I don't want to expose anything behind the scenes, but Dom always tells me how much he loves Zangrilli. So I wonder if they do that in a loving way.
Could be.
But you never know, right?
Well, maybe it's not reciprocated on Dan's end.
That is very true.
I love Dom, but I can see it not being reciprocated on Dan's end. If you have an opinion of Dom that's not incredibly high, trust me, I get it.
It's hard to tell sometimes. And I say that as a person who works with these people.
Yeah.
I can't tell if people are legitimately mad at each other sometimes or not.
Callis and Austin genuinely, I don't think, like each other.
I was also convinced for a period of time that Callis was actually going to sue Pony. Do you remember that?
I remember that, yep.
And I talked to him back here when I was, waiting to start a shift. And he's like, no, I'm talking to lawyers right now. And completely stone-faced.
Yep.
And I'm like, he's crazy enough that maybe he will do something like that.
Yep. Yeah.
You never know.
He ate ice cream at 7 a.m. with pancakes.
If Zangrilli and Dom threw fists one time, I wouldn't be shocked.
I think Callis and Austin would do it before anybody else, though.
It would not turn out well for one of those two.
We'll let you guys use your imagination as to who. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Showers today, potentially high of 77. Real quick before Greg Brown, let's go through the NL Central standings and who the other teams are playing, who to root for this weekend, because the Pirates could potentially make up some ground here playing a bad team in Colorado. I already placed the expectation on them to sweep, and I'll be mad if they don't. So the Brewers are 45-27, first place team. Cardinals are 40-33, 5.5 back. Cubs 39-36, 7.5 back. Then our Buccos are 38-37, 8.5 back. Reds are 35-38, 10.5 back. Reds play the Yankees who are 45-28, first in the AL East. Won't necessarily worry about the Reds yet. Pirates have some breathing room from the basement since Cincinnati's below 500, but you'd like to think the Yankees in the Bronx should take care of business this weekend against Cincy. The Pirates obviously play the Rockies. Cubs at home against the Blue Jays, who are a game below 500, third in the AL East. Cardinals are at the Royals. Unfortunately, St. Louis on paper should take care of business there, but go KC, last place team in the AL Central. How about the series of the weekend? Milwaukee at Atlanta. The second and third best team in the NL, and Mizorowski, Cy Young frontrunner, takes on our old buddy Martin Perez, a 2.90 ERA. That's the pitching matchup tonight between the Braves and the Brewers. So go Atlanta. And I don't know if Joey Bart's healthy enough to make his Braves debut this weekend. Probably not. But yeah, go Braves against the Brew Crew this weekend. If you missed that, Joey Bart traded to the Atlanta Braves for a relief pitcher, Hunter Stratton, former Pirate, now current Pirate, Hunter Stratton. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Rockies. We're going to talk about a whole lot more with Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown coming up next on the Fan Morning Show. Fan weather, I already did that. Sean, go to break.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers here with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates in action tonight in Colorado, playing the Rockies at 8:40. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the pitching matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com. Once again, here's Adam.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. You know, it was founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has their headquarters here in the state, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project right now with their 20th anniversary sale. Learn more at westshorehome.com/fan or 1-800-WEST-SHORE now. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad, Les, and my sister, Sarah. We recently got a card in the mail from a person we don't know telling us how much she loves the American flags flying outside our office. It meant a lot to us. We lined the road in front of our building with flags to mark patriotic holidays, and last year we installed a towering flagpole with both the American and Marine Corps flags waving proudly, as I served 5 years in the Marines before returning to school to study economics. We honor America because we love America, and we're grateful for the opportunities she provides. The day we opened the doors to our family business was one of the best of my life. Our American workplace encourages and rewards risk-taking, innovation, and hard work. We feel lucky to work with people who've prospered in a country that helped them achieve personal and financial success. We don't take the privilege of living here for granted, and we are proud to be Americans. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Got junk? Too bad. And a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
You'll see surveyors out working today along I-79 and the Route 60 and Parkway West interchange ramps in Robinson and Kennedy Townships, so don't be surprised if you run into some shoulder restrictions between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
PennDOT crews are out doing emergency drainage repair work on Route 8 in Richland between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays through the end of the month. Flaggers will be there to help you through the work zone, where it will be reduced to a single lane northbound between Glasgow Road and the Butler County line. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Fan Morning Show, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Joe Starkey taking the airwaves then on this Friday. After two big wins in Sacramento against the Athletics, the Pirates hit the road to take on the Colorado Rockies, and that is where we head to now to find Pirates play-by-play man Greg Brown, who kind enough to join us a couple of hours earlier than normal because the time change is different. Greg, I have to tell you right away, if you would have told a 19-year-old Jack Hillgrove as a student at Waynesburg when Greg Brown was coming to visit Lanny Frateri's class as a guest speaker that one day he would interview Greg Brown on the flagship home of the Pirates as a radio guest, wouldn't have believed you. So this is pretty cool for me. Thanks for joining us this morning, good sir.
Well, Jack, you're way too kind. Thanks very much, and those are fun opportunities. And as I said to you and your classmates during your time at Waynesburg, the opportunity to learn from a guy like Lanny, I can't imagine to have had that chance when I was your age going to school. I love seeing all of his students scattered all over the place. Great success, no surprise, and you're one of them. So that's really cool.
Well, I appreciate it. And yeah, several others at this radio station as well. Let's get into it, Greg. Obviously, the hot topic this morning that broke late last night, Joey Bart on his way to Atlanta for Hunter Stratton. Did that strike you by surprise?
Yeah, it kind of did. Now, there had been rumors about Bart going back to last year when he was struggling, that maybe they would try and move him if they get something for him. The fact that he's been traded, I guess, is not surprising. The fact that it happened when it did maybe caught me by surprise because I had been wondering aloud with others as to what there was a log jam. We talked about it on the air this past week. What are they going to do? They've got three. They're likely not going to carry three catchers. It's Henry Davis. It's Endy Rodriguez. It's Joey Bart. Bart's got no options left. Davis was the obvious choice because how badly he struggled. Endy has done quite well, grasping most of the starts behind the plate and showing that offensive prowess. And, well, they take care of that log jam by trading Bart, so no worries there now. They're going to obviously keep Endy and Henry and wish Joey the best because he's a really good guy, and he gets to go home to Atlanta, and he'll probably be really a perfect backup catcher for them now.
Yeah, how much of it do you think, the aspect of Bart being out of minor league options played into it? And also, was it more about just the opportunity to potentially help this bullpen, bringing back an old buddy in Hunter Stratton?
I think twofold. I think that, like it or not, Henry Davis is the personal catcher for Paul Skeens, no matter how badly he struggled. And I'm guessing they didn't want to upset that apple cart and, keep that in place. It's understandable. I think, Paul Skeens has earned the right to decide who he wants behind the plate. And now you get, you get something for Bart. You get some depth. I like Hunter Stratton a lot. I love his story. He had a horrific injury a couple years ago and came back from it. And I think he can help the bullpen. They're looking for arms, and wouldn't be surprised if he goes down there, maybe even gives them a little bit more than just the one-inning guy, looking for maybe a couple innings out of him. They've been looking for depth and length from that bullpen. Not that he's an answer, but he's an arm. And they also moved some money off the books, so that'll be helpful. Not that Bart's making a ton, but the change of scenery for Bart will do him good. I think it really makes so much sense for everybody. Bart just couldn't find that magic that he did find when he joined the Pirates from San Francisco shortly after the 24 season began, and maybe he gets that back when he goes home to Atlanta.
Greg Brown with us on the Fan Hotline. Greg Brown brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing. Greg, as we kind of look ahead, let's look back at this A's series that we're coming off of. Obviously, first game didn't go well. Second game was trending worse than the first game. They come from behind, and then they follow up a comeback win with a blowout performance. As far as the confidence and the psyche and all of the external, aspects of professional sport other than just playing well in between the lines, how much does what the A's series turned into do for this team in the immediate future?
Well, you're going, Jack, from the bandbox that is West Sacramento to Coors Field in Denver, an offensive paradise. So I think it will carry over. I think it's huge for players offensively, the confidence that they gain, and you love seeing it because the fun they're having, the confidence they have when they go to the plate now. They're now playing a team that has the worst. There's no denying that the Rockies have the worst record in all of baseball. Tonight they're playing facing a left-handed pitcher, Kyle Freeland, who's got an ERA, I think, almost 7. Actually, it's almost 8.
Yeah, pushing 8.
Yeah, and they've struggled against lefties. So maybe the timing is going to be, hopefully the timing is perfect to start getting back on track against lefty starters. That was a big comeback win. At this stage, there's no must wins necessarily or must series, but my gosh, if you lose that series to the A's in that ballpark, you're really struggling to find any positives. And now coming into this, having won 2 of 3, and not just a chance to win 2 of 3 against the Rockies, but really you need to. You need to at least win 2 of 3 against the team with the worst record. Everybody's saying you should sweep, and you probably should, but anything can happen. So take it, get the one tonight. Work hard to get that W. Take it one day at a time, and then you're home on Tuesday against the Mariners, and then the division rival Reds. Then you go on the road against the Phillies and the Nationals. This is going to be one heck of a grind and a fun stretch for this team to see where they stand, and hold the fort also until you get your 2 big boppers back. In particular, O'Neal Cruz. He's a ways away. I don't think Connor Griffin is that far away. Keep your head above water. And I also like the fact, Jack, that we see slowly but surely some of these arms in the bullpen rebounding. Mm-hmm. Dennis Santana is looking really close to the guy that was the closer last year. Yohan Ramirez is what he is, but a couple outings that are more positive than negative recently. And these other guys will fall in place if a guy like Santana is back. Majinski, I think, will be used now more than just a piggyback. I think, wouldn't be surprised to see him even come in there tonight, maybe to get a couple 3 outs if necessary. So hopefully this whole team, offensively and on the mound, starting to get back into good shape.
Greg Brown, brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Greg, last question I have for you about the mound. I mean, obviously it's no secret. It doesn't take a whole lot of in-depth research to figure out why the Rockies are not very good this year. The team ERA is .559, by far the worst in baseball. But strangely enough, I mean, their offense is top 10 in the bigs in both team batting average and team OPS. And for the same reasons that, the altitude and the way the ball travels should bode well for this Pirates offense, it could potentially work against Bubba Chandler tonight. What have you noticed about Bubba the last couple of times out? Because it seems like he is also one of these guys from obviously a starting aspect that might be trending in the right direction as well.
Yeah, I think whether it was coincidental or not, I'm not big on the opener stuff, but they did it, and they could say, talking about the Pirates could point to it and say, "See, it worked," because when they brought him out of the bullpen, he was aggressive again. I think there's no way of knowing whether he would have been just as aggressive from the first pitch on if he had not been used as a bulk guy. But they used him that way. It worked, and they went back and used him as regular starter last time, and he was aggressive, and he looked like his confidence was back. I think that his repertoire will play here in Denver and against this team, and I think they get the Rockies at a good time, and they're missing Mickey Moniak was the one huge bat when they were at PNC Park a few weeks ago that the Pirates were so concerned about. They were all over the place with their figuring out their bullpen and who to bring in. He's a left-handed batter, and which left-handed pitchers are going to be available to face him. And their whole strategy was around Mickey Moniak. Well, he's not even active, nor is Brenton Doyle or Jordan Beck. So those are three of their outfielders that are missing. I think they get these guys at a good time, and I think they're facing the Pirates at a bad time because of the confidence factor that we talked about coming from Oakland, having a good day off yesterday. I think they'll be ready for the fight starting tonight. I really do feel confident. I think maybe they are too, that they're going to not just win the series, but as I said, they won't say this, but feeling in the back of their minds, we got to sweep these guys, starting with one big win tonight against a left-hand. If they go out there and win, I don't care how they win, big or if Chandler shuts them down, and rarely happens, but it's a 3-2 ball game here. Just get that win, and then go after tomorrow. You got Skeens on Saturday. Finish up with the win on Sunday. Sweep the series. That would be phenomenal as they get ready to take on the Mariners at PNC Park on Tuesday.
There you have it. 8:40 tonight. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland. Greg Brown, Pirates broadcaster. Greg, always a joy to talk to you, good sir. Thanks for putting up for a guy filling in for the regular guys this morning and getting up extra early, too, with the time difference. I really appreciate it.
Jack, in my mind, you are a starter, so you're not filling in for anybody. So thank you, bro.
I don't need an opener.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You tell the analytics people you don't need an opener.
I will do my best. Greg, thanks again, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, see ya.
There he goes, Greg Brown, Pirates play-by-play man. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up next, if you're familiar with my game, well, maybe you do think I need an opener, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But if you're familiar with my Sunday morning shows, they can go all over the place, especially with Sean Myers and I as a tandem Sunday morning, which, speaking of which, are you on Sunday morning with me?
No, sir. It's got that wedding situation.
That shows you how much I've been paying attention. I
maybe it'll be
sincerely apologize. Maybe
Nellie's been doing the early shift as of late.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and double check the schedule that's on the wall behind you and hope for Nellie.
No, I don't think it's posted yet.
Of course. Anyway, if you're familiar with the Sunday morning shows that I conduct, Sunday same game parlay, 5 legs, Pirate game of that day. We rattle it off, and it's 0 for 10 this year. We have not won once, but we have fun, and we hope that we win. That'll happen Sunday. So I'm not spoiling the Pirates aspect of the same game parlay segment to the show. We will be featuring a same game parlay for Team USA and Australia coming up at 3 o'clock, plus 2 separate U.S. Open bets that I have placed. We'll get into all that coming up next, and we're taking you up until about 10 o'clock, paving the way for the Pomp and Joe Show. My name's Jack Hillgrove, and I've been having a very, very wonderful time. Hopefully you have as well, as I filled in for Crowley and Doran on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. After a day off on Thursday, Pittsburgh back in action with the Buccos playing the Colorado Rockies tonight at 8:40. Bubba Chandler against Kyle Freeland is the matchup. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. And the Buccos making a trade last night, sending catcher Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves in return for relief pitcher Hunter Stratton. It is his second tour of duty with the Pirates. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
Here, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work. In my home, a knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept, it's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Up to 2 million fans packed Manhattan on Thursday for the Knicks championship parade. Confetti was flying, Broadway wall-to-wall, viewing pens full before players even hit the street. Some people couldn't even get through. 53 years of waiting. New York City made every second count and then some. I'm John Lund.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold Legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at truefantravel.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. Beginning, middle, or end of the year, it's always a great time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. Your questions make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
If you have plans to hit the south side this weekend, be aware that PennDOT crews will be doing some inspection work Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the Birmingham Bridge. That will mean lane and shoulder restrictions in both directions. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Match Quarters in the YouTube chat says calling for a sweep against any team in baseball is crazy business, if you ask me. And in theory, I agree. Because, you know, you naturally you win your 30 of your games because the ball's going to bounce your way. Naturally, no matter how good or bad you are, you're going to lose a 30 of your games because the ball's just going to bounce away from you, law of averages. Baseball's all about that middle third. How you do in the middle third of games. That's what separates good teams from bad teams. Are we still on the air right now?
We are. We're in the complete dark. This happened yesterday several times. It was, for those who aren't watching, we lost power.
Okay. Well, I would...
there we go.
Now it's
pretty.
back. Oh, my God. Did you see that light flicker?
Was that The Undertaker?
I don't think so. Are you sure we're still on the air?
I think so. Pretty sure.
Should I just drop an F?
No, I wouldn't. I would not recommend doing that necessarily.
Yeah, swearing is not a good thing. Again, yeah, in theory, Match Quarters in the YouTube chat, I agree with you. It is kind of crazy, but the Rockies have a team ERA of 5.5. And the guy that they're facing tonight has an ERA of 8. And they're facing another guy with an ERA of 7. And then an ERA of like 4.80. If it was ever 100% appropriate to call for a sweep, this series is the series to do it. Also, Mitt Romney chiming in the YouTube chat. Do we think that's the senator from Utah?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Did you know that Baldwin High School, where, I mean, in case you weren't aware, Limits went there. I don't think he's ever talked about it on the air. Sarcasm. I went there too, believe it or not. Austin and I went to high school together.
Did Guy Junker go there?
He did. But you know who else went there?
Ashley Liotis?
Yep. Another former senator from Utah, Orrin Hatch.
Mm-hmm.
He's no longer with us, but it was a United States senator for a really long time. Baldwin High School graduate and ended up as a U.S. senator in the state of Utah.
Congratulations on all your alma mater success.
Sports media's alma mater's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
You ask me.
Well, Lyotis is really carrying the load there, but you guys contribute a little bit.
Chris Mack, Austin, myself, Kevin Gorman.
Yeah, Gormy the Owl.
Gormy the Owl. Jordan Greer, not a local guy, but works for the Sporting News, based out of North Carolina. A lot of guys and gals. If you were to ask Austin Bechtold, he carries the weight.
Dom just texted me and said, did we lose power? You would think that the lights shutting off would have maybe answered that question.
Yeah. All right. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I do a Sunday same game parlay on my Sunday morning shows about the Pirate game. We're going to do a bonus same game parlay segment and not include the Pirate game tonight. No Pirate game tonight. We'll save that for the Sundays. So we'll do it based off of Team USA and Team Australia this afternoon at 3 o'clock. And you would think that I would be proactive here and find my segment sheet with the parlay. Dude, is it gone?
Blame it on the power going out.
I could blame it on the power going out. No, I just covered it up. No. Oh my goodness, it's gone.
Holy bird milk.
Holy ostrich follicles, Folsey. Here we go. There it is. Sorry about that. Bad radio. We'll improve for next time. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation as well. Also, the PM team will be at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bars, where they're broadcasting from at 2. I'm going to go down and watch the game at 3 o'clock. So if you want to come on down to Mike's, kick-ass environment for live sports in general, but specifically the World Cup, if you want to come on down, 80 rotating taps, I'll be there. Come say hello. Let's root for the Americans. The Friday same game parlay when it comes to soccer. Nothing too crazy, plus 504. The U.S. money line, because I should deserve to never set foot in this country again if I'm going to bet against the U.S. on anything, even if they're hilariously outmatched in a World Cup game against like Spain or somebody better than them. I'm never not going to bet on the Americans. So USA money line, which I think has a pretty legitimate chance of happening. Over 3.5 goals is also on there, Sean Myers, because the U.S. scored 4 in their first match. Australia scored 2. I'm thinking like a 3-2, 3-1 Team USA victory. And the third leg of this thing is a Christian Pulisic anytime goal scorer. So Pulisic anytime, the Hershey boy to score, over 3.5 goals, and Team USA money line. That is my Team USA soccer same game parlay for this afternoon at 3 o'clock. And again, we'll be the PM team will be broadcasting from Mike's. I'm heading down to Mike's to watch the game. The girlfriend's out of town with some friends, so I'm off the hook tonight. Going to go down to Mike's and enjoy myself. Come on down and say hello.
She's hanging out with Austin. Is that what we determined?
No, but she went to Penn State, and she's going to Penn State this weekend with her and a couple of friends.
Did you hear
She's probably listening right now because she said she was leaving around 9 o'clock and driving out there and would obviously tune in. So she's absolutely listening right now. So don't get me in trouble.
She's probably listening to Star 100.7, to be honest. Anyway.
No, she's listening to Kale and Amanda, the Wide Awake Morning Show.
Okay, yes, that's valid. Did you hear that one of the giveaways yesterday was the chance to go to a Penn State football game with Bechtold?
Yes.
Did anyone...
According to Pony...
Did anyone bid on that?
According to Pony, it was getting a lot of bids.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have convened with Bechtold at Penn State, kind of coincidentally. It was not a game plan that we were going to go up together. We just happened to be there at the same time.
Okay.
Had a good time. I don't think he really talked about wiffle ball too much.
Really?
Yeah. No, it was Penguins Flyers game 1, so he was kind of locked in on that. And
that had to have been kind of unbearable, though. I mean, I can imagine
he claimed he was going to go get
with
a Penguins
Austin
jersey on.
I'm not saying it was unbearable with Austin, but you guys had to be in the midst of some pretty obnoxious Philadelphia fans.
Yeah, but I mean, there was nothing that really showed that we were Penguins fans because he did not throw that jersey on. I was actually more dialed in on the NBA game. Lakers are playing that night, so that was sort of my focus. But they had a lot of stuff on there. Bechtold was in his element. He was having a blast. That's his happy place.
Yeah.
And it'll be his happy place with one lucky person who donated, I suppose.
Yeah, Pat Narduzzi put a couple of Pitt football experiences on the line. There's a WVU game with Crowley against Coastal Carolina. The Penn State Matt Campbell debut against Marshall with Bechtold. A lot of stuff. And again, you could still donate.
Jason Mackey was offering up a on-field batting practice.
That got some love. I offered up an autographed Bill Hillgrove bobblehead. So that is still out there and up for grabs, I'm sure. And you could still donate.
Was it Pony and Clement behind home plate? Was that?
Yeah. Autographs, a Mike McCarthy helmet was out there. Yeah, a lot of good stuff this weekend for unbelievable cause, which you can still donate to at 937thefan.com. Text line, Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get more money for you. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Neil Shipley is not playing as well as he played yesterday. He is 3 over through 8. 3 over with 2 birdies. So a little sporadic compared to yesterday, the young man from Pittsburgh Central Catholic. A lot of pars yesterday in a 1 over round. Parred the first 6 holes on the second 9 he played. He started on 10 yesterday and started off his round with a birdie bogey and then parred 15 through 18. So a little bit more consistency yesterday. Shipley so far bogeyed 1, parred 2, 3, and 4, and then 5 through 8 went birdie double, bogey birdie. So Shipley's +3 today, tied for 60th. And the other Pittsburgh participant at Shinnecock this weekend is Jake Solon, who had a rough day yesterday after an 4 over first 9, shot 43 on his second 9 holes and shot 82 yesterday. Solon is +12 as he continues his U.S. Open journey. This update brought to you by True Green, this Shinnecock update, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Connolly Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wallet. Say that to say this. Wyndham Clark right now, through 5, even. He is -6. Former champ, understandable, but not as been there, done that as some other guys that are sniffing around. Sniffing around Wyndham Clark at -6. And everybody talks about in every U.S. Open, this course is unbelievably hard. The rough's ridiculous. The greens are fast. And I take all that into account, and I put a lot of stock into it. -6, a 64 at Shinnecock is a giant, giant outlier, which is why I don't think Wyndham Clark is going to be the leader after round 2. I had placed a pair of wagers on a pair of gentlemen to be leading after the second round. Neither one of them are Wyndham Clark. Couple of former champs as well. Jon Rahm and Rory McIlroy. Rory McIlroy is -1. He's 5 back. Rahm entered round 2 under, currently still 2 under. He's even through 3 in his second round. It's more because I think Wyndham Clark is going to blow up today. 64, did he boil his lobster too soon, so to speak? I think Wyndham Clark is going to have a setback day, and I think a couple have been there, done that, experienced guys like either Rahm or McIlroy will have a bigger day, and I see either one of those guys leading after round 2. So those are a couple of bonus bets that I placed heading into a big sports weekend. Pirates need a sweep. U.S. Open at Shinnecock. Team USA this afternoon. Pretty darn good and entertaining for the month of June, if you ask me.
You know what that your golf banter got me thinking about? another one of the great giveaways, a round of golf with Callis, Bechtold, and Donnie.
Yeah. Listen,
and there's people who want to do that.
I enjoy golf a lot. And I'm one of those people that's, not to toot my own horn, for like somebody that plays casually and is very much an amateur golfer. Like, I'm a 10 handicap. I'm pretty okay. But I've met a lot of people that are maybe a few shots better or worse than me in the same kind of stratosphere of golf that refuse to play with people that aren't very good. My only barometer is this. If you don't slow us down, and, well, if you don't slow us down and, like, I like you as a human being to spend 4 hours with, we're going to have a great time. I don't care if you shoot 81 or 181. As long as you're not holding us up and embarrassing us and getting like the starter to come out and say, hey, let's pick up the pace of play here.
What if you get a golf cart stuck in a sand trap, though?
Yeah, it's a problem. Some etiquette stuff does kind of bother me, like basic etiquette stuff, like don't drive your golf cart into a sand trap. That did bother me a little bit. But nonetheless, I would enjoy the living daylights out of a round of golf with those three. Be a lot of fun. And now the lights are flickering.
Yeah, we got like a strobe light show going on in here right now.
Yeah, and with that,
Starkey's going to freak out when this
if it's, he is, there's multiple ones that are keep going. I can't look directly at them or I'm going to get a headache. Joe is going to have an issue with that, and he's going to get on the air here in about 17 minutes. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Here's the deal. We kind of ran through everything in all but one segment. Nothing planned for the next one, so the phone line's wide open for anything that you want to talk about. 412-928-9370. Pirates, Steelers, U.S. Open, Team USA, anything non-sports related, I don't really care. 412-928-9370. Last chance, next segment before the Pomp and Joe Show. I'm Jack Hillgrove on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Pirates back in action tonight. 8:40 in Colorado against the Rockies. Bubba Chandler gets the start for the Buccos. Kyle Freeland, who has really struggled, is on the bump for the Rocks. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45. That is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Mr. Crowley?
And it's summertime, it's hot, it's humid. That means you're going to be outside. You're going to be playing with your kids in the sprinkler, having barbecues, picnics, things of that nature. You need beer, and there's a great spot for you to go for all your beer needs. That is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they don't just have over 1,000 beers in stock. They don't just have tremendous customer service. They also have canned cocktails. That's right, for your summer vibe. So get out there, Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a -165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, it's your buddy Crowley here for Zero Res. Summer is finally here, and that means barbecues and graduation parties. And for me, playing around in the backyard with my girls in the sprinkler, getting muddy, watering the plants, playing wiffle ball. Lucky for you, Zero Res is there to help you with your mess. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, oh yeah, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139.
$139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. That's the best deal of the summer. Zerorez has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZerorezPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zerorez.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if a player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. And that was obviously a big deal in the first match for the USA because their best player, their star player up front, got subbed out at halftime with a minor injury. And we didn't see him again. And in the past, that would ruin a lot of bets out there and drive a lot of people nuts. But it does not with FanDuel. And just one of the ways FanDuel is setting itself apart from the rest of the sports books. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop CrownJeep.com. See the for details on all offers.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Ferry Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Steve J in the YouTube chat says, who's on for Starkey? Assuming maybe because it's the holiday, they also might have a fill-in like the morning show had today. So I, try to supply the accurate information because Joe is on next. Joe is here. He'll be solo.
Mr. No Days Off, Joe Starkey.
Grinding. We're letting these lights kind of calm down, because if they flicker like they flickered for me in the last segment, Joe will be up in arms and make it everybody's problem. So I said, yeah, Joe's next, and Dom is producing. Steve replies, Dom? Ugh.
He's already in over his head with this power going out.
Yeah,
he can't
it
get
did.
anything printed.
Yeah, it did screw up the printing situation. So that could potentially cause issues. But Dom is a college graduate, hopefully smart enough to figure it out.
Well, Starkey did all his reads yesterday off of Pomp's phone.
Yes.
So maybe Dom will just have to give Joe his phone for 4 hours. That'd be fun.
You think Joe would uncover some things if that happened?
Who knows?
Who knows? Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High is 77 today, and potentially some rain. But as I creep out the window in our studios here, it looks like the sun is gracing us with its presence, at least in the parking lot for the time being. This is pretty much it for us. Appreciate you for being along for the ride. Appreciate Chris Carter and Greg Brown, especially Greg Brown, because of a couple hours time difference, getting up and joining the program with us. I am on Sunday, and then I'm filling in for these guys next week on Thursday. And I know Pat Bostic normally joins the program on Thursdays. We'll see if Pat will still be a part of the fun next week, which will be pretty cool for me as well. It's always a joy. I mean, I've said this before. I mean, I grew up listening to this station. I used to, as a prepubescent, maybe I still need to sometimes, but at least before puberty, I used to try and deepen my voice and get by the call screeners.
Some people might still need to do that who work here.
That's what I said about myself. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But I used to do that and try and call into this station as a young kid, and now I get to work here. So it's pretty cool, and I appreciate the support, the callers, texters, watchers, and listeners. Thanks for being a part of the program for the last 4 hours. It's always fun. Again, I'll talk to you Sunday, and I'm heading down to Mike's for the Team USA game. PM team will be down there, so if you're got nothing to do, come on down, watch the game, and have a good time on a Friday. Joe is next with Dom, Jack Hillgrove, and Sean Myers. I didn't even thank you. Sean, thank you.
You're a wonderful man, Jack. God bless.
As are you, good sir. Joe's next with Dom. See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates executed a trade last night, sending catcher Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves. In return, relief pitcher Hunter Stratton comes back to Pittsburgh for his second tour of duty. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. One last time, Adam.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here, you want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile and save up to $600 a year. I've been scouting these big carriers for a minute now, and I've seen them pull the same play 1,000 times. They promise you the world, then hit you with a price hike right when the game gets tight. But Boost Mobile, their $25 a month unlimited wireless plan is the most consistent player on the floor. No contracts, no price hikes. Unlock the savings today at boostmobile.com/unlock. Based on average annual single line payment of AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile customers compared to 12 months of the Boost Mobile unlimited wireless plan as of January 2026. For full offer details, visit boostmobile.com.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
Julian Gray Associates is proud to support the Fan 5-Alarm fundraiser this month. Now, more than ever, our local volunteer fire departments need our support. The soaring cost of equipment and the demand for fire department participation has never been higher. Julian Gray Associates extends a special thank you to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, its partners, and most importantly, you, the listener, for your efforts. Together, let's create awareness and drive funds to such a great cause. Our local volunteer fire departments.
This Father's Day, skip the tie and find something at Target he'll really love. Is he into a fresh look? Don't miss 40% off Goodfellow polos and shorts so he can give that one shirt a break. Maybe he's in chill mode. Buy two, get one free on music and books. Perfect for a night in his way. Or go with a men's fragrance from $29.99, the kind he didn't know he needed and won't stop wearing. Make Dad's Day, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
You'll see surveyors out working today along I-79 and the Route 60 and Parkway West interchange ramps in Robinson and Kennedy Townships, so don't be surprised if you run into some shoulder restrictions between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Drive in style with the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Payments start at just $299 a month for 36 months. Comfort, capability, and legendary Jeep performance. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Dom DiTomaso with your Fan Headlines. A big trade last night for the Buccos. The Pirates traded Joey Bart to Atlanta for right-handed pitcher Hunter Stratton, who was originally selected by Pittsburgh in the 2017 first-year player draft. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The show hasn't even started yet, and I already disagree with Graduate Dom. That wasn't a big trade last night, as you phrased it. It was a small trade. Some would say a minor trade. Why are you coughing, and why is it freezing, and why are the lights blinking?
Yeah, things are just falling apart here at the station. The power went out like 20-ish minutes ago, so all the computers in the back are down, the printers are down, lights are flickering like there's a ghost in the studio.
Where are the reads?
I told you I emailed them, but I did figure them out to get them printed, so I'll bring them into you during the next commercial break.
How'd you get them printed if the printer's down?
I don't know. Sean Myers figured it out somehow, some way.
What a man he is. So off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We got a lot happening here today, although we're going to have to deal with a little bit of adversity. I'm looking around here. The place was like a meat locker when I came in. I don't know how Hillgrove did this. It's like 10 degrees in here.
Have you ever seen the movie Poltergeist?
They could store Ted Williams' head in this thing. Yeah, of course I have.
This is what the lights are reminding me of. Where like they're all hanging out and then all of a sudden everything flickers.
Do you like horror movies?
One of my favorite things in the world.
Okay, so that's an interesting thing to me because I hate them and everyone I know hates them. What's the enjoyment component there? What do you enjoy about watching that? And how does it not scare you when you're then home alone?
I love this question. So I'm not someone who gets scared very easily. And I like seeing people in situations and feeling like I'm in a situation that I otherwise normally wouldn't be in. And I remember hearing...
like somebody about to chop your head off.
Sure. Yeah, like I'm not, for the most part, going to be in a situation like that, we hope. And I remember...
Unless it's Zangrilli.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you never know with that guy. I remember Conan O'Brien once said that when he was doing The Tonight Show for NBC...
Yeah.
He liked finding things that were the complete opposite of what he did for a living. And his theory was most people enjoy doing that. Like you need to find an escape completely opposite of your career.
Right.
And I think after a long day of, producing for you and talking sports, it's kind of nice going home and putting on a nice scary movie where I'm terrified.
And then how do you feel afterward? Like a jolt of adrenaline?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You like that?
Yeah.
What's the best horror movie of all time?
Probably the original Halloween, 1978 with Michael Myers.
Did you ever see the one where speaking of lights flickering, where the camera shook the whole time? The Blair Witch Project. You ever see that?
Yes, that was revolutionary because at the time when it came out, a bunch of people, I guess who were morons, thought it was real. They're like, oh, this is found footage of...
And ever since then, everybody in the world thinks things that are fake are real and vice versa. Right?
Correct.
Yeah, we've sort of jumbled the two of them, which is slightly problematic.
What's your favorite horror movie?
I hate horror movies, but I liked Jack Nicholson, The Shining. That was a good one.
That's one of the scariest movies ever.
I know where that hotel is. No, I don't.
Is it in...
Yes, I do. Isn't it in Canandaigua or...
Well, I know in the movie it was in Colorado.
No, it's in New York. I don't know where the hell it is. I thought I saw it one time. Wherever I was.
Were you there?
I think I was, but I might be lying. I think I was there. Someone said The Shining was filmed here. Now I don't remember where I was. What's that?
The music from Halloween.
I hate this movie. Is that the Freddy Krueger movie?
No, this is Michael Myers, White Mask.
Yeah, Michael Myers. What about the greatest horror movie of all time was The Exorcist, where her head turned all the way around?
Yeah, that movie, like I've seen it a bunch of times. I feel like now with how much things have evolved, it's not as scary.
No, that's the scariest scene from any horror movie ever was her head going completely around.
Turns?
Yeah.
Well, apparently at the time when it came out, people were like passing out in theaters because nothing like it had been released before.
Yeah.
And they say weird things happened behind the scenes when they were filming. Like it would get cold like it is in the studio.
Oh my God. See, I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to know anything more about that. That's why I'm afraid of these things.
Afraid of what things? Horror movies?
Yes.
Yeah, but what's life without a little bit of a scare? I went to the movies last night to see a horror movie.
What'd you see?
Obsession. Have you heard about it?
No.
It's this big, in fact, I saw it in theaters a couple weeks ago, and for the first time ever, I've seen a movie twice in theaters. That's how good it was.
Really? Were you scared?
No. The first time I saw it was a little freaky. Second time I knew what was coming. Although I will tell you this, Joe, I don't know the last time you have been to a theater. The movie was supposed to start at 8:15.
Oh, the previews take an hour and a half.
It started at 8:40.
They should be trying to draw us into the movie theater, not making us want to stay out since most of us are already doing that anyway.
Right. I was beyond furious. We were sitting there for a half hour.
It's ridiculous. I know if it says the movie starts at 4, I can show up at 6:30 and see the whole thing.
Yeah, you won't miss anything.
It's laughable. Do you know that Donnie and his wife Sarah order sometimes to make it feel like movie night at home? They order movie popcorn from like DoorDash and stuff, and the real stuff comes to their house.
Really?
And now the lights are all out. Are we still on the? This looks like a horror movie.
Yeah, we're still on the air.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on the air. I'm checking. Everything's good. We're still on the air.
What's the problem here today? I noticed downstairs there's a doctor's office that's closed because there's no water.
Yeah, there was a water main break, so there's no water in the building, and now the power, I guess, just I don't know. Let's hope we don't get stuck here, or else we're screwed. No water.
Well, I guess. Well, that's why I brought this big jug. You see this right here, big boy? Look.
Oh my God, that's too much water. You don't need all that.
I already talked about this with Tim Benz this morning. Where do you think Giant Eagle spring water comes from? Wrong. Comes from Ohio. Comes from Lancaster, Ohio. So, is there an endless supply of spring water? I feel about that like I feel about... This says best used by 6'2". What happens to it after that?
Oh boy. 6'2", what's the year?
26.
Oh boy. Well, the reason they put an expiration date is for the container, because water doesn't expire.
Yeah.
So it's like the container and what that could put into the drink.
Are we going to run out of water, Dom? Are we going to run out of water and chickens? Those are the two things that come to mind for me.
Water, no, because
Where does all the spring water come from?
Rain.
And who collects it all? And how do they get millions and millions of these jugs and bottles and they keep doing it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Water will always be there.
And then there's the chickens. Within 5 miles of here, there's probably 20 establishments. 5 square miles, is that the phrase?
Yeah.
20 establishments that serve chicken, including places like Chick-fil-A. That's all they serve. How do we keep replenishing the chickens?
Mass produce them. I did see a thing. We were talking before the show, and I mentioned an article that predicted what's going to happen in like the next 50 years.
Yeah.
One of the things was they believe scientists are going to come up with a way to create meat.
They already have.
No, but like you don't need an animal. Like they will manufacture meat. If that makes sense.
So it's not, well, it would have to be imitation meat like they already have.
Not according to this.
They're going to come up with meat without meat?
Apparently.
You also told me that planes are going to be gone?
Yep, they said they think...
Who's they?
Whatever article I read, like forecasters.
Yeah.
They think airplanes are going to be replaced by these hyperspeed trains that go like 600 miles per hour.
That'll be enjoyable.
That'd be great.
It would?
Yeah.
You'd be plastered to your seat with your life in danger.
No, you
at
wouldn't.
600 miles an hour.
Are you plastered to your seat in a car when you're going like 90? No.
No, but that's not 600.
In an airplane, you're not plastered to your seat, and you're going, I think, around probably the same speed.
That's because you're in the air.
What's the difference?
I don't know, but I know it's something.
The article also said they think phone batteries will last 100 years, that the woolly mammoth will walk again as soon as maybe next year.
I've been waiting for that and rooting for that. I want the woolly mammoths to make a comeback.
I do too.
It's like when the Bills were down 35-3 to the Oilers.
And came back and won.
Yeah.
That would be an all-time comeback by the woolly mammoth.
Well, how did the woolly mammoths make a comeback? One of them just starts like rising from the dead, like one of these horror movies you're talking about, and suddenly there's a woolly mammoth?
Well, I think they take the DNA from, I guess, past woolly mammoths and they can recreate it.
Why would they want to?
I don't know, to study it? To put it in zoos? Why'd you look at me like that?
To study what?
The woolly mammoth.
Well, why would we want them back on the streets?
To learn more about history? We're not dropping them in the middle of Route 19. You keep them in factories and you look at them and study and see what you can learn from them.
I think we could do better things with our time and science and money than study the woolly mammoth. Who gives a crap where they went?
We do.
Why?
Wouldn't you like to bring back dinosaurs?
No, I don't care. No, absolutely not.
We learn more about our history. What happened? How did dinosaurs disappear?
We already know they froze to death. Didn't they?
No, I thought an asteroid took them out.
Same thing.
Some people think aliens took them out.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Nobody cares what happened to the dinosaurs.
I care.
You do?
The guy in Jurassic Park cared.
That's true.
We saw how that turned out.
He did. He did care. Wasn't there a follow-up to Jurassic Park recently?
Jurassic Park 2.
I know that's what it was called, but when did it come out?
Jurassic Park 2?
Yes.
95, I want to say.
Shouldn't there be a prequel to Jurassic Park where the dinosaurs were babies, maybe in the previous life or something?
Yeah, that's not fun.
No?
Baby dinosaurs don't affect you. They've made like 15 Jurassic Park movies.
You ever seen these wildlife things where the person who cared for the orangutan or the elephant or something when they were an infant come back and meet them like 30 years later and the animal knows who the person is?
Yeah, that's remarkable, isn't it?
It really is, and it makes you want to cry.
Yeah. Animals are brilliant.
Limits will cry at the drop of a hat. Did you know that?
I don't believe that.
We're smarter than animals. Why are they brilliant?
Are we smarter than animals?
No, my dog was smarter than us, and I cried about him this morning.
See?
Little Bailey.
Because dogs, I guess any animal, but yeah, the connection humans have to animals and what we can learn from them, I think is amazing. In fact, if I didn't go into radio, and who knows, if this career doesn't work out, I considered becoming like a zoologist.
Maybe by tomorrow, the way this segment's going.
Yeah.
Do you know what goat yoga is?
Goat yoga?
Yes.
No.
I was at my hot yoga class this morning, which has helped me go under 200 pounds for the first time in 30 years. And apparently it's what it says it is. They bring in little goats. Did you know this?
And does the goat do yoga with you? How does that work out?
I don't know what happens.
They just walk them in and just like showboated them around?
Yeah, that's like, I guess they give you peace to see. It's like seeing a puppy or something, a bunch of baby goats.
Did you feel at peace?
I didn't do it. They told me there was a goat yoga session later, and I inquired, and they said it is what it sounds like. Goats are there.
Isn't the point of hot yoga to not be relaxed? Like you want to sweat and release the toxins from your body?
No. You want to be, well, that's a good point, but you also want to be relaxed. Ultimately, the goal is to relax.
Yeah.
Maybe the goats make you more uptight. They will if I ever do goat yoga because I'd be afraid they would bite me.
Did you see Callis had a snake on his shoulders at the 5 Alarm yesterday?
The snake that was there, Monty we called him, he was a python, licked Pony's face, which reminds me I owe $200 to the Fan 5 Alarm for that. How about the 5 Alarm? Would you?
Oh, my God.
Would you let a snake on your shoulder?
No.
Neither did I or Donnie.
I would need like the ultimate reassurance that this thing will not attack you. And if I trusted who was handling it, maybe.
Yeah.
But oh my God. Have you ever thought about, I mean, we're just going all the way off the rails here, but I saw a trailer for a movie that came out, I think, a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, where this woman was, I think, exploring the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah.
And she got lost and was like stranded in the rainforest. That's like an irrational fear of mine, is getting stuck in the middle of a jungle.
They should make a horror movie about that starring you.
Well, they did. I just told you I saw a trailer for it.
We need to get to the pirates, I suppose.
Do we?
Although you were wrong in your newscast where you said this was a big trade. This was an extremely small trade. They don't get much smaller than Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton. Do they?
You asking me?
Yes.
I mean,
you're the only person here.
What? Maybe you're asking yourself. I mean, listen, you need all the pitching help you can get right now.
He has a 4.5 ERA in the minors, and the last time he was here, and I'm not exaggerating, his ERA was 23.68.
He also had a 2.2 ERA in 12 appearances last year in Atlanta, and in his one appearance this year, he had a scoreless outing.
Oh, good. He had one good inning.
Would you not take one good inning?
No.
For Joey Bart? I think that's
Joey Bart was Johnny Bench compared to Henry Davis. And the way I'm taking this trade right now,
I'm Johnny Bench compared to Henry Davis.
I know. So they're doubling down again on Henry Davis being on the Major League roster.
Well, you have Endy there as well. It's not like Henry Davis is the only catcher.
I know. In fact, he's the backup catcher. But this trade still spotlights. And by the way, in case you were living under a rock or something, the Pirates late last night traded the great Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton, who used to play here. You may remember, or more likely you probably don't remember, although he was pretty good for a little while. And since then, he's been up and down with the Braves. So here's how I look at this trade. And I'd love for you to join in on any of the topics we're discussing this morning, myself and graduate Dom. 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. This changes nothing. The catching situation is shaky still. The bullpen still stinks. Joey Bart was actually hitting the last we saw him. Over his last 6 games, he was almost at 500. This just underscores to me that what Paul Skeens wants, Paul Skeens gets. Henry Davis is only here right now because he's Skeens' personal catcher. Well, that and one other reason, and that's the other thing this trade casts a spotlight on, and that is the horrific David Bednar trade, where Ben Cherington sent Bednar to the Yankees, and the centerpiece coming back was Rafael Flores Jr., who's horrible. He's hitting .213 in the minors with no power. So the only good thing that's happened with the catching this season is Endy Rodriguez has hit at the major league level. Are we convinced that's going to happen, or continue to happen? I'm not. He was horrible in the minors this year, too. He was hitting like .220 with no power. But here's how this deal makes sense, Dom, ultimately. Are you hanging with me here?
Of course.
At 412-928-9370. If the Pirates, by clearing out one of their catchers, maybe use another one, plus a prospect, to go out and get a real catcher. How about that? How about bringing in a solid veteran catcher? And then how about using their competitive balance pick? I think that's what it's called. Is that what it's called? The number 34 pick in the draft. Ken Rosenthal writes today in The Athletic that the Pirates may be dangling that pick right now. That's a nice little piece of bait to have for other teams, the 34 pick in the whole draft, as a way to get some bullpen help. But first things first, to me, this little tiny deal that Dom referred to as, quote, big earlier on, only makes sense and is only good for anything if you then parlay another catcher or something into a real catcher. You've cleared space for a real catcher, in other words. Dom, do you agree or disagree?
Well, first of all, stop saying, don't make me out to be a villain. I'm just saying in my headline late last night, there was a significant trade.
You said big.
Okay, somebody that we all know.
It wasn't significant.
Joey Bart getting traded, you don't think it's kind of eye-popping.
Is it?
Yeah.
They've been expecting him to get traded for years, and the only thing he did here after a good 2024 was prove why the Giants gave up on him after drafting him second overall, while the Pirates continue to stick with Henry Davis. To me, that's the story here, is we'll do what Skeens wants. Let me get this straight, by the way, with Skeens. He's anti-salary cap, but pro-Henry Davis. Those are two interesting positions for somebody in the Pirate organization, but he is very good, so I guess he gets to do what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, they'll bend over backwards for him. I mean, his two best friends appear to be Henry Davis, who sucks, and Jared Jones, who, as of late, has also sucked. And it feels like those guys now have a lifetime contract with the Pirates, because if you're good with Paul Skeens, I don't think they're going to try and upset the, what's the phrase, the apple cart?
Apple cart, yeah. Are there still apple carts out there, Dom?
Probably in, like, Amish country.
Maybe.
Yeah. By the way, just real quick, so Donnie Football texted in, and he's a big horror movie guy.
Yeah.
And he said the Exorcist set was haunted. In fact, he's pretty sure someone died on set. Just wanted to add that.
And that's why that movie conveyed such a sense of realism, because it was real. and you're convinced it was fake.
Yeah, I guess I'm being disrespectful to the past. I'm just looking at it from now, like some of the effects are like, eh. But at the time, I guess it was a significant, scary horror movie.
Of course it was. Her head turned all the way around, Dom. That
Yeah.
freaked out an entire nation, if not world.
I'm sure it did.
This trade this solved absolutely nothing. Do you agree with that? Do you think this leads to something bigger? There has been talk of the Pirates acquiring a catcher. Are you convinced that Endy is the guy now? That he's not going to revert back to what he was doing in the minors? That he's just going to continue to hit? Maybe he will. The savvy old newshound predicted in our preseason Pirate capsule that Endy Rodriguez would emerge from the minors and have a good year. What do you think of that, oh limitless wonder?
Are you talking about yourself?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good prediction. I mean, again, right now, anybody compared to
Better
him,
than any of yours.
Any of my what?
Predictions. They're
Stop it.
horrible.
My predictions are not horrible. I don't have time to go through them, but that's incorrect.
Go through one that was right.
Caleb Williams is going to be a superstar.
That's the only one. That's your go-to one.
Tom Brady's going to be a great broadcaster. Joe Burrow should have been the MVP last year.
You think that's not a prediction?
What do you mean that's not a prediction?
That's a statement. That's an opinion.
No, I said before Joe Burrow came back from injury, he should be the MVP.
Oh.
And that was correct, and he probably should have still won it, but that's neither here nor there.
Matthew Stafford deserved it.
Did he?
We can't even get phone calls on this Pirate trade. It's so small.
Man, you're a hater this morning, aren't you?
Yeah.
You were freaking out on the drive here because you were behind a truck, and then the lights were flickering. And
Not just any truck, Dom. It's those trucks that carry cars. And I don't trust them. I tell you, I don't trust them. One little bump and one of those cars comes flying off the back. That's all I think. Come on, I'm not alone there.
No,
That's all
actually,
you think about when you're stuck behind a car truck.
I try to get around them whenever.
Yeah.
If I'm stuck
as soon
behind
as
one.
possible.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to parallel park that thing. The dude had like 12 cars on the back of his truck.
Yeah, I mean, those things have to just be on the highway, right? Like transporting them from one warehouse to the other.
Is that the best we can do in 2026? Is transport cars by truck? And trains still exist, which is interesting, isn't it, Dom?
Well, I told you they're going to exist for the foreseeable future. What happened to flying cars? I thought that was going to happen at some point.
That should have happened. It certainly should have happened before passenger-less cars, which was the most ridiculous idea ever perpetrated by man.
What do you mean by passenger-less car?
Passenger-less. No passenger in the car.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, no driver. Driverless cars.
Driverless. Yeah, I was going to say, what are you talking about? Passenger-less. What does that mean?
Driverless car is the worst idea ever perpetrated by mankind.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. You're telling me you would relax in a driverless car?
No. Yeah, you're pretty much essentially driving because you have to be aware 24/7.
Every piece of technology that we have has glitches. Everyone I've ever had does. My iPhone, this computer sitting here in front of me, anything at my house that's computerized, anything in my life that's computerized. Every once in a while, and in some cases way more often than that, there's a problem, which if it's my phone, I can get by. If I'm in a driverless car and we're headed into a crowd of people, for example, and there's a glitch, we got a problem. If it wants to make a right turn on a bridge, we got a problem. I mean, it's ridiculous that ever existed. Does it still exist?
Yeah, in fact, I think, don't they have driverless Ubers now?
That's asinine and dangerous. It's crazy.
I'll tell you this much. If I called an Uber and they pulled up with nobody driving, I'd just wait for the next one. I'm not getting in that car.
Neither am I. And the fact that people get in it without a second thought just blows my mind.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's, with AI and everything, how can you trust any technology these days? AI gets stuff wrong all the time.
I know they do.
Technology's always wrong. How many times are you driving? I don't know if your car has this, but if it detects something in the middle of the road, it'll flash red and say,
I don't want all that. And then when I try to cross the middle line, the car starts to shake. I don't want a
tries to keep you back in the...
It tries to keep me back. And it's more dangerous to keep me back in my lane than it was to cross over for a second.
Right. Why aren't we working on an easier way to see your blind side?
Well, they do have a little thing where there's a yellow light on my rear view mirror that flashes.
Yeah, that's technology, though. I don't trust that. I still need to turn and look.
I know.
You get what I'm saying?
Do you interact with the Uber driver if there is a real one in there?
That's a good question. Not really.
I do. I'm a friendly sort. I make conversation, but you find out real early who wants to talk and who doesn't. Real early, right? Like upon hello, you can tell if this person's going to be engaging or not.
Do you sit in the front or the back if it's just you?
Is that even a question? You get in the front?
No, I'm asking because, like, if I'm with a group of people, someone has to go to the front, obviously. So I'm wondering, like, protocol if it's just you. You go in the back?
Of course.
Wait, you don't trust the Uber driver? You think something's going to happen?
No, he doesn't trust me or she doesn't trust me. Nobody wants you in the front. That's like getting in the middle aisle of a Southwest flight before they had assigned seats, which I did once, by the way. And it was going to be a packed flight. So I go in, one of the first people on, and there's a lady by the window. The rest of the plane is empty. And I sat next to her, and she freaked out. She's like, all these grunts coming at her. And then she got up and walked away. So I turn around, and I say, the flight's going to be filled. So all these seats are going to be filled at some point. You're sitting next to somebody. She said, you don't take the middle seat. I said, I just did. That's the seat I want. It's unbelievable what people think they're entitled to.
What was her problem?
I don't know, but I think a lot of people felt that way. Right. I get it. If maybe she didn't know the flight was going to be packed, she thought it was weird. I don't think it's weird. This is America. I just paid for a flight. I get any seat I want.
You can go wherever you want.
As long as it's not assigned seating.
Right. Let me give you some advice, by the way. Advice for you and everybody listening. If you're ever at a Steelers game or anything at Acrisure Stadium or in the surrounding area, if you have to get an Uber, you always place the Uber to pick you up at Rivers Casino because it's much cheaper.
Nice tip.
Yep.
I'll give you another tip. You can park at Rivers Casino for free if you get there early enough. How do you like that one?
Someone told me that. Is that true? Like before a Steelers game?
No, I just lied to everybody.
That's my way of continuing the conversation is saying, is it true?
I don't know. I think yes.
You don't even know for a fact.
I know you can go there the night before and park. I think
who's doing that?
I think you can go there real early and do it.
I've also been told that. It gets expensive there on Steelers game days.
It gets expensive everywhere on every football game days.
Yeah, it's like $100.
By the way, we've priced out the regular people from all our games, including the World Cup, I might add. It's just, it's ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. I've been told by people who go to football games that if you stand up and cheer in the lower bowl, you're ostracized, Dom. What are you doing?
I'm typing something.
For what? We're having a conversation.
Show notes. I'm typing show notes.
Oh, my God. Now I'm very insulted.
Why are you insulted? I'm still talking to you.
This is like somebody reading their phone while I'm talking to them.
No, it's not. I have to do 20 things back here.
You're typing. You can't do that during the break?
No, I'm trying to talk and keep up here.
Unbelievable.
Joe, I'm still talking to you. Continue. What were you saying?
Why aren't there any calls?
Because I'm talking to you. If I take a phone call, you'll yell at me.
I can't believe people aren't calling about the big Joey Bart trade. This is gigantic. When is Ben Cherington going to do something to help this team? Please.
The deadline's August 3rd. Give him a moment.
Oh, yeah. Let's just wait a month till they're 11.5 games out of the wild card.
Well, hold on. I said a couple days ago, with early morning show, whatever it was, and I said, hey, August 3rd deadline, maybe they'll start
August
making...
4th.
No, it's August 3rd.
Is it?
I think so.
I'll check.
Google's correct. I think it's August 3rd. But anyway, I said they have until August 3rd to start making moves. Maybe they can make some sooner. And then people threw back at me, why would teams trade assets this early? They're going to wait and try to build up the value as much as they can to get a better return.
Yeah, I know.
So it's going to take time.
It is August 3rd. It doesn't have to take time.
When Mike Trout gets traded to the Pirates, it's not going to happen next week. It's going to happen in the next month.
Where are you going to put Mike Trout?
DH. It's not going to happen. I just said call the Angels and see what the return would be. But the focus should be on the bullpen, my man Antonio in Colorado, and then maybe Tarek Skubal.
Tarek Skubal. You think he's coming here?
I think he could. I'd be interested if I were the Pirates. Is it August 3rd? Did we figure that out?
Yeah, it's August 3rd. You're right. Do you know the first, 8 years of Mike Trout's career were so utterly ridiculous? In every single category. In 2012, as a 20-year-old, he scored 129 runs, 30 homers, 49 steals. He hit .326 with a .963 OPS. Who was the MVP that year? Dom.
What year would that be?
His second year, 2012. Oh, Miguel Cabrera. I guess he won the Triple Crown.
Oh, he had a good year when the Tigers made the World Series.
A good year. He won the Triple Crown, I think.
Yeah, good. He had a great year.
Yes, a great year.
My issue with Mike Trout was they just never had any success. He made the playoffs.
Well, how's that
once,
an issue with him?
And
Is
he
it
didn't
his fault?
Play well in the playoffs? No, but like Barry Bonds took the Giants in 2002 to the World Series.
Barry Bonds sucked in the playoffs his whole career until
that
then.
Is wrong.
Until
that is
then.
Wrong.
Until
in 2002, he had an all-time run that year. Don't disrespect him like that. I hate the Barry Bonds disrespect. I hate it.
Hold on a second here. Let me see if you're accurate on Mike Trout in the playoffs. And I want to show me that on his card here. God, that's annoying. I'll tell you what, that's annoying. The greatest website out there for baseball players is Baseball Reference when it works. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I love Baseball Reference.
It's unbelievable.
Mike Trout in the postseason has a batting average of .083.
Yeah, how many games?
One hit,
4?
1 home run, and an RBI.
How many games?
3.
Yeah, 3. So he had a bad 3-game series.
That's the playoffs. You're the best player in the sport. You should elevate. Barry Bonds in those 2002 playoffs, just to contrast.
Yeah. I know he had the one great playoff.
356, 8 home runs, and 16 RBIs in 17 games. That was in 2002, and they should have won the World Series that year.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. Dusty Baker pulled Russ Ortiz early in I think it was game 7. Russ Ortiz was pitching the game of his life, and I think it was Dusty Baker, who was the manager at the time, yanked him from the game and cost Barry Bonds a ring. Mike Trout never got that close. Maybe when he's a Pirate, they will get close.
Would you like to know what Barry Bonds did before then in the playoffs? Oh, he batted 167 in 6 games for the Pirates one year, 90. 91, he batted 148 for the Pirates. In 1992, he actually got an extra base hit and a homer and batted 261. Then he batted 250 for the Giants with no home runs in 12 plate appearances. And then he batted 176 for the Giants. And then he finally had a big run. Oh, my God, the numbers that guy put up when he was in his prime, Dom.
I told you, best player ever.
You might be right about that. Best offensive player ever, for sure. And he was a great defender early in his career, too.
I think the all-time best defender, to be honest.
The all-time best, better than Willie Mays?
In his prime, he's the best left fielder
better
ever.
Than Willie Mays.
He had a somewhat strong arm, but he had an accurate arm, and he was fast.
He was. I'll give you that. And then, well, let's just say his body got a little bit bigger in San Francisco, right? Including his cranium. And he became much less of a defender. Plus, he just got old. But I'm not one who really cares about alleged performance enhancers because I think a bunch of the pitchers were on him, too. I think most of the league was on him. The guy who cracked that case was Jose Canseco, and I don't think he was lying when he said that most of the players in baseball were on something around that time.
They say half the players were on it and the other half were thinking about being on it.
Look at some of the numbers he put up, Dom.
Barry Bonds?
It's actually laughable what he did.
It's ridiculous. He led the league in walks 12 times. He has 7
He had 198
MVPs
walks one year. And
it's ridiculous.
And a 1,381 OPS, a 799 slug, and a 580. He had a 609. Who has the highest on-base percentage of all time for one season? Is it him at 609?
I know Babe Ruth had some years, but I think Barry Bonds has the all-time record.
That has to be it. Nobody else has got. Think about that. In a sport where they say if you fail, 60% of the time, 70% of the time, you're still a really good player. This dude got on base. A hit's as good as a walk. A walk's as good as a hit. He got on base more than 60% of the time. It is a record. 609 in 2004. And then 582, he's got second place too. And then Ted Williams, the splendid splinter, at 553 in 1941. What did you make of the fact that he wanted his head frozen, and it was frozen? Limits. Dom.
Barry Bonds?
Yeah. No, not. There's not a refrigerator big enough to freeze that head and keep it. Ted Williams wanted his head frozen in a cryo chamber.
I think that's a good idea. Walt Disney's head is frozen somewhere.
But what do people think? That like 1,000 years from now, they're suddenly going to perk up and start talking?
That's the idea.
With
like
no body left?
Yeah.
You're just a talking head?
Well, I guess the idea is you wait until you can put the head on like a robotic body or something.
Are the talking heads underrated, by the way, with David Byrne?
They played
Talking Heads?
Yeah, you don't know that band?
No.
Look them up. Really good stuff. They used to play Buffalo all the time. All right, Dom. Let's get some calls on this trade. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. The Pirates are keeping... Here's really the gist of this for me. Is Paul Skeens just getting what he wants here? The Pirates essentially are doubling down until further notified by them making another move for a catcher. Maybe this is all about getting a veteran catcher. They're telling the world we're good with Henry Davis in the big leagues. He's a backup right now to Endy. I don't know how long Endy hits, but the Pirates are telling the world we're giving Paul Skeens what he wants. We're giving him what he wants. I think actually Joey Bart's better than Henry Davis, by the way. And I know Joey Bart, ain't exactly Molina back there. But he was hitting when he left. He was hitting. They're telling the world we're good with Henry Davis in the majors. A 173 career hitter who's hitting 138 this year. This is ridiculous, by the way. How many teams keep around a 138 hitter at any position except pitcher? Back when there was no DH. It's unbelievable to me. 412-928-9370. Did they really help the bullpen? They brought in a 29-year-old who's carrying a 4.4 ERA or something in the minors. I don't mind, taking chances on guys because you have to. My God, they've brought up guys who weren't even pitching well in the minors to try to help their bullpen. But at some point, don't you have to make a real move? Something real? 412-928-9370. I almost said it's Cook and Joe, which it clearly is not. Although Ron's been on all our minds lately because we texted him from the Fan 5 alarm and he didn't want to come on. He said he was a has-been. Did you text him?
Yeah, I still have not received a response, so I'm anxiously waiting.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can listen to Pomp and Joe. Bob has once again been reduced to an armless cardboard cutout standing across from me. Listen to this show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and of course, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's talk about this trade. Some of you must be out on the road. Some of you must be listening or watching on YouTube, watching on X, listening at home on 937thefan.com. This is a nothing trade, right? If anything, it's bad because it underscores their allegiance to Henry Davis and by extension, and maybe instead of that, Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens gets what he wants. 928-9370.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Round 2 of the U.S. Open is officially underway. Right now, Wyndham Clark is at the top of the leaderboard. He is 6 under. 3 guys are tied for second. Corey Connors, Matt Fitzpatrick, and Dustin Johnson, they're all at 3 under. And again, round 2 is going to be happening all day. This, how do you pronounce it, Joe? Shinnecock? Is that how you say it? Yep.
Yes, and be careful with that.
The update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA, and Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
PennDOT crews are out doing emergency drainage repair work on Route 8 in Richland between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. weekdays through the end of the month. Flaggers will be there to help you through the work zone, where it will be reduced to a single lane northbound between Glasgow Road and the Butler County line. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
For those of you still waiting to jump into the red, white, and blue deep end, what are you waiting for? Team USA faces Australia, and a win clinches a spot in the knockout round today. Eric Winalda saying yesterday he thinks this team could make it all the way to the semis. Break out the Stars and Stripes banana hammock you usually save for your trip to the beach. Grill some meat, and let's make American independence a weeks-long celebration rather than just a weekend. The summer of soccer is here. It's okay to jump on the bandwagon. I'm Chris Mann.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Welcome. You are in the Beer Garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week in the Beer Garden, we delve into a Trogs Tag the Summer Variety 12-pack featuring 4 Trogs Graffiti Highway variations. First, prime yourself for summer adventure with the original Graffiti Highway IPA. Twists and turns of tropical aromas and hoppy, juicy fruit-forward flavors await. Next up, Graffiti Highway Double IPA with bigger, juicier, hazier smoothness. Double Graffiti will kick your taste buds into overdrive. Graffiti Highway Downshift IPA enters the intersection of big, bright flavor and easy drinkability. Graffiti Highway Single Hop IPA features a one-way trip up the coast of Mosaic hops with West Coast waves of bright citrus and vibrant tropical fruit. This great compilation of hop exploration is available wherever better beer is sold. So enjoy this summer of adventure with Trogs Tag the Summer Variety Pack. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
That first segment left me reeling, Dom. We went over everything from horror movies to driverless Ubers to Southwest seating plans to Ted Williams' Frozen Head to the Talking Heads with David Byrne. How do they like it or not like it on YouTube or in the comments?
So far, people seem to enjoy it. People love horror movie talk, I can tell you that much.
Are they commenting in the text line? And what are they saying other than insulting us?
I still don't have access to the text line. Thank you very much.
Give me some YouTube comments then, please, if you would.
Give me a second here to pull them up.
Somebody said Dom's takes are the worst of all time. That's one thing that came in right here.
It's a good opinion.
That I'm looking at. And you also are claiming to be a journalist. You said you knew about the Joey Bart trade 15 minutes before it happened?
Yes. I can't say anything else, but I knew about it 15 minutes before it happened.
How?
I have sources.
High up?
I can't tell you. I just know people who are in the know.
All right. Well, let's go to the phone lines.
And I was told I couldn't say anything before the 15 minutes because I was going to tweet out the eye emoji just to get, whatever. But I was told not to. So, yeah.
Well, this is interesting. So when other big stories pop, you've got a lifeline here or a hotline or something. Yes?
Yes.
Let's go to the phone lines.
Very good. Let's go to Robin in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Robin. What's up?
Hey. Well, you guys are funny. The morning show. Oh, goodness. I wanted to talk about your horror movie / that segment this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. About bringing back the woolly mammoth and all of your history.
Yeah.
What about making meat out of nothing? I was wondering if it was referencing the movie Hail Mary, where he had to make me burgers, and his favorite meal when he got to the exoplanet was a me burger. So they made burgers out of his own meat.
You're talking about Project Hail Mary, correct?
Yes, that was it.
This call has taken some interesting turns, I must say. Did you say a me burger? Like he's cooking his own flesh?
Well, they made meat out of his own flesh, yes.
Thank you for the call. What have we done here?
I think that's a great call.
What was she talking about?
In the movie, in order to sustain himself, he had to make food out of nothing. So I guess that's
Was he stranded somewhere, or?
You haven't seen Project Hail Mary?
No.
It's the Ryan Gosling movie where he gets stranded in outer space.
Oh.
Yeah.
And he just cooks up me burgers. Is that
Meat,
what
M-E-A-T.
Well, they're actually me burgers because they're burgers of himself.
Sure.
Next.
Let's go to Chris in Wilkes-Barre.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Joe. The trade is just so hypocritical. I mean, they've been telling us this is the year. We got to win. We got to win. You got Skeens on the record saying, we didn't make good enough moves at the deadline last year. He got his pitching coach fired. We got to do whatever it takes to win, and yet he continues to tote a feeble hitting catcher because he arrogantly believes that his pitching is going to out-trump the lack of hitting of Henry Davis, and here we are with 0 wins in his last 6 starts. It's just so hypocritical that it's win now, win now, win now, and Henry Davis is awful. It's terrible.
Well, there's a lot there.
I just don't understand it.
Yeah, so let me address some of that. First of all, again, in this town, with this franchise, Paul Skeens has taken 2 extremely unpopular opinions. One is to be militant anti-salary cap and to rip MLB's initial offer when it finally was something from the owner's side that said, yeah, we're going to make the Pirates spend at least $170 million. And then on top of that, he's pro Henry Davis. And that's not a popular opinion either. Now, it's one thing if he has a 1.9 ERA or something, but it's gone up by a run. He's still very, very, very good. He's still an all-star, as a matter of fact. But suddenly, even with it going up by only a run and him being a little below 3, I don't know that his opinions are going to be as popular as they might have been otherwise, as foolproof as they might have been otherwise. I think people are going to heavily disagree with Skeens, and I think they already do on Henry Davis. I don't think they like the fact that everybody knows that the only reason Henry Davis is here is because he's Paul Skeens' personal catcher, and they just doubled down on that by getting rid of Bart. And I'm not a big Bart fan. Don't mistake it for that.
No, I agree. And then to cater to someone when you're in your one of your only win-now seasons in quite a long time.
Yeah.
And catering to someone who you know is going to be gone in a year or two because they're not going to sign him for $60 million a year. There's better odds of Dom's woolly mammoth coming back to life than Paul Skeens signing with a second contract with the Pirates.
I agree with you. Now, if I told you that this cleared out one catcher and that they would deal another young one, maybe with a prospect, and bring in an actual veteran catcher, would you feel better about it?
Yeah, but, I mean, Henry Davis has 0 trade value. Flores has 0 trade value. I just don't see where they're going with this. I just think they're trying to clear out room for the extra bullpen arm down the stretch.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. You are probably right about that. I thought that Joey Bart, I thought even Joey Bart would bring them somebody who's in the major leagues at the moment and who's not carrying a 4.4 ERA in the minors. I'll tell you that much. Thank you for the call. He seemed like an angry man in Wilkes-Barre. You ever been there, Limits?
Yeah, a couple times. So what do you think has a better chance of happening? The Pirates re-sign Paul Skeens or the woolly mammoth comes back to life?
Back to Wilkes-Barre for a moment. The centerpiece attraction in Wilkes-Barre is the Wegmans. Have you been there?
Yeah, we had a Wegmans up at Syracuse I went to once a week.
What a place, huh?
Yeah, I'm still a Giant Eagle guy, but Wegmans is nice. It's expensive.
Well, there's no choice in Wilkes-Barre. It's the Wegmans or nothing.
Doesn't make it not expensive.
It's more expensive than other places?
No, I'm saying it's still expensive even if it's the only place.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean expensive? Is they're just groceries?
They're expensive groceries.
They are not.
Yes, they are. I should not be paying $20 for a cheesecake.
You didn't pay $20.
Oh, yes, I did.
Cheesecake.
Oh,
That's
yes, I did.
an outright lie.
No, it's not.
What'd you say
swear
after
to God.
that? What'd you say before that?
I don't remember.
All right, go to the next call.
David in Cincinnati.
Hi, David.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, lifelong Buccos fan here. Been following the Pirates since the 70s. Love this team despite all their problems and challenges and frustrations. Thoughts on the trade when I first saw it. I'm actually okay with it, and I'll give you my reasons, although I did appreciate the last caller and your thoughts on it as well. But listen, Endy Rodriguez is a good catcher, and I look at this as addition by subtraction to a certain degree.
Are we sure about that, though? Are we sure?
Yeah, he's a good catcher. Yes,
Okay.
good catcher.
You mean hitting and hitting and receiving?
Absolutely. And not only that.
Then how do you explain that he was hitting 220 with no power in the minors?
Listen, he's had a bunch of injuries over the last couple of seasons, and I will tell you that I thought losing him the last time was a big blow to the Buccos. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of Henry Davis. Don't get me wrong. I don't see Henry as a long-term solution, although I certainly would love him to figure things out. But, time is time, right? But if Henry Davis is your fifth-day catcher and Endy is your everyday catcher, I'm comfortable with that. Endy can play on both sides of the ball, and he brings the moxie and the enthusiasm. I like his style. If he can stay healthy, I think that's good. Now, Hunter Stratton, I don't recall exactly what his stats were with the Buccos the last time around. I think he was fairly good. I don't recall exactly, but listen, we're desperate for arms, right? If the dude can throw, and I know minors is minors and whatever, but, I'm willing to give the guy a shot. So I look at it as addition by subtraction. That being said, the team needs a lot of help. And this is just a minor thing, and I certainly get your points. I'm not hardcore.
No, you're making very reasonable points, and you're a very reasonable man. What is your line of work, sir, if I may ask?
Well, I'm an entrepreneur. I've had a couple of different businesses, but actually have a company that makes what are called Hero Decks playing cards, and we make Hero Decks. We've been doing that for about 25 years. And we have all sorts of hero decks for the Pittsburgh area. Like we have a Steelers hero deck and a Buccos hero deck. We have one for the Pens as well. We even have one for Penn State.
Wow. You'll have to tell Limits about this, and then he'll lobby you to make a card of him like he did at the station here.
Yeah, no, I listen to you guys all the time. And listen, I will say this. I love the streaming service because, I live in Cincinnati, greater Cincinnati area. And I listen to you guys all the time. Only station I listen to, and that's because I get my Buccos news from you guys. I love the banter. And, I'm not a Steelers fan. Don't hate me. I'm a Bengals fan. And I think we could talk a little bit about that. It's going to be a very interesting season, and I definitely think you guys are underrating the Bengals.
I'm not underrating the Bengals, and Dom here thinks that Joe Burrow's the greatest quarterback of all time. Don't you, Dom? Tell David about your opinion.
David, I'm picking the Bengals to go to the Super Bowl this year just because I think Burrow's the best quarterback in the league. I think Jamar Chase is probably the best wide receiver in the league, so I'm with you. Go Bengals.
Dom, you're right there, and I'll tell you, you guys do a lot of promos for the the different sports betting apps and whatnot. But
wait a second, David. Wait a second. Are you from Pittsburgh?
No, I'm actually. Listen, I grew up I was 10 years old when the family won it all in 1979. So I've been a Bucs fan for a long time.
All right.
Fell in love with the team and fell in love with the legacy of the great one.
Well, what about this guy? Sounds now like he's rooting for the Bengals, not just predicting. Dom, you sound like you're rooting for the Bengals.
No, I'm rooting.
You just said, let's go Bengals.
I'm rooting for Joe Burrow because I love him, and I'm rooting for my prediction to be right.
Do you want your prediction over the Steelers?
Well, I don't think the Steelers are going to the Super Bowl.
Do you want your prediction over the Steelers?
I think my prediction has a better chance of being right.
Are you rooting for your prediction to be right more than you're rooting for the Steelers?
I'm rooting. It's 51-49.
Who?
Steelers.
Oh.
But that doesn't mean I don't want to see Joe Burrow succeed.
I didn't say it did.
Yes, you did.
David, you mentioned Hunter Stratton's numbers. He was actually okay in 23 and 24. He was pretty good. He pitched 49, almost 50 innings. He had 43 strikeouts and only 10 walks. But the problem is...
Listen.
Yeah?
Go ahead, sorry. The problem? Yeah.
The problem is he's 29, and in his last year here, his ERA expanded faster than Mulsey's cranium. It was up to 23.6.
Can I get 3 months out of the dude? Can I get 3 months?
I don't know. He's in the minors with a 4.4 ERA. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, he fair enough. We won't know until we see him. I'm not a Hunter Stratton cheerleader. I'm just saying we need all the help we can get.
You also have an unbelievable radio voice. Did you ever work in radio? Do you agree, Dom?
No.
Yeah,
no,
I do.
Sir. No, sir, I didn't.
No.
But maybe that's the car sound system, speaker system. I don't know, but
Yeah, you sound great.
you know, I like the Buccos. I really hope they make some changes. I would love to see. They've done a good job this year on balance. I mean, listen, we're going into almost 4th of July, and we're actually talking about this team and not like bemoaning the fact that they still suck. These guys are good. I mean, they're good, and if
they're not good, they're average so far. They're the epitome of average.
They are, but if we had at least one or two decent relievers on this team, and once we get Griffin back, and a couple of other cards need to be shuffled. Ozuna, what are we going to do with this guy? You know?
I think you made all fair points, and you're, like I said, you're a very reasonable man. I haven't met a man that reasonable in years, Dom.
Besides me, it's a good point. You still haven't answered my question. Pirates re-sign Skeens or the woolly mammoth comes back to life?
Absolutely the woolly mammoth. If it's only used for scientific purposes. Like you said, they're not going to drop them on Route 19.
Right.
We're not going to be going to Uptown Coffee and there's a woolly mammoth sitting at the table.
I would expect not, no.
But absolutely that. Yeah, and ironically, the only way the Pirates could ever have a prayer to keep Skeens is via a salary cap. Yeah, and again, the question I would ask Skeens and anybody else who is a hardcore defender of no cap, how are the other sports doing? Do they seem to be suffering to you? And I'm not one of these guys, by the way, who says, "Oh, I'm only making this much per hour. How dare professional athletes?" Professional athletes deserve their piece of the pie for whatever their sport is generating. And I'm also a person who says I never blame anybody for going for all the money they can get at any given time. And the players deserve to have a 50-50 revenue split. That is absolutely true. But why can't they do that within a salary cap system? That's what I don't get. How are the guys in the other sports? Does it look like NBA players are doing poorly right now relative to the revenues that league brings in? I don't think so.
Well, Jalen Brunson had to take a massive pay cut in order to...
He chose to.
Tom Brady took pay cuts for years. So
what does that have to do with anything? Tom Brady could have made $1 billion if he wanted to.
Sure, but I'm saying it's not like they're making the full amount of money they could have been making from the league. So my point is...
The two guys you mentioned chose, just like Sidney Crosby, to take less in order to build teams around them.
So I'm saying they didn't get the full amount because they wanted to build a winner around them. So I don't necessarily blame baseball players for not wanting a cap. Now, we want it as fans, obviously, and especially a fan of a team.
Who do you
like
think's going to suffer under a cap? Paul Skeens?
Let me put it to you this way. If I said, Joe, next year, you're an unbelievable radio host, high ratings, you can either make $200 million or $25 million. But if you make $25 million, it might benefit the station. What would you say?
Dom,
you would take the $200 million. You would.
And
you would advocate
95% of them do and get it. The salary cap is not prohibiting Sidney Crosby or Paul Skeens or Tom Brady from making the kind of money you talk about.
But it would have prohibited Shohei Ohtani from making $700 million. Juan Soto from making $800 million. Juan Soto's making $800 million with the Mets. If there's a salary cap, no, he's not.
They still get a $265 or $45 million payroll.
Sure, if you want to have one player go out there every day, then great.
No.
But players are not going to be making anywhere near that, Joe, if there's a cap.
Yes, they are.
They're going to be making millions. They're still going to be making a lot of money, but it's not going to be what they could be right now.
No, I disagree.
Skeens could make $100 million a year if he wanted to. If there's a cap, that's not going to happen.
Paul Skeens is going to make as much under a cap system as he would right now on the open market.
There's just no way.
There's absolutely
There's just no way. How are teams going to make that possible? You still have to pay everybody else.
Do NBA players, the best ones, make the most money?
They would. LeBron James would be making a lot more right now, or I guess whoever you think SGA, Wemby, they'd be making a lot more than what they're making right now if there wasn't a cap and any of these billionaire owners could go out and say, you know what, we want this guy, so we're going to give you $1 billion to get you on our team. But you can't do that if there's a cap.
Is in the middle. Do you know how much? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
He's made $100 million just in 2 years here with the Lakers at the end of his career.
Great. So let's do the math, right?
You know what his career earnings are? Actually, I don't, because it's not on this list, and it should be.
So he's making $50 million a year at the Lakers. You're telling me if there wasn't a cap and players were free to make as much money as they wanted, that he wouldn't be making more than $50 million?
First of all, it's not even a hard cap in the NBA.
It's a soft cap, sure, but it's a cap regardless.
At age 41, he's making $53 million. At age 41.
He'd be making more. He just would. He wouldn't. He's LeBron James.
At the height of his career, he was making way more than that.
And he would have made even more then if there wasn't a cap.
And now we would.
LeBron on the Heat wouldn't be making $100 million again. Oh, I'll go back to that number. He wouldn't have been making that much money. Yes, he would have.
You've gone nuts.
You've gone nuts.
Not only that, but Major League Baseball is about to explode in revenues with all these new deals, and the players are slated to make 50% of it. Is that not fair?
I agree it's fair.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't blame the players for being anti-cap.
Well, they're the last league left that's anti-cap.
Again, from a fan perspective,
and by the way,
I want a cap.
By the way, in this great system they supposedly have right now for Paul Skeens and company, what's Paul Skeens making this year? What did he make last year when he won the Cy Young Award?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I'm sure you know.
Peanuts is what he made. But you know why?
So you're making my point. Of course,
it takes 6 years to become a free agent.
Right. So
so what's so
making
great
my
about
point.
this system for players?
You're making my point. This is why Skeens is saying, no, we don't want a salary cap, because I'm making next to nothing and I'm a top 3 pitcher in the sport.
That's different from the cap. The issue for Paul Skeens not making money right now is they have a system whereby you can't become a free agent until your 5th, 6th, or 7th year.
Which that's also wrong, and that also needs changed. But that affects how much he's making then and how much he's projecting that he wants to make. That's what I'm saying. There's multiple issues going on here.
Paul Skeens is going to make $50 or $60 million a year, whether there's a cap or not. But you know why? Because if he makes $50 million a year, that team will still have $200 million for the rest of their payroll.
If there wasn't a cap...
What it'll stop is teams like the Dodgers from collecting play. Are you a Pirate fan or no?
Joe, I told you.
Do you want any equity in Major League Baseball?
Are your headsets broke? Can you hear what I'm saying? I'm telling you, as a fan, I want a cap. But if I was a player and I'm looking at guys making $500 million, of course I would say, no, I don't want the cap. I want this much.
They're going to make...
I want what these guys are making.
They're going to make... The best players will make what they're making.
I listen, you've been around sports way longer than I have, but I don't see how that's possible. I really don't.
I just explained how that's possible, Dom.
Players are going to be making more and more.
Paul Skeens will make, let's say, $60 million. The team that signs him under the proposed cap would still have $190 million to build the rest of their team.
Mike Trout, whenever he signed his big contract in 2018, 19, whenever it was, made less than $500 million, and that was seen as absurd. And then 4, 5, 6 years later, Shohei Ohtani made $700 million, and then Juan Soto upped that. You're telling me we weren't getting to the range where somebody was making $1 billion?
Yeah, we would, and they still will. Dom, it's 11:09. That's the longest I've ever gone past a segment, and it's entirely your fault. Who's coming on next?
My fault. John Parato's joining us.
Let's talk to Johnny Parato next. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly sunny today with a high of 74. Give me a guy who wore 74. Why can't I think of a Steeler who wore 74?
I'm terrible with numbers.
Let's see here. Steelers. Well, let's just do the legendary 74 draft class. You like that, Limits? I mean, Dom?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Johnny Parato next on the Pirates.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates start a series with the Rockies tonight, 8:40. Bubba Chandler gets the start for the Buccos this evening, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with my best friend in the world, Dan Zangrilli, at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad. And I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Turn a night at Firehouse Subs into your organization's best fundraiser. That's right, you can raise money for your school, church, community, or nonprofit just by eating subs. And the crew at Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings will help make it happen. The more invitations your group distributes and redeems, the bigger your donation will be. Stop by Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, Butler, PA, or give them a call, 724-841-0114 to learn more today.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Craving the perfect roll? From the volcano roll to precise Scottish salmon sashimi, Jimmy Wan's brings fresh, bold flavors to the table. Family owned since 1985. Join them for dinner or happy hour in Cranberry and Fox Chapel. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray and Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer Solar Systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Let's go out to round 2 of the U.S. Open for an update. Wyndham Clark, he's at 5 under. He's at the top of the leaderboard. Xander Schauffele, William Mao, and Corey Connors, and Matt Fitzpatrick, and Dustin Johnson, and Sam Stevens are all tied for second at 2 under, so a packed leaderboard at the top. This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Today it's Joe and Dom. What a man he is, our little graduate Dom.
Did Donnie not hear me? I told him to come back here for a second. I had to give him something.
No, you can't hear you in here. I've shut your voice off unless I have to talk to you.
Great.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Is Johnny Parado on the line?
He is.
John, how are you today?
Doing good, Joe. How are you?
Good, and I appreciate you making time to join me today.
You're welcome. Anything for you, Joe. You know that.
Thank you. What'd you make of the trade? Dom called it a big trade. He was wrong. That's the first thing. But what did you make of it?
I thought it was odd. It came at 11:20 at night, but like at what point do you shut it off for the day? But you're a general manager and you're trading a backup catcher for a DFA'd pitcher at 11:20 at night. Okay, whatever. But anyway, it's like it's much ado about nothing as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Hunter Stratton is an okay pitcher. They're not even bringing him to the big leagues. So I'm not 100% sure Hunter Stratton's going to come up and fix the bullpen issue by himself. He might help as a middle guy, maybe. I think it was more about just offloading Joey Bart. They had too many catchers, and Andy Rodriguez came up after Bart went on the injured list here about 5 weeks ago, and Andy's played pretty well, and he's finally starting to play like the type of prospect that he was when he was number one prospect in the organization 3 or 4 years ago. And I think it's more about just giving opportunity for Andy Rodriguez. And of course, for whatever reason, they want to keep Henry Davis, which I'm not 100% sure why, but they're pretty much infatuated with him.
So is there any way this leads to them getting a veteran catcher to maybe stabilize the situation?
Well, I think it's certainly a possibility. Yeah, the one thing you always have to be careful for when you trade for a catcher in season is, it takes a while for the catchers to learn all the pitchers on the staff, learn not only what they throw, but psychologically what they're like, who is who, and, who does what. So that's the one possible drawback, but I think if they did have a chance to get a frontline catcher that they would do it. It would be worth the risk of, having that acclimation process happen during the season instead of during spring training.
John Parado on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. I think this trade also underscores the disaster that was the Bednar trade, because the centerpiece coming back was Flores, and he's horrible. In the minors, at least. Yes?
Yes, and I don't think he's a catcher. I mean, I know that's what he's. In fact, they even list him as a catcher / first baseman, which kind of tells you they're not 100% sure of him behind the plate. So, I hate to write the guy off. I mean, he could turn out to be a pretty decent player, but I just don't see him being an all-star caliber player or anything like that. And the other two guys, to be quite honest, I have not heard anything about them all season. I'm not saying, they're not playing, but certainly they aren't excelling, or they'd be a little bit more on everybody's radar than they are right now. So, yeah, it looks like another bad Yankees trade, much like that Jameson Taillon trade a few years ago when they traded him and ended up getting Roansy Contreras, who turned out to be not what he was supposed to be. So maybe the Ben shouldn't trade with Brian Cashman anymore. That'd probably be a good idea.
Is it your sense, Johnny, that Davis is only here because Skeens wants him here?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that with 97.2% certainty that yes, that is the case. I mean, Joe, he's been in the big leagues 4 years now. He's got 800 plate appearances, and he has like a 182 batting average. And I know he'll occasionally pop a ball out of the ballpark, but not enough to make up for hitting well under 200. And, they talk about his defense, but he also leads the league in pass balls this year. So I'm not so sure the defense is what the Pirates crack it up to be. But I do think Skeens likes pitching to him, and I think they want to do everything they can. I mean, that's why they were motivated to go out and actually get some hitters over the winter, because Skeens said, hey, go get some hitters. And, he pretty much, I don't want to say he runs the show. He's not that big of a deal, but they want to keep him happy for as long as they know they can keep him here in Pittsburgh and try to win, because they know the window is very tight before he's going to be traded. So they need to win sooner rather than later.
Was part of keeping him happy getting rid of Oscar Marin? Because it seems to me that they had a good pitching staff last year, and now almost everybody's gotten worse.
Yeah, that's I heard was multiple pitchers, but Skeens certainly was one of them. And I mean, Skeens would have the most sway of anybody on the pitching staff with the front office. I thought Oscar was a pretty good pitching coach too. I mean, they were, like you said, they were seventh in the major leagues in ERA last year, which is pretty good for a team that had the 76 and 86 record, whatever it was. I mean, that was pretty impressive for a team with a very shaky defense and no run support. But they talked very highly of Bill Murphy, and I hate to write the guy off after just 3 months, because I remember last year thinking Matt Haig was totally overmatched as a hitting coach, and now this year they have they're number 6 or 7 in the league in runs scored. So those things can go up and down, but yeah, it is a disappointment they're pitching. I mean, I certainly thought it would be better on the whole than it has been.
Well, now that they're good at hitting, they'll probably fire the hitting coach. Yes, Johnny?
Yeah. Where they'll melt the snow and ski on the grass at Seven Springs or whatever.
I don't know what's happening right now.
One of your greatest lines ever, yeah.
Johnny Parado is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Usually this is Ray Fittipaldo in this spot. Were you aware of that, Johnny? And Ray's brought to you by LGKG. LGKG, Western Pennsylvania Super Lawyers. They try cases and insurance companies know it.
Wow.
And that is Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. So this is a very special time for you, I would imagine, John.
Larry Kelly, former Newcastle News sports writer a million years ago.
Really?
True story. Yep, true story. Larry Kelly.
You remember Dave Ailes, the late Dave Ailes from the Tribune Review? He hired me.
Yeah.
He hired me.
Dave Ailes, I remember Dave, sure. Yeah.
Legendary figure. Anyway.
Yeah, he was. A funny man, too. He had a good sense of humor.
No, he was great. And a good writer, I thought, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, Johnny, back to the Buccos. I think graduate Dom has a question here. Dom just graduated from Syracuse, if you'd like to express your congratulations.
Congratulations, Dom.
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. John, let me ask you, as we stand here on June 19th, the trade deadline is August 3rd. Do you expect the Pirates to be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline?
I think they're going to hang in it and be buyers, but I would not bet my savings account, which doesn't have much anyway, on it. But I think they're going to hang in there, and I think if they're close, I mean, after what he did last winter, Dom, I just see if you're even remotely close to contention, I don't see how you can't follow up on it and try to really go for it this year. So I'm going to be optimistic here and say yes, that there'll be buyers at the deadline.
Now, follow-up question, and this is what they taught us at Newhouse. You always ask a follow-up question. So if they are sellers, are there any guys around the sport that you have your eye on that you think the Pirates could be interested in trading for?
Well, I think, Aroldis Chapman would be an interesting guy to bring back, as a potential closer. I still think they need one more bat. I think Isak Paredes from the Astros, I know he hasn't had a good year, but he has had good years in the past, and he's not all that old. I believe he's 27 or 28. He's another guy that really jumps out at me. But I would love to see, even though they don't need a lefty per se, they need a closer, though, or somebody to help Soto. Chapman's a guy, and I think you would be able to get him from the Red Sox fairly cheap, Dom, because he is a free agent at the end of the year. So it wouldn't be like you'd have to give up a whole lot because you'd only have him for a couple of months.
Dom, Coach C has weighed in. Dom is extremely combative, and I don't like it. These young producers have been given too much too soon. Take me back to the days when producers answered phones, pushed buttons, and kept their mouths shut. Do you feel like you're being victimized here in any way, and are you angry at Coach C?
Coach C can have all the opinions that he wants. Greg Giannotti was once a producer, so I guess if Coach C had it his way, Greg Giannotti wouldn't be doing mornings in New York. So, I beg to differ.
Johnny, you want to weigh in on this?
Things change, Joe. In my day, everyone, when you were young like that, you were told to sit down and shut up and just listen. But it's different now, and I work with college kids. In fact, one of Dom's high school classmates at Robert Morris, and it's a little bit different world today, and that's fine. I'm willing to roll with it. If Dom wants to be a little combative, hey,
And I do actually I think you can have the best of both worlds. He is combative, and I do tell him to shut up, but I do like it when he talks as well. Don?
Well, then you're right. You have the best of both worlds. So, as long as he has something interesting to say, then absolutely. I mean, if he's just talking gibberish, then you got to shut him down. It all depends on the conversation.
Well, and to be fair, I remember, speaking of Greg Giannotti, when I was an intern, I remember talking to him, and one of the things he told me was, listen, I know, I wanted to be on the air. He did when he was an intern and a producer, and he said, same for you. But what they're looking for is a producer. They're not there to have somebody who just hogs the mic like Austin Bechtold. So I try hard to walk the line of, I'm back here and Joe needs a producer, not a co-host. And if Joe welcomes me onto the show, then I'm going to try my best to be entertaining and informative.
That is true. I have opened the door for Limits and Dom because I think they're both funny and good.
I have a text message from somebody on one of your sister stations there. Casey Erlewine says, "Rip Dom on the air." So, Dom, I'm supposed to rip you on the air from Casey Erlewine.
Casey doesn't know what he's talking about. Block the number, actually, John. That would be my advice to you. Block his
Casey's
number.
one of my students at Robert Morris. I would not say he doesn't know what he's talking about, Dom.
Listen, Casey and I go
Speaking
back
for
to
myself.
Casey and
I know.
like fourth grade. Doesn't know what he's talking
I
about.
know. I'm just busting you. Yeah, I know. He's told me all about you.
Dom is a wonderful man. We have John Parado on the line, who's also a wonderful man, I might add. Johnny, Paul Skeens had some interesting things to say to the beeswacker, I believe, Colin Beasley over at the Post-Gazette about the CBA and how there's a line we're not going to cross. If we have to miss games, we'll miss games. Going to be interesting. It was a very bad offer, he said, that they came up with at the start. My contention here is that a stance like that is not going to play well. I don't think people care enough about it yet, but when the threat of missing games comes along and Skeens is still talking that way, I don't think in this town, no matter how good he is, where people have been begging for the Pirates to spend more, begging for a salary floor, I don't think that's going to play well. Your thoughts?
And I think the other thing is, where he's kind of tone deaf here, just beyond the dollars and cents is, there's a good feeling about baseball in this city for the first time in probably 7-8 years. And, you want to buzzkill that? Really? I mean, you put your fans through so much, you turned them off. Now you have them excited again. You have if not a great team, certainly a much more exciting team than they've had in quite a few years. And then basically you're telling your fans who are fired up about baseball, and you have some fans that are starting to come back to the ballpark who haven't been there in a couple of years, then you're going to say, well, enjoy it while it lasts because we're not going to have baseball next year. I don't see the point in that. I understand where Paul's coming from, and I know that's the union stance on it, and I have nothing against that. They certainly can have their stance. But I just, I think, and I guess I shouldn't say this as a baseball writer, I should want people to be candid and talk openly like that. But I just don't know in this labor negotiation if just this kind of rhetoric this far away from the deadline for the talks before a lockout, I don't know to be that inflammatory this early on in the process is really going to help matters. I think it to me it's still in the early negotiating stages, and I think I don't know if Paul, maybe this would be the first labor contract he's been through, and maybe he just doesn't understand the nuance of that yet. And that's not a knock. He's a bright guy, but this is something new for him.
Back to the baseball side, Johnny. Is Brandon Lau going to become the first Pirate since Willie Stargell in 73 to hit 40 homers? He's on pace for 39.
He might. I've been thinking about that. That's one of the very kind of little-known things that are ever talked about with the Pirates is not having a 40-home run hitter in over half a century now. And Brian Giles came close. He had 39 one of the last years in Three Rivers, and then he got his hand broken by a pitch in September, and that took him out of it. He might. I tell you, that ballpark is built for Brandon Lau. I mean, he's a dead pool hitter to right field, and it's a great part. But he's also hit well on the road, too. It's not like there's a great disparity where, he's just a PNC Park creation. So, yeah, I really like him. I didn't know a whole lot about him. I'd see him play now and again at Tampa Bay, on TV or something, but he always put up good numbers in Tampa, and I thought nobody ever talks about this guy, and he must be pretty good. Now when you see him every day, you understand, wow, this guy really is one of the more underrated players in the league.
Dom, would you like to ask Johnny one final question?
I do. John, we saw the Knicks win the NBA Finals, and New York City just erupted. You have been around the Pirates forever. You've been around this city forever. Explain to the people, John, what you would imagine a World Series game at PNC Park to be like.
I think it would be every bit like the blackout game, 2013 wild card game when the Pirates beat the Reds. I think it would be that same kind of intensity. And, it's funny because was at the last World Series game of Pittsburgh in 1979. I was a 15-year-old kid, went to the game with my dad, and still remember it vividly 46 years later, or 40, whatever it is now, 47 years later. And yeah, I could only imagine after waiting as long as Pirate fans have for a World Series, how crazy it would be. I mean, because you're talking, that was just a wild card game in 2013. And I mean, a World Series is, not going to break any grounds here, but I mean, that's a whole nother level to itself.
Dom, I thought you were going to ask a follow-up. They taught you that at the Robert Newhouse School of Medicine.
Well, again, as we talked, I didn't know if you wanted to jump in there, Joe. John, again, just kind of following up on that. How much do you think tickets would be for a World Series game? You think we're looking at like $10K?
I would say probably because, it's one of the smaller stadiums in the big leagues, so the ticket demand would be, there'd be more demand than supply. I know even just the face value tickets are like $500, $750 now for Major League Baseball. So I could imagine on the secondary market how high they would go. And yeah, I think 10,000 might not be crazy figure. And Joe, it's funny you bring up Robert Newhouse because a lot of people thought the Steelers should have drafted him instead of Franco Harris. But anyway,
Chuck Noll wanted to draft Robert Newhouse.
Absolutely,
as I recall.
wanted Robert Newhouse. Yep.
Now, John, we formed a friendship over these last 30 minutes. So if the Pirates do get to the World Series, I would imagine you would let me into the press box with you, correct?
Well, that would be a good question. You put on a list of about 1,000 people that's already asked me that. So we'd have to have maybe like a draft lottery or something to see who could accompany me. But you would certainly be under consideration.
Spectacular.
Man, I'll tell you, Johnny, that wild card game against the Reds, I was mad when I got to the ballpark because they didn't have a seat for me in the press box.
Mm-hmm.
I felt disrespected, I'll tell you. But they put me out in right field in the auxiliary seating, and I'll forever be grateful that I sat outside for that game. It was a beautiful night, and I got a real feel for the electricity in the place.
Yeah.
I'm so glad they did that, although I did have to sit near Mulsey, which was a problem. But other than that, it was great.
There's always a trade-off in life, but it really, truly was. And I mean, you knew going in it was going to be a raucous crowd. It was going to be, but man, it was beyond anything I anticipated. I mean, you talk about 45 minutes before the first pitch, they start chanting and clapping and everything, and then they have that kind of game, and to see Johnny Cueto drop the ball, and I mean the decibel level at that point, I mean you couldn't even hear the person next to you, and that was really a great atmosphere. And I just hope now you have another generation of fans almost who haven't experienced that, and I hope for the fans' sake, I really do. I hope that the Pirates could get back to that. I really hope that they could get to the playoffs and make some noise here either this year or in the next couple of years, because there's really nothing. I mean, October baseball is just a whole different intensity than regular season, and it's really a lot of fun, and it's very riveting.
Johnny, great stuff as always. Thanks for taking so much time with us. We'll talk to you, man. Oh,
you're welcome, Jeff. Thanks for having me, and Dom, thanks for having me too. And Casey, you guys keep an eye on each other there in the big building on the not Dormont, wherever you Green Tree.
Oh, we will. Okay.
See you, man. What a wonderful man, huh, Dom?
Yeah, John's the best. That's the first time I think we've ever interacted.
Yeah.
He's the best. And he was on for us for almost 30 minutes talking Bucko baseball. That was great.
He seems very proud of you for not having ever met you.
He does. That made me feel really good about myself.
Yeah.
Somebody has my back around here.
He wished you well in your future. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Did I already do the text line?
No, tell the people about it.
Fan text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend Graduate Dom, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community in honor of intern Dom. As I said, a recent graduate of the Robert Newhouse School of, what is it, journalism, communications?
Communications?
Yeah.
SI Newhouse School of Public Communications.
Public communications.
Public communications.
At Syracuse University, the home of Andrew Filipponi, Tim Benz, Bob Costas, Mike Tirico. Who am I missing?
Jeff Passan, Craig Carton.
Ian Eagle,
Noah Eagle. Who else went to Syracuse? Intern Dom. Jason Benetti, Beth Mowens. Did you say Sean McDonough?
Intern Dom, for sure.
Intern Dom. Andrew Filipponi.
How many of those people came back to speak in your classes?
Tirico came back all the time. Costas was there. Marv Albert was there. Ian Eagle. Pretty much all of them at some point drop in.
McDonough?
Yeah.
You like him?
I do. He was there he was there every year that I was.
Did they stay after class for little informal chats?
Sometimes. Sometimes they would be there, and the line was out the door. It was like Disney World, so everybody could go and shake hands and introduce themselves.
Did
they
you?
showed up all the time. A couple times. Sometimes if the line was too long, I was like, forget this. But
who's your broadcasting hero?
My broadcasting hero? All time? I mean, there was a few. Obviously, like radio guys were number one. The non-radio guy was Joe Buck. I love Joe Buck. Radio people, Pony was definitely one, listening to him. Greg Giannotti when he was here. Craig Carton, I mentioned him. I would say those are like the main guys. What about you?
I guess I can't help but feel insulted by that.
Oh, stop. If I extended the list, I would say you. I remember,
wouldn't say me.
Hold on. I remember. Hold on. I remember growing up listening to you and Malsey in the afternoon. And I always thought you had the coolest voice. I remember being in kindergarten listening to you because my dad would always have it on the radio. And I always thought you had the most awesome voice. That was my first impression of you. Why are you looking at me like that?
All right.
See, hold on. No. You set me up for stuff like this. Who's your idol growing up? And I listed 5 people, so I got to leave off a bunch of people. And then I don't mention you, and now I'm a jerk.
Well, you were a jerk before that.
Well, that's true. Now I'm even more of a jerk.
Back to the original thing I was saying here. In honor of graduate Dom, guess what we're doing next?
Tell me.
A draft of our favorite Syracuse athletes of all time. Do you like that idea?
How many people are we drafting?
We each get 5 with a 6th man, and thank you for asking.
Thank you for answering.
Does Jim Brown count? Of course he does.
Sure, if he's a favorite athlete of yours. Can I say people that I didn't see in person?
Of course.
Like I can say Marvin Harrison.
My favorite Pitt athlete of all time is Tony Dorsett. I wasn't here for Tony Dorsett, but why can't he be my favorite?
You weren't here for Tony Dorsett?
No, I didn't come here till November of '89. What are you talking about? He was here in the 70s. I was barely born.
I don't know.
Okay.
Did I just insult you again?
Yeah. We'll do that next. Dom and I are going to take our 5 favorite Syracuse athletes of all time for no particular reason other than to honor Dom, who worked hard for the last 11 years at Syracuse. How old are you, 22?
Yeah, 22.
Why'd you go to Syracuse?
Because the Newhouse School. First of all, I loved the campus. I remember touring it my junior year of high school. The computer just restarted back here. You gotta be kidding me. I remember touring it, and I loved the campus, and I met some of the professors, and I loved them. But, yeah, I mean, the Newhouse name. Michael Cole, the WWE announcer, have you ever heard of him?
No.
He's another, growing up, I loved him, and I know he went to Syracuse, so I always was like, that seems like the place to be if you want to do this.
Well, now you're back, buddy, and we're going to draft athletes next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates start a series with the Rockies tonight at 8:40. Bubba Chandler gets the start for Pittsburgh. And you can listen right here on The Fan in the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I'm here to tell you, if Giannis ends up in Boston as part of a 3-team deal, the winner of that trade is not the Boston Celtics. It's also not the Milwaukee Bucks either. It's the team that ends up with Jaylen Brown. And breaking up Brown and Jason Tatum will go down as a massive mistake by the Celtics in their search for an interior presence. I'm Chris Mack.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG Bowtie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Julian Gray Associates is proud to support the Fan 5-Alarm fundraiser this month. Now, more than ever, our local volunteer fire departments need our support. The soaring cost of equipment and the demand for fire department participation has never been higher. Julian Gray Associates extends a special thank you to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, its partners, and most importantly, you, the listener, for your efforts. Together, let's create awareness and drive funds to such a great cause. Our local volunteer fire departments.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my brother Lester. Recently, a favorite client, 91 years old, stopped in our office holding a necktie. He was heading to a funeral and explained to me that it had been so long since he tied a tie that he could use some help. He said, I was going to stop by a car dealership to find a guy wearing a tie who might help me, but then my wife said, go see Les. He'll tie your tie. I'm glad that clients trust us as their advisors, and in many cases, they're friends. Our office feels like a second home to me, inviting and comfortable, although you won't often see Dad without his tie. He's always told us how important it is to show respect for you and your money by the way we present ourselves and the attentive service we provide. We work as a team at our family firm. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with some winds with a high of 80 degrees throughout today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Dom, do you have the little draft sounder that when you make, when the team makes a pick in the NFL, they announce that? Do you have that?
Yeah, let me check here.
Well, of course you do. Check in limits file. Meantime, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly sunny with a high of 74, which reminds us of the Steelers' legendary 74 draft and a low of 57. Tom Jackson from Louisville was number 57 for the Denver Broncos and part of one of the great first NFL shows. Remember that show with him and Chris Berman? Of course you don't, intern Dom, because you weren't alive then. Or were you? I don't even remember what the name of the show was.
What year would that have been?
I don't know.
NFL Primetime?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before
that
my
was
time.
Exactly it. All right, you ready? You got that sounder? That. Now, you may know that graduate Dom just graduated from Syracuse. So therefore, in honor of him, we're going to draft our 5 favorite Syracuse athletes of all time with a 6th man, and I'm going to outdo him on his own school. Would you like first pick or the second 2?
Can I have the first pick, please?
Sure.
For my all-time favorite Syracuse basketball or football or any sport players.
Give the sounder.
I would like to take Carmelo Anthony. I have already beaten you. He is the best athlete in school history, won them their only basketball championship. I will take Melo. Thank you very much.
Even on your own school, your takes are horrible. The best athlete in Syracuse history and the man that I will choose, not only was he maybe the greatest football player who ever lived, and nobody's saying that about Carmelo Anthony in his sport, he was also an incredible, phenomenal lacrosse star, and I believe a track star. I'm taking the great Jim Brown. Yeah, that was my first pick. And then I get the next pick, too, and I'm going with, you can announce that. Go ahead. I'm stepping, there we go. I'm going to step up here and take a guy who transformed the Big East, who made the Big East what it was, which was the most iconic basketball league that ever existed, the Big East of the 70s, I guess, right? The late 70s, early 80s, maybe it was. I think early 80s is when all this started. When the Monday night game was sometimes at the Carrier Dome, and the star of it all, and the biggest star there was, I guess other than Patrick Ewing, was Mr. Pearl Washington is my second choice. Should I just end the draft now?
Nope.
Tom?
No, you had 2 good picks. I think Melo, I would say, is a bigger Syracuse star than Jim Brown. I just think he's more related to the school.
We're not choosing the greatest, we're choosing our favorites.
I know. Still feels like a competition.
It does.
My second pick, play the chime here. Again, we're going favorite. We're not going greatest. So I will take Rakeem Christmas. Does that name ring a bell, Joe? What are you laughing about?
Rakeem Christmas.
He played in the early 2010s.
I know what he
teams
did.
that were good. He was
I
the
know
power
what he
forward.
did.
Hold on. And he's on my list because I loved his last name.
Yeah.
And because of that, when I was a young, I would have been in elementary school, I just loved the name, and so I fell in love with the player. So don't laugh. Rakeem Christmas, I'm going to take.
You just blew the draft. It was a horrible pick.
You said we're drafting favorites.
I get the next pick.
No, I get the next pick.
Oh, yeah, you do. It's a snake draft.
So my favorite Syracuse athletes ever, I have Carmelo 1. I have Rakeem Christmas 2.
Yeah.
Number 3, Joe. I'm going to take good old Jerry McNamara. Now, he counts because he played at the school and was a part of those
Of course he does.
best teams. But I am picking him because he is now the coach of the team that is going to take them to the promised land. I think they're going to make March Madness next year, and I think he's going to make a Final Four with Syracuse. I'm taking my head coach, GMAC, with my third pick.
All right. Well, this is getting interesting. Our favorite Syracuse athletes. And part of this is having grown up in Buffalo, Syracuse wasn't far away. And if you wanted to adopt a real college team, well, there were none around us, like a Division I, high Division I. So Syracuse, the games were always on, stuff like that. My third pick, near and dear to my heart, one of the greatest running backs, one of the most punishing running backs of all time, Mr. Larry Zonka. And all this reminds me of my dad because my dad loved Larry Zonka, loved the way he ran. He always had the bloody pants and the little notch on the top of his helmet. He would just run people over. And Jim Brown, too. My dad, after he had his stroke in September, me and my brother were tending to him. And he was struggling, but we were watching, for some reason, a Syracuse game came on TV, or Syracuse came up. And I said, who's the greatest Syracuse football player ever? And my dad whispered Jim Brown. So that helped me make him my first pick.
He's right about that. He's definitely the best football player.
Larry Zonka's my third pick. What a team I have. Jim Brown, Pearl Washington, Larry Zonka, and wait till you hear my next pick. You ready?
Should I play the chime?
Of course, before every pick, Dom. Mr. Eric Devendorf. You have McNamara. I have Devendorf. What a legendary Big East run he had. The tattoos, the cockiness, the game, everything else. What a legend he was.
My turn. I have 2 more picks.
Any comments on Devendorf?
I don't know much about him, to be completely honest. So
All right,
I'll
go.
take your word for it.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about Rakeem Christmas.
Rakeem Christmas was a legend. Go back and watch that game against Duke when they won in overtime. Rakeem Christmas made some clutch plays late in that one.
Okay.
All right, I got 2 more. I have Mello, I have Rakeem Christmas, and I have Jerry McNamara.
Yeah.
With my 4th pick, I was thinking about taking Jim Boeheim because he did play at the school, but I hate Jim Boeheim, so I'm not going to take him. If we were doing greatest, I would. We're doing personal favorite, so he's not on my list. With my 4th pick, I'm going to take Sean Tucker, who was a running back right when I got to school, so freshman year me, that was our best player by far. He was actually a very good running back. He rushed for over 1,000 yards, I believe, every year he was on the team. I know he's not a sexy pick, but I'll take Sean Tucker. And then with my 5th pick...
Who the hell is Sean Tucker?
A running back.
Why would you pick him?
Because he was the best football player when I was a freshman. So he means something to me.
Was he in your classes? Did you know him?
No.
You ever meet him?
No.
Would you mingle with the basketball and football players either at bars or parties?
Sometimes we would see them at bars, but who am I to go up and talk to them? And I sometimes...
You're a classmate. That's what you are. You went to the same school.
Barely class. They don't go to class.
You wouldn't go up and say hello to a guy?
No. I had a class with a couple players too, but they never showed up. I barely showed up to class. You think they were showing up? Absolutely not. My 5th pick, Joe. I'm going to take Scott Hansen. He is known for Red Zone and being the voice of the Sunday Red Zone Spectacular, but very few people know he played football at SU.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Did he actually play?
He actually played.
What position?
Let me check.
Oh, see, he was a prominent player, wasn't he? That guy's amazing, man. He goes 13 hours at a time without taking a pee. Did you know that?
I did know that. He was a long snapper and played some wide receiver and was on the defense a little bit, but long snapper.
He was a long snapper who was, quote, on the defense a little bit? Are you kidding me?
They moved him around. Well, he was a walk-on, and they used him primarily as a long snapper.
Did he ever play in a game?
Yes.
How do you know?
I'm reading about it.
Read me stuff. I'm
Scott
curious.
Hansen played college football at Syracuse University as a walk-on, primarily serving as a long snapper, wide receiver, and defensive back on the scout team.
On the scout team, so he never played in a game.
I don't know.
Is he the Rudy of Syracuse? Is there going to be a movie about Scott Hansen coming out soon?
There really should be. I mean, this is quite the career my man has had.
All right, my last two picks in the favorite all-time Syracuse athlete
We have
draft.
one pick.
No, we have a sixth man, in case you forgot.
That's right.
I'm going with he of the famous guarantee, Mr. Anthony Smith, former Steelers safety. What a man he was. I remember talking to him in the locker room, and how could we ever forget the guarantee? I liked him. I talked to the late Greg Robinson, who was the Syracuse coach then, called him on draft night. This is back when the savvy old news hound was all over this stuff. And he said Troy Polamalu just got a great partner in Anthony Smith. He was wrong, needless to say, but I liked old Anthony. And I love the fact that he guaranteed a win over the Patriots. And then Tom Brady and Randy Moss cooked him like a lobster, and Brady ran up to him on the field and yelled in his face. Bill Belichick said after the game, I've seen way better safety play than that, ripping an opposing player. A total embarrassment, and one of many for Mike Tomlin in New England. But you know what? It was all in good fun. I'm proud to have Anthony Smith join Jim Brown, Pearl Washington, Larry Zonka, and Eric Devendorf. And my sixth man is the great Louis Orr of New York Knicks fame, the Louie and Bowie show. I remember as a kid back at Syracuse, Roosevelt Bowie and Louis Orr. And what a man he was for the Knicks. Every once in a while, he'd have a good game. He was unbelievably skinny. He was skinnier than Crowley and Limits combined, and yet he found a way to score, and he was pretty good with the Knicks, too. And if my computer worked, I'd tell you some of his stats. Unfortunately, that seems to be a bit much to ask on a day when the lights are flickering, the water's out, and the computers don't work. Other than that, things are running like a well-oiled machine here, Dom.
Yes, they are. Can I pick my last player, please?
Of course. I just picked my whole team.
Okay. Now, I've already beaten you in the draft by a considerable margin, so this is just kind of like, it's a nothing pick because I already won. With my sixth pick, I will take another member of those early 2010s basketball teams, Michael Carter Williams.
Oh, I did like him.
MCW,
Yeah.
He was the point guard for those teams when they were making March Madness. Excellent player. He was the heart and soul of those orange teams. So I'll take Michael Carter Williams.
Mega bust in the NBA. Just a mega bust.
Very
Tell me,
much so.
Does anything back there work for you? Where was he drafted in the NBA?
Let me check.
I believe he was a pretty mid to high first round pick, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was a lottery pick. I don't remember who picked him, but I know they were regretful.
11th overall pick in the 2013 draft by the 76ers. And
Another
now he did
great
win,
pick by the Sixers.
He did win Rookie of the Year.
He did?
Mm-hmm. 2013-14.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And by the way, now we're learning everything about Michael Carter Williams. In his NBA debut against the defending champion Heat with LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Bosh, he had 22 points, 12 assists, and 9 steals, which is regarded as one of the best debuts in recent NBA history. Don't disrespect my boy Michael Carter Williams.
Parrot pellets. I never knew that about him. What the hell happened to him? He just disappeared. Did he get hurt? And I'm sorry I insulted his NBA career, I might add. That's a great debut and a
Yeah.
great rookie season.
He fell off, and then he was with the Bucks, and then he was on the Bulls, and then bounced around between a bunch of different teams and became just a career journeyman.
All right. I was afraid that segment would suck, and in the eyes of many, it probably did. I don't know what they're saying on YouTube, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I think we should do more of it. Your Scott Hansen pick was incredible. So why don't you announce your favorite Syracuse athlete team? Then I'll announce mine. Then you put them on Twitter or X, I'm sorry, and you put it up for a vote whose team is better. Okay?
Okay, I like the sound of that. So this is my team. Favorite Syracuse athletes ever. Carmelo Anthony, Rakeem Christmas, Jerry McNamara, Sean Tucker, Scott Hansen, and Michael Carter Williams.
I actually like your team a lot. Scott Hansen is the glue guy here. What a great pick. Former Syracuse long snapper who then, and I miss Red Zone. It wasn't part of my latest TV package. It got to be ridiculous with commercials. It got to be annoying, but he's unbelievable on that show. Is he still the guy on that show?
Absolutely. The people, by the way, are mad that we did not pick Donovan McNabb.
I wasn't a big Donovan McNabb guy. Who did he throw to?
In college?
Yeah.
I believe, was Marvin Harrison a part of this team?
Yeah, I almost picked Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, he probably would have been my seventh pick.
If I was picking best Syracuse athletes, Donovan McNabb
Easily.
is absolutely on that team.
Probably the best quarterback in school history.
Was he?
I would
I think,
yeah,
I'm
pretty
trying to
easily.
think Syracuse quarterback.
Kyle McCord might be up there, to be completely honest, as ridiculous as that sounds.
He's not in the same universe as Donovan McNabb.
Kyle McCord?
Yes.
His 1 year in Syracuse, he was the Heisman candidate and had this team on the way to the playoff and then stunk against Pitt.
Yeah, he sure did. He just threw another interception over there.
He did, yeah. He had 5 that night. 3 pick 6, I believe, too. Pick 6s.
Of course, this doesn't work either. Does anything work?
That's your laptop. It shouldn't be connected to the station.
Yes, it should, Don.
Oh, to the Wi-Fi. Are you connected to the Wi-Fi?
I don't know what I'm connected and not connected to. Nothing works. So, all right, here's my team, my all-time favorite, and make sure you put that on X, that it's our
I
all-time
will.
favorite Syracuse athletes.
I'm going to do it during the
Put
break.
favorite, and maybe even put a line in after that saying, reminder, not best favorite. Can you do that for me?
Of course.
If it fits. Jim Brown, Pearl Washington, Larry Zonka, Eric Devendorf, Anthony Smith, and Louis Orr. What a team that is.
It's an awful team. I really hate to say it. I don't want to be negative today.
Pearl Washington and Jim Brown to start?
I mean, if the people voting on my poll are over the age of 120.
Half the people are, yeah, but you chose Scott Hansen from the 90s, a 90s long snapper. Teams are not going to know 3 of the 6 guys on your team. Rakeem Christmas.
People know Rakeem Christmas. Guarantee it. I bet Donnie knows Rakeem Christmas.
Sean Tucker, and they won't know that's the Scott Hansen who's the guy on Red Zone.
What other Scott Hansens do you know?
You just said when you introduced him, and I quote, very few people know.
That he played for Syracuse, but
Yes.
people know who he is.
They're not going to say, oh, Scott Hansen, the Red Zone guy, because, oh my God.
Then in the Twitter poll, I'll say Red Zone's Scott Hansen.
No, that's cheating. You
What?
can't
How's
just
that
say
cheating?
that. Okay, then I'll say actor Jim Brown. You can't say what they did in their later lives.
Yes, I can. People need to know.
No, they don't. Either people know him or they don't.
People know Scott Hansen, but if you want me to clarify, then I'll clarify.
No, then I'll choose Bob Costas. Maybe he was a
Absolutely
long
not.
snapper
No,
at
that's cheating.
Syracuse.
He didn't even graduate from Syracuse, so.
All right, we'll put all that on X.
Okay.
What do you want to do next?
I don't know. You said I was doing a Bechtold breakdown.
You want to do that coming up here? Why don't we
Sure.
do that? You have a bunch of sports topics. Would you like to tease to that?
Okay, let me see here.
Fan text line as you do this, as you get ready and prepare it for the next segment. I think we're a little burned out here. We've been on the air
I'm
for
not
a
burned out.
long time.
I was going to tease to the breakdown. You wanted me to do that?
Yes. Tease to the breakdown.
Okay, I got a big...
What was the greatest moment of the Fan 5 alarm, by the way? Do you have the clip of Crowley making that shot? Don't play it now. We'll play it on the way out of this segment.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
The snake thing is very funny, though.
What?
Pony having a snake lick his face.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It doesn't compare. Crowley's shot was one of the greatest moments in fan history.
I got a hot take.
What?
Pony having a snake lick his face might be more impressive than Crowley's shot. Hate to say it.
As a simple act, I would agree, but as a moment in fan history, you can't compare.
Sure, I'm talking about the actual moment.
Yeah. I mean, the accomplishment, let's say.
How about my argument with Dan Zangrilli?
It's 12:09 again. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly sunny, high of 74. Just like the great draft class of 74 for the Steelers. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase this Saturday, June 20th. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Listen to me here, please. JP Roofing and Siding. I imagine you've seen the billboard on the Parkway. It's incredible. The mustache just commandeers the entire billboard. His name is Joe. His last name is Potochnik. He's been in this business, roofing and siding, for over 40 years, and he's a hell of a man with a hell of a company, I might add. They've been out to my house a couple different times. They did a fantastic job. Great people do great work. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call. JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates made a trade last night.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you.
Hold on there. Whoa. Pirates made a big trade. They traded Joey Bart to Atlanta.
What was that, Dom?
The commercial started playing. It didn't want me to give my headline.
You act like that came out of nowhere and it wasn't your fault.
It did come out of nowhere.
Oh, commercials just start playing with nobody pressing a button around here?
It did, because there was supposed to be a break afterwards. The thing moved up.
You got to take some personal responsibility.
Should I take responsibility for that?
Yes.
All right, let me clarify for the audience, because I'm sure it shocked the audience. That is on me, and I apologize, and I can promise that it simply won't happen again. Back to the headline, Pirates made a massive, huge trade last night, Joe. They traded Joey Bart to the Braves in return for right-handed pitcher Hunter Stratton. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Now we can play commercials.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you lots of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we can help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, during our spring sale, save up to 30%. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Hey, it's Pony for the power of Bowser. June is here. The sun is shining and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, lease a 2026 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $159 a month or up to $2,000 in total rebates. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Lease for 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends June 30th. Check it out at BowserChippewa.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CPEACH.
My name is Lisa Goth. I'm with Charles P. Leach Agency located in New Bethlehem. We have a second location now in Slippery Rock. It's called Cassidy Insurance Group. One of the areas that we like to work in is workers' compensation. In the state of Pennsylvania, even if you have one part-time employee, you are required to have workers' compensation. A lot of times we see companies, they'll say, well, my employees are 1099. However, if you're a 1099 employee that you tell where it is that they're working, or you're providing tools for them to make that happen, it doesn't matter if they're a 1099, the state views them as an employee, and you must carry workers' compensation. A lot of companies are not aware of that situation. The number to call is 888-CP-LEACH, L-E-A-C-H.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
Looking for the region's premier golf destination? You'll find it at Old Stonewall Golf Club. Their award-winning course layout is impressive and offers spectacular views. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad. And I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Canada hosts a World Cup for the first time and arrives with genuine quality. A towering striker and an inventive attacking midfielder anchor a young, fearless squad. They're no longer a feel-good story. They're a real team.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Let's get an update from round 2 of the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. Wyndham Clark is still at the top of the leaderboard. He is at 7 under. Colin Morikawa has now jumped up. He's tied for second with Xander Schauffele. They're both at 3 under, so a lot of movement, although Clark has kept his spot atop the leaderboard. We'll be updating you all throughout the day, and this update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Dom, I'm going to a soccer party today, representing the station at F&B Stadium. You been there?
Nope. Where's F&B Stadium at?
It's the soccer stadium.
Highmark.
No, they changed the name.
But it used to be Highmark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. I've been there. The new name threw me off. A gorgeous, gorgeous stadium. I've been there for a couple soccer games, and then when Central Catholic used to play football there.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if they still do, but we used to go there for football games. The view of the city from that stadium, if you're sitting on the side looking out, it's unmatched.
What time's the actual game?
I don't know. What game?
Oh, my God. Are you not following the World Cup?
If the USA plays, I'll watch.
That's the game we're watching.
I thought they played tomorrow.
Hold on a second here.
Unless I'm wrong.
You're unbelievable.
You're unbelievable.
You told me before the show you'd have a Bechtold breakdown.
I
and
do
then
have
when
a
I tried
Bechtold
to
breakdown.
go to it before the break, you didn't have anything.
Yes,
you did it all during the break.
No, not true at all. I had it.
Then why didn't you have a tease before the break?
I had to click over to the notes that I have, the show notes, to make a good tease, which I never got to, by the way.
What was the tease?
Well, it doesn't matter now because we're going to get to the breakdown.
The game's today at 3 p.m. against Australia. You are unbelievably...
All right, so I was wrong. I have issues with soccer, so what do you want me to say?
What's your issue?
Oh, I got a bunch. You want to get into it?
I do. Let's do that at... let's do that at 12:30. No,
12:30?
You know what? The breakdown's going to stink anyway. I can tell you. Didn't put any work into
Then
it.
you do the breakdown then.
Let's talk about this. And I'm afraid to say anything because I'm going to the party. And if somebody's on their way to the party, I think soccer people, perhaps unfairly, are cast as stay out of our lane. There's no room on the bandwagon. If you don't like soccer, stay away from us. I'm afraid of my reception at the party. So am I allowed?
They have that reputation for a reason.
Tell me more.
All right, let me clarify. I played soccer all my life. I played it through high school. Played it fairly well, I might add, Joseph. So I love soccer. It's a part of my childhood. I love playing it, and some of my best memories are playing the sport. So I appreciate it, and I respect it, and the actual game itself, playing it, I love. As far as watching it, and from an entertainment fan perspective, and the FIFA World Cup and MLS and everything else.
Why do you call it the FIFA World Cup? What do you care about FIFA? It's just the World Cup.
Stop it, Joe. I'm just giving it the official proper name.
Okay. I don't want you to do that.
Well, we just wasted time because you yelled at me for it.
The FIFA World Cup? Are you
FIFA
serious
World
right
Cup.
now? It's the World Cup.
Who runs it, Joe? The
FIFA.
NFL? It's FIFA. It's the FIFA World Cup.
All right, keep going.
All right, first of all, I think soccer fans are not everybody. So if you're a soccer fan out there and you don't fall into this category, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying in general, they have the little brother syndrome where they think everybody's attacking them and nobody in this country appreciates the sport. So they are very controlling and gatekeeping of who can watch the sport and who can talk about it. And if you have an opinion that differentiates from them, they'll tell you to stay in your lane and watch American football. So I hate that. And I think it makes it difficult for people who aren't the biggest soccer fans to watch and enjoy the sport. So that's my issue with fans. You want to get into my issue with the actual game itself?
Yes. And first, let me add, that's why I'm afraid to go to this today. I'm not a soccer fan. I'm just not. It's very simple. There's not enough scoring.
Sure. That's one of my problems.
Period. And I don't know what's happening. I don't know why when the game appears to be over, they then keep playing. It's very confusing to me. I don't enjoy it. Perhaps I will enjoy the game today. And if you're going to be at FNB Stadium, please welcome me there. Welcome me as a potential soccer fan. Although I feel like I've done this 100 times in my career where I've written columns about the World Cup. Ho, 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 I'm not a soccer fan. Look at this. Isn't this funny? I'm just over it. And I have, it feels like no real stake in this, but I'm willing to be open-minded when I go to the soccer party today. Are they going to accept me or?
Yeah, I mean, you're being very nice about it, so I think that they're not going to be too opposed to you because they're abrasive or because you're not being abrasive. I'm not going to be nice. First of all, stoppage time is by far the dumbest rule in the history of sports. If you don't know, you just mentioned it. Basically what they do is after 90 minutes, the officials will come together, and because they don't stop the clock in either half for anything, they'll just kind of pick an arbitrary number. They're like, I think we had 7 minutes of dead time. We'll just add 7 minutes. So you have no idea during the entire game how much time is actually left.
It's ridiculous.
Which I think is beyond insane. Just stop the clock. If a ball goes out of bounds, if there's an injury, just stop the clock.
Why don't they just stop the clock?
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. And you have the easiest solution. They make this 10 times more complicated.
What is their reasoning for that?
I don't know. Somebody once tried to describe it to me. They said it's a way of keeping regulation the same time for everybody, which makes no sense.
Well, if regulation's the same time, but stoppage time isn't, then and that's what?
I don't know, Joe. I'm right there with you. It makes zero sense. I hate that. 1, 2. I don't love offsides. I get why you need it in hockey, but soccer, I think if it would just make the game more fast paced and more exciting, if you could send somebody down and send a ball down, and then you open up the field a little bit.
I have a solution for you. You get 3 blatant offsides per match.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, you get 3 of them.
So if someone's cherry picking, you can get called for it a few times. Sure.
Right.
But I think overall it would increase scoring.
So do I.
My third issue, sporting events in general, whatever sport you want to talk about, football, baseball, hockey, lacrosse, whatever, should never end in a tie. Never, ever end in a tie. The fact that soccer games can end in a tie makes me much less interested because I could come out of a game with the same result as I had going into it. Now, I get in the World Cup after the group stage, you go into a shootout because you need a winner in the World Cup. But for the most part, games can end in a tie. And that's just dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
Just dumb. We're ending in ties.
Do you like?
I want a winner.
Do you like the championship games and the elimination games ending in penalty? Do the elimination games all end in penalty kicks or just the last one?
For in the World Cup?
Oh my God. Yes, in the World Cup.
I don't know, Joe.
What topic are we talking
Joe,
about?
soccer takes place outside of the World Cup, so maybe you're talking about the MLS Cup final,
a semifinal game, does that go to penalty kicks eventually?
Yes, those go to penalty kicks.
Do you like that?
Yes, I love that. That's how it should end. Every soccer game, if you end regulation in a tie, go to a shootout because it's fun, it's exciting.
I agree with that. And I could score, by the way, on a World Cup goalie in a shootout.
Oh, as could I. I believe you could.
Yeah,
I mean,
anybody
those nets
could.
are huge.
I think Callis could.
Callis could not. Don't go too far.
10 shots for Callis on a World Cup goalie.
0.
You're wrong.
As someone who played the sport for 15 years, 0.
All you have to do is guess the right side and the goalie's done.
Callis has not played enough where he was able to control his body movement and angles where he can throw off the goalie. The goalie would be able to read him like a book.
the goalie still has to make an unbelievable save.
And you think Callis has the foot skills to pin
Callis
one top
is a better
corner?
athlete than we think.
No, he's not.
By the way, I'm using makeup lately.
What?
And I'll tell you why. Not makeup.
Like lipstick? Like eyeliner?
It's not makeup. It's a cosmetic product. Is a better description of that. I was pulled over by a woman in a kiosk the other day at Ross Park Mall. I have the audio if we want to play it later in the show. Would you like to do that?
Please. Where's the audio at?
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Because I then interviewed her. It was unbelievable. I met my daughter for lunch, and then, of course, my daughter had to leave and not interact with me anymore.
Where'd you eat at?
Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, I love that place.
Yeah, the cheesecake is very good. Let's put it that way. So then I just start wandering the mall, right? Innocently. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just am killing time because then I had an appointment in North Hills I had to get to. The woman in the little kiosk for some makeup cosmetic thing, like, is very aggressive. You know how they say you want to use this, you want to use that?
Mm-hmm.
She's very aggressive. And she says, you need this. I said, what do you mean? She said, you have bags under your eyes.
Oh, my goodness.
I said, I'm highly insulted by that, but I'm also listening. Next thing I know, Dom, she has her finger on my eye.
Oh, my Lord.
And she's got cream on her finger, and she's rubbing it under my eye.
And this was happening right there in the mall.
Right in broad daylight.
Yeah,
and
right
then,
in the store.
And then rubbing it on my eyelid. And I think that she tricked me because then it looked like the bag was gone under my left eye. I said, okay, do that on my other eye, and the bag wasn't gone. The moral of the story is she suckered me into buying $300 worth.
Get out of here.
Yeah, worth of
Get
stuff
out
because
of
I
here.
became convinced immediately. I've been thinking about these bags under my eyes. I don't know when I became bag under eye guy. It's unbelievable to me.
Well, clearly when the lady said you had bags under your eyes.
There's 4 things you don't want to become as you go older. Broken glasses guy. You've seen them walking around, the guys with broken glasses.
Yeah, bad look.
Horrifying. Turkey gobbler guy, which I sort of am. Bob's worried about that too. I'll stick to myself, though. I got rid of the turkey gobbler through hot yoga and not eating as much, although there's still a little gobbler under here, a double chin, you might say.
It's not too bad.
It's not bad. Semi-balding guy. New Image is helping me take care of that. And then last but not least is eye bag guy. I never thought this would be me. There's some days if I don't sleep right, I look like I have 2 black eyes. I look like I've been attacked.
You got into a fight.
It's horrifying.
People are like, Joe, you got into a fight. You're like, I just woke up.
So I thought that what she gave me worked, and it might still. Here's the real kicker. When I put it under my eyes at night now, they look worse because I'm touching this area that has the bags and rubbing cream into it, and that seems to aggravate something and make my eyes look like I blacker than they were before when I thought I got punched.
Well, why are you putting the cream on at night?
Because that's when you're supposed to.
No, if it's a concealer, don't you put it on when you wake up and you're going out for the day?
It's not a concealer. It's a medication.
So it's supposed to cure it. It's not supposed to hide it.
Right.
And you confirm that?
No, that's a fact. It's not a concealer. So now I have 3 little dispensers lined up at my sink.
3?
And I'm putting different creams on my eyes every night. And then when I go to yoga in the morning, that the eye cream spills out of my eyelid into my eye, so I have stinging eyes. So I'm not just black bag guy, I'm stinging eye guy.
You're
now,
burning
too.
eye guy.
Yeah.
That lady
it's
saw
unbelievable.
you. She saw you coming from a mile away.
She did.
She went to the bank. She was like, "Guys, I just found a sucker."
Listen, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you the audio for this right now. It's unbelievable. You keep talking about soccer, and then maybe we can play this if you can turn it around. Go ahead.
When you send it, by the way, email it to me so I can play it off of the.
Yeah, I'll try. Except nothing in the office is working today.
Well, just give it a whack, and we'll see what we can do.
All right.
Yeah, back to soccer. I talked about ties, stoppage time. The 2 other issues that I have. First of all, I hate the terminology with soccer because people who are fans are such sticklers for you got to call it a pitch, not a field. They're kits, not jerseys. It's 1-0, not 1-0. And I hate that. If I want to call it a 1-0 game, I'm going to call it a 1-0 game. And everyone's so annoying about that who roots for the sport that you have to call it what they call it over in Britain. And I hate that. And you get that here in the World Cup. And then my fifth issue is I don't like listening to the British announcers. As ridiculous as that sounds, I don't like hearing that. I like hearing the American sounding announcers because that's what we're used to.
It's unbelievable. I just came back.
You agree with that, right?
I missed the first four. No, I like the British announcers. I love the accent.
I don't.
I like all accents, I've decided.
I'm not anti-accent.
I stopped at a Waffle House on my way back from North Carolina in West Virginia. But the lady was from the deep South, and I told her, I said, I absolutely love your accent. I don't know. Can you turn over that recording I sent you?
Yeah, you got to give me like a minute here.
Take your time. Tell me what your first four were very quickly without expounding on them.
I said I hate stoppage time.
Yeah.
I hate ties.
Yeah.
And I hate the terminology. I hate that it's a pitch, not a field.
I
1-0.
hate that. You're right.
I don't like that.
God, does that annoy me.
I think that's very, very frustrating.
Take your time on that. I think it'll be worth it.
Thank you.
That was my interaction with the lady at the cosmetics counter. I just want to be well received today at the stadium. I'm open-minded. I want to talk soccer with everybody out there. I want to watch the game at 3:00. I want free food if it's there. I think we can have a great time together. I wonder if there are little, like if I went to the Super Bowl or something, or the Stanley Cup final, there would be, little games we could play related to that sport. I'd love to take some penalty kicks on a miniature net against a real goalie. I think that would be fun. I'm very open-minded about soccer. I actually, unbeknownst to many, used to play, not in any formalized way, but we were the guys from Smallwood Drive Elementary School, and we had a rivalry with Harlem Road Elementary School. And some of the most vicious sporting battles I ever had were soccer games. We'd meet over at Park School. You had to walk through the forest to get to this field. And then it was an elevated field, and it was brutally hot. And this all just made it better. It was like this ritualistic battle that we would have against Harlem Road, and I played goalie, and I loved it. It was phenomenal. How's it going back there, Don?
It's good. I have it whenever you're ready. So you were a goalie.
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
it's basically in pickup games.
Sure.
But I loved it. But even back then, I remember thinking, okay, I'm boiling in the sun, and it's been a half hour, and I haven't had a shot on goal. What is going on here? All it is people passing the ball a million feet from the net. When I do get a shot, it's like a lob right into my hands. So then I'm not ready when one of these dudes who's actually a soccer player kicks a 90-mile-an-hour curving ball at my face. It was incredible.
Right. I remember when I was in high school freshman year, I was on the JV team.
Yeah.
And then again, we'll get to the audio from Ross Park Mall in a second.
Is this still the top of the hour?
Yes.
Oh.
We might just have to take this all the way to 1, because Bob Block's joining us.
At 1.
At 1. We're very excited about that. So what they would do before the varsity games was they would have the JV players stand on either side of the net for practice before the games.
Yeah.
And they would have all the varsity players line up and shoot at the net. And if they would miss, one of us would go grab it. So we're standing there right by the post, and you're having these 6'2" seniors firing rockets right past your head, where if one of them hit me in the face, I would have died.
Yeah, that reminds me of volleyball warm-ups, where people just stand under the net, and if somebody spikes it straight down, you're going to get a ball smashed into your cranium. But anyway, this was me at Ross Park Mall. I was so taken aback and actually respectful of this woman, because she was doing her job and really selling me on this cosmetic product to the point where I spent $300 on it and now use them every night. I don't know if it's a delayed reaction here. I don't know if it's going to work to get rid of the bags under my eyes. But I told her in the middle of our transaction, after she insulted me, let's just take a listen. Hi, everybody. It's Joe. I'm here at Ross Park Mall. I was walking innocently when somebody pulled me over here. What's your name?
Jenny.
And where am I? What little kiosk is this?
Skincare.
Okay. And you implied that I have bags under my eyes. Is that true?
Yes, let me change this. I won't give you 1 drop collagen for you under the eyes.
Collagen for under my eyes.
I really think you're going to appreciate it.
I don't know whether I should thank you or be insulted.
I show you.
All right, let's do this.
You can sit.
I'm sitting now. What are you going to do to me?
Let me show you.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. I don't cry. I don't...
Are you going to put that under my eyes?
Yes, look up.
Holy ostrich milk. That ended it? That was it?
That was the whole thing.
Was there a sensual aspect to that, Dom?
A little bit, yeah. I was ready to hit the dump button. I didn't know where that was going. She had you sitting down. There was cream involved. I didn't know what was happening.
Exactly. I didn't know what was happening either, if I was getting seduced or sold something. I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both.
So would you like to hear how that ended?
Yeah, I'm surprised you let her touch your face. I'm not a germaphobe
Well, it's sort
at
of
all. I
hard
would
to
not
do
let-
that, to sell somebody cosmetics if they're not allowed to put it on your face.
I would have said, go take a long walk off a short pier and take your cream with you. I'm not letting you touch my face. That's what I would have said. So how'd it end?
Maybe not. I'll tell you, I'll play it for you. I played the ending. Do you want to hear that next? Why don't we tease to that, or can I send
Tease
that?
it.
Okay.
Tease that, yeah.
We'll do that before we get to Bob Walk. That's all part of... What time is it, and what have I not read yet?
It's 12:45.
Nothing works in here, so I don't know what time it is either. Yes?
It's 12:45, and you have read nothing.
I read the whole hour.
That was for the 11 o'clock hour. Do you also want that to count for 12 o'clock?
I don't know. I think I threw everything away on top of that.
What's going on in there?
No, I did 11 o'clock.
I'm saying you did do 11 o'clock.
Oh. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I did this already. I did the Fan and the Pirates. I did that. You're not charting this. You're supposed to be Xing this off as I go along.
All right, but you technically did it as part of the second segment for our 11 o'clock hour, but since you did it in the 12 o'clock hour, then that's good.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly sunny with a high of 74, and we all remember that draft class of 74 because we can't think of anybody who wore 74. Maybe Moon Mullins, if I'm right? I don't know. Alexei Zhitnik, the defenseman for the Sabres. Let's go with that. And how my meeting with the kiosk person went at Ross Mall. I know you're all dying to know how it wound up. I'm going to play that for you next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Rockies tonight at 8:40. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Buccos, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the Free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. History made in Guadalajara. Co-host Mexico are officially the first team to punch their ticket to the World Cup round of 32. It wasn't always pretty, but Luis Romo capitalized on a massive defensive blunder to slot home the winner. 6 points from 2 matches. El Tri is rolling. I'm Maddie Bates.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? baseball, and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
June is here, the sun is shining, and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume dealer in Pittsburgh. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2026 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $159 a month or up to $2,000 in total rebates. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, lease for 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. BowserHyundai.com, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration. So join us for a day of family fun, delicious food, and much, much more. Beginning July 4th at 4 p.m., come to Point State Park for nonstop musical entertainment on the BNY main stage and the new Celebrate the USA stage presented by your Western PA Chevy dealers. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, Dom, I know that everybody's waiting with bated breath to see how my interaction with the kiosk lady at Ross Park Mall went. When last we checked, she had pulled me over on my innocent little walk and basically said, you have black bags under your eyes. You need help. She sat me down and started putting cream on my eyes. I was astounded that this was happening. How did this happen to me? When last we checked, I was sitting in the chair and she was putting cream on my eyes. 5 minutes later, this is what came to be. All right, a miracle has occurred here. This actually did take the bags away from my eyes. I was insulted when you said it.
Look up.
And now I think I look a lot better and a lot younger. Do you?
Yes, you look like 25. Are you ready?
25?
For what?
You look like 25 right now.
Yes, I'm ready for that. This is an absolute miracle.
Yes.
I never dreamed of this. Is there a trick to it? Are you a magician?
No, it's not trick. It's treatment.
No trick, it's treatment.
Yes.
This is incrinculant.
See?
Yeah.
Now we look like 25 and all the girls is on the line.
And that was it. Now we look like 25 and all the girls, I think she said, are on the line, right?
All the girls are on the line.
This is incredible.
I got a little concerned there when she said, are you ready? I didn't know what was going to happen.
That's why I said, for what? Ready for what? What happens next here?
More cream comes out.
So it was that was unbelievable. It was. And in the end, I spent $300 on creams that I'm now using at night. I don't know if it's working. Is it working? No, I've bagged. I mean, but they didn't claim a miracle cure. It has to be done over time.
But I'm confused. How did it look so good at the mall?
I don't know. That's why I asked her if she was a magician. Did they trick you at first? I don't know how that happened.
Did you buy the right cream?
Yeah, she explained how to use it and everything.
Yeah, I don't know
three different creams. One's a foliage, Foley something. Dave Foley from the Bills, their left tackle.
Foliage? What?
I don't know what it is.
Foliage is like leaves in the fall.
It's foliator. Holy something. You put it on your face and then you rub it. It's like sand is in the liquid.
Sand? What are you putting on your face?
I don't know. But whatever she told me to put on my face.
Do you think she had a different cream that actually works just to get you to buy the crappy one?
There you go. Because I'm telling you right now, when she put the cream under my left eye, the bag disappeared. I'll swear on that till the day I die.
Sure.
And I don't know what's happening here.
The cream's not working anymore. Why don't you go back and confront her and say, hey, listen, you said this was going to work. I dropped $3 on it and my face looks worse.
I might have to do that.
That's what you should do.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. There's still black bags under my eyes. There's nobody who can legitimately say that this is working. But who's that? Then is that Bob Walk? Then again, she never claimed a miracle cure. For all I know, I'll be sitting here a week from today, and the bags will be gone, and I will be a new man. Anyway, you never know what's going to happen on a given day, right? I never expected that to happen. Is that Bob?
No, that's a phone that sits in the back of the producer's booth that I have never heard go off, ever.
Somebody just randomly called a number on a phone that doesn't work anymore?
Well, it said anonymous, and when I went to answer it, they hung up. So I thought the thing wasn't even plugged in.
All right. Was that worth it? Do you think people were interested in that?
That was great. I think you need to get an update. I think you need to go back, find this woman, and say, hey,
well,
I don't think it's working.
Won't be hard to find. She's right in the middle of the mall at a kiosk.
Wait, so that was my next question. I know we got to go to break here. Were you in a store, or were you walking the big hallway?
The hallway with all the stores to my left and right, and she had a kiosk set up in the middle of the walkway.
And she said, "Sir, you look old. Put some cream on your face."
Pretty much.
And you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to avoid that. I pretend I'm on a call or I'm looking at my phone if there's kiosk people eyeing me up.
I know. I did. I was all about just saying, "Hey, no, thank you," just moving on. But she insulted me, so I stopped. She really did. I mean, it was a great sales pitch. You look like hell. Can I help you? Right? All right, Bob Walk next. Let's talk to him about this pirate trade and about the pitching situation. heading into Colorado, which isn't exactly a place where everybody gets better. Although the bullpen had a couple good games in the last series, and Dennis Santana is a guy who suddenly is pitching well, albeit not exactly high leverage situations. We'll talk to Bob about all of that coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates made a trade late last night. They sent Joey Bart to Atlanta in return for right-handed pitcher Hunter Stratton, who was originally selected by Pittsburgh in 2017. He is now back on the Pirates. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Zero Res wants to help clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
Turn a night at Firehouse Subs into your organization's best fundraiser. That's right, you can raise money for your school, church, community, or nonprofit just by eating subs. And the crew at Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings will help make it happen. The more invitations your group distributes and redeems, the bigger your donation will be. Stop by Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, Butler, PA, or give them a call, 724-841-0114 to learn more today.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad. And I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, let's get another update from round 2 of the U.S. Open. U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark is still at the top of the leaderboard. He is at 6 under and still tied for second. Matt Fitzpatrick and Xander Schauffele will be giving you updates on the U.S. Open all throughout the day. And this update was brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Dom, mostly positive reviews from my trip to Ross Park Mall. I had a couple of negative ones, but I think I can live with that.
Yeah, I think people are just confused on how you let yourself get scammed.
I know. That might have been problematic, although I don't know that I was. I think this might take effect over time here, but we'll get back to that at some point. I'll give you an update in about a week. Let's go to our guest every Friday at 1 o'clock or 1:08. In this case, Mr. Bob Walk is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. The Bob Walk Report is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Bob, what did you think of the trade? Joey Bart to Atlanta, Hunter Stratton to Pittsburgh, or at least so far to Indy. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it solved the problem that they were about to have, and what were they going to do? I knew that somebody was going to have to go, and I think it makes the most sense that it was Bart that ended up having to go somewhere else. I don't think that they looked at Bart as like a long-term answer. It was somebody that the team needed at the time that they got him, and he kind of served his purpose. But now they're looking a little younger, and it made a lot of sense to me. I mean, I don't see it as a huge move as far as greatly enhancing our team. We got another arm that we're pretty familiar with, and that's never a bad thing because people get hurt and you need a lot of depth. So I figured that was probably going to happen. I just didn't know what the particulars were going to be and what they were going to get for him. But I think it worked out for the best for both parties.
So now the situation is Henry Davis still here in spite of a 138 batting average. How long can a team live with that, Bob? And I realize he's the backup now, but still.
Well, it's not going to be an overnight type thing to where Indy all of a sudden is catching all the time and Davis very seldom gets out there. I mean, Davis is the personal catcher of Skeens, so he's going to be out there at least in that regular sense. It's not uncommon that a second catcher on the team is not an offensive guy whatsoever. A lot of times they just go for whoever their best for their backup, their best defensive option. And I think that's kind of what you are morphing into right now. The best defender is not hitting well. He's had a lot of opportunity now the last couple of years to do better with the bats, and he's still struggling with that. So they're giving the chance to Indy, and Indy's been coming through with the bat for the most part. So I just think it's a natural thing that he starts swallowing up more and more playing time, gathering the trust of the pitchers. And, a lot of the pitchers are probably at this point saying I'd rather have a guy that is a good catcher, but the bat is so much different right now that, I'd rather have a guy that is probably going to knock in some runs for me or maybe at least lead to some more offense, than something else right now. We've had this discussion before. I mean, that's the way I thought as a mediocre type pitcher that's where I needed the help was on offense. If you're a stud Cy Young type guy, then maybe you can go with just a defensive guy because that's what you want back there. I mean, Maddox did that for years in Atlanta.
The Bob Walk Report also being brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. All right, Bob, we got Bubba Chandler tonight. Do you think we might see Majinski tonight? Instead of following Jared Jones, he may follow Chandler, or he may be available for a later inning role. And what do you expect out of Chandler? So I guess a two-part question there.
Well, I think that as things go forward, they're going to see more and more value of Majinski being able to pitch at different times and not always just be scheduled in somewhere. Because, like for instance, tonight, Bubba, I think, is starting to take a few steps forward with his control. Let's say he has really great control tonight and he's thrown 78 pitches after 6 innings, and he's pitching a zero, a shutout, or they was only giving up 1 run, or leading 6-1, something like that. Maybe you do want to save Mlodzinski for a little later when you need somebody that's going to go 3 or 4 innings. So I think that's the way things are going to eventually get to. So I'd look for that, I think more and more as the season's going to go along, that it's not going to be a scheduled piggyback type job. With Jones, that might be, something they look to do for a little longer because he hasn't pitched that much, obviously. But, with Bubba, I mean, he can go out there. He's got the velocity-wise, the best arm on the team. If he can go out there and pitch more like he did last year as far as his control and start dominating, and if he can start getting 6-7 innings every time he goes out there every 5th day, well, then why you want to put him in a piggyback situation? They'll be scrutinizing him, on the first inning a lot to see how he gets through that. But if he pitches up to his capability, why would we worry about the first inning with him? He could be one of the best pitchers in the league, stuff-wise. So I don't see any reason to keep that going forever. I know that it's going to be able to, you'll be able to cut down some guys' innings. I don't know when we get into the end of July, and if we're still in the hunt, well, then how are they going to balance, cutting back innings with trying to get to the playoffs? That'll be interesting for me to watch and see what happens in that regard. Mlodzinski's going to have to play a part in that somehow.
Bob, sticking with pitchers here, I know a lot has been made over the past couple weeks and really all season about Paul Skeens losing a couple miles per hour on the velocity of his fastball. Do you think that this is something the Pirates should be concerned about, and what is the cause of him losing some speed?
I don't know if they should be concerned about it. I think if he's throwing 97, 98, I'm not going to worry about it because that's, your elite fastball guys, that's most of them, that's where they pitch. There's a few guys, I guess, nowadays that are actually, throwing over 100 regularly, but that's not normal. I think him, settling in at 97, 98 is just fine. If he starts dropping below that, starts averaging 96, you start seeing a lot of 95s during a game, yeah, I got an issue with that. But where he's at right now, I'm fine with. Every year for him, as the seasons go by, he's going to have to evolve as a pitcher, and then learn to do more things, different things. As far as the old reading the bats and that sort of thing. He's got tons of different pitches he can throw. I think that he's going to be more and more and more reliant on his off-speed pitches and his command, those two things, as time goes by, just like a lot of the other really great pitchers we've seen. I brought up Maddox a while ago. Well, Maddox is known more for like how he was his last 5 or 6 years of his career than his first 5 or 6 years. When he first came up with the Cubs, I mean, he didn't throw like, 100 miles an hour, but he threw 94, 95 really regularly, and that was with a radar gun. That wasn't out of the hand. So he was throwing 97, 98 occasionally, but he evolved over the years into a guy that didn't throw all that hard at all, relied on unbelievable control and great movement, moving the balls inside, outside, as far as like which way it's going to tail, all that kind of stuff he learned how to do. And that's, I think, how the star pitchers over a career, they evolve like that, and that's what makes them Hall of Famers. And we'll see that with Skeens over the years. He'll have to change. Everybody's fastball kind of slowly deteriorates, but I think at his age, he shouldn't be showing much deterioration right now. And like I said, 97, 98, if that's where his average fastball is, that's just fine. If he doesn't throw 100 anymore, I don't care about that. But The main thing with him is stay dominant, get outs, and don't let that earned run average get out of the twos. That's where he needs to be right now.
Bob, I hear everything you just said, and you certainly know a million times more than me. However, it just strikes me as odd that if I were him and I had 100 and 101 in my bag, that I would never, ever pull it out. He hasn't had one pitch at 100 miles an hour. Do you think he just made a decision that he's not going to do that anymore? Or do you think that he can't get there even if he really wants to? I mean, I'm struck by it because we all remember the Ohtani at bat from a few years ago where he blew him away on 100, 101, and 100. I would just think if a guy had that weapon, he would pull it out at least once in a while.
I agree with what you say. You think he would pull it out once in a while. Not all the time it would be there. So maybe he is having a hard time pulling it out once in a while. There are times where I think he's trying to hump up and throw a fastball by him, and he just doesn't seem to hit that 100, 101 mark. So maybe that's not there anymore. I don't know. But I don't think that not being able to do that ever now and again is going to affect him as a pitcher overall. Mm-hmm. If he overall runs into a time where he's having problems getting outs, I don't think it's because he's living at 97 and 98 instead of 99 and 100. I don't think that is a difference maker for him. But I agree with you. I, too, am curious why he doesn't hit triple digits occasionally during a game, because there are moments where you think he would go for that.
Fan text line. Did I just say that, Dom? Is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Now I can't remember. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, I think it's remarkable how well the ABS system works. When I first heard it, I said, wait a second, they're going to pet themselves on the head when they want to go to the system? What are we doing here? This is going to be a disaster, but it really works well. Do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, I wish that they would just go to, all of them balls and strikes. I don't know if I like the players if they're wrong and they lose their ability to challenge a ball or a strike, the first 2-3 innings of a game. And now we have some crucial plays where the balls are obviously out of the strike zone or obviously in the strike zone. And for some reason now it's not important to get that right. I mean, why isn't it important to get that right? What difference does it make whether you got your two tries in or you don't have your 2 tries in, if the whole idea is to get the balls and strikes correct? Otherwise, it's just kind of a marketing tool, right? We're just trying to generate some excitement on the scoreboard. Yeah. I think it works great. It works great, but the ultimate reason of getting the plays right, getting the calls right, getting the strikes and balls right, either go back to let the umpires have it and deal with missed calls, which I have no problem with that personally. I don't care. Or if it's really important to get the balls and strikes right, well, then it's important to get the balls and strikes right. So why you only get 2 shots at it?
I hear what you're saying there. For sure, I do.
But I'm with you. I think the way they do it, it doesn't really intrude on the game. So maybe we need more of it, but not less.
Well, let me ask you this, and I can't even remember if we may have already broached this topic or if it was Matt Clement or somebody else. Now I honestly can't remember. But does the ABS system affect umpires giving the established star pitchers, big name pitchers calls? Do you think that ever happened? That guys got that kind of respect and that may have disappeared or is disappearing because of this system? Like give them an extra inch or two, on the outskirts of the zone.
I think it definitely when I was playing definitely took place. There's no doubt in my mind it took place. I've seen it. When I was first couple of years in the league, I would lose strikes all the time. When I was an older soft tosser, I know very well that I'd throw a ball 2 inches off the plate, 3 inches off the plate, not by my control wasn't good enough to do it on purpose, by accident. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's a strike. Some young rookie hitting. That's just the way it was. That's fine. And it didn't. I don't think it went away with ABS. I think it went away like not too long after they broke the umpire union. When they went out on strike and they brought in all the replacement umpires and they broke the union.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, they started using. Now we didn't. You don't get to see it on TV, and it was different. But for a long time now, you know when things are balls and strikes if you're watching video. Okay, so they would get judged by this, and they would know that them getting playoff duty and stuff at the end of the year sometimes hung on their balls and strike calls. So not only did they not give preference to a Pete Rose or some young rookie, well, you're going to have to prove yourself before you get that call, that sort of thing. It used to be that if the game was 8-1 in the seventh inning, they would tell the hitters, hey, you better be swinging the bat. It's going to be a big strike zone because they're getting the game over with. And that ended also because they couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Even though they couldn't make a big wide strike zone just to get the game over in the last 2 innings when it's a blowout. That came to an end also. So yeah, it made a big change in the way the strike zone could be tweaked for star players, star pitchers, and for whatever the situation was on the scoreboard.
Last question for Bob Walk. Bob, I don't know how familiar you are with intern Dom here. He's very confident in himself. He just graduated from the Syracuse University Newhouse School of whatever it is, and he's not shy with an opinion. And his opinion is that Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player who ever lived. My opinion is Ohtani is the greatest baseball player who ever lived, at least that I've seen in my lifetime, I should probably say, because he pitches and hits at an elite level. What do you say to that argument? And who do you think is the greatest player who ever lived?
Well, Brownie asked me this the other day when we were playing the Dodgers, and I said I'm not sure. I would have to think about it all because Brownie calls him the best baseball player that ever lives on air. But I won't commit to that because I think it depends on what you value. Does the fact that he is a two-way player, is that fact make him the best player that ever was? Well, if the answer to that question is yes, well then, okay, I get that. And I'm not sure how I feel about that because I've flip-flopped on this a few times. But there's been pitchers far greater than Ohtani that did it for actually decades. And there are hitters that are far better than Ohtani. But for somebody to do both is a pretty amazing thing, even though they're not the greatest of all time hitting or the greatest of all time pitching, but they're one of the very best in both of those genres, and he's doing it at the same time. The pitching thing, for instance, he's not on a regular schedule. The hitting thing, I love him. I think he's fantastic. He is unbelievable to watch. I think everybody deserves to go see this guy. I mean, what he did in Pittsburgh was amazing. But if you go back, to the 20s, over the last 100 years, there's been some amazing players doing incredible things in their separate eras.
Yeah.
And so I just don't know if I can say he's the greatest of all time. I don't know if I can say anybody is. Bonds was remarkable. Some of the stats he has are just you look at him and you say, that's got to be a misprint. That can't be true. And then, it was true. He did do that. And it's like, it's an incredible thing. So, he's a great hitter, one of the great offensive players of all time. He also has a whole bunch of gold gloves on his mantle too.
Right.
And he also stole over 500 bases.
Yes.
Pretty amazing.
Let me put it this way.
So I don't know the answer to that.
All right. I'll phrase it this way. I'm giving you, Bob Walk, a chance to form your own baseball team from scratch. And every single player who's draftable, you get him at the height of his powers, in his prime. Who's your first pick?
Of all the ones I have seen, I would have to go with Barry Bonds.
There you go. Now Dom is clapping back there.
It's a good answer, Bob.
Well, I mean, the way you frame that question, for me, in my time frame, there's no answer. Now, if you ask Steve Blass that question, he's got other guys he's going to bring into it that he laid eyeballs on.
Right. Willie Mays.
And like pitching, I'm going to probably go all the way to Steve Carlton for me personally, watching somebody that was, you're talking about guys that were also pitching wise that, you go back. I looked at a thing of Cy Young Award winners the other day, the list. I was curious. I went back the last 40 years or something. I'm looking, guys are to win the Cy Young. And this is just in the last 40 years. This is not going back into ancient times. This is going back to the Bob Gibsons and stuff like that, and Sandy Koufax. They're pitching 300 innings and doing it at unbelievable elite numbers. They're having ERAs in the low 2s and the 1s, and not doing it in 180 innings. They're doing it in 300 innings. And I just can't. I think about that, and I'm going, what an unbelievable accomplishment that was. And how do you compare things like that with nowadays? You can't really.
Well, it makes for good conversation, and we appreciate you.
Oh, great.
Great. I love it. Love it. Thank you, Bob.
All right, Joe. You take care. Oh, and Dom he does a great job. He texted me today about 9 o'clock to make sure that I was going to answer the phone and everything, and I was ready.
Yeah, he's going to Wally Pip Limits right out of here.
My son was with me when I was looking at the text, and he goes, "Did you forget them last week?" And I go, "I did at one time, but I don't think it was last week."
No, you've been great. You've been great, but I do appreciate Dom's persistence. He's a good worker. He's a worker bee. Thank you, Bob.
Well, he is. He does a great job. Both of you guys do.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
See you, Bob. How about that, graduate Dom? Bob Walk giving you
that's a high compliment
public
right there.
Credit here.
That is a high compliment. That is a career highlight. That was awesome.
Plus, he sort of agreed with you on Barry Bonds.
He agreed with me on Barry Bonds?
Sort of.
That was an all-around great interview.
That was fun.
Did you like my question?
I don't remember it.
I asked him about the velocity lost on Skeens' fastball.
I didn't really like that one. No.
You didn't?
No, I thought it was better when I engaged him on that topic.
I disagree, but to each their own.
I thought I was just looking up Ohtani. OPS, to me, I mean, probably if you want to factor in ballparks, we can get deeper. But OPS is a really good stat, I think. On base plus slugging. How often are you getting on and how much power are you hitting for? Ohtani's 23rd all time with a 957 career OPS. That's ahead of guys like Mel Ott, Willie Mays, Hack Wilson, A-Rod, Vladimir Guerrero, Henry Aaron, Frank Robinson. I mean, it's insane. It's insane what this guy does. Anyway, how do we wrap this up today, intern Dom?
It's up to you. You're the driver of the ship.
I don't know what to do. Maybe we should make predictions on the weekend.
You want to make weekend predictions?
Yeah, and predict the next Pirate traded. Let's do that. Prospect or otherwise, or even a pick or otherwise. Let's do that coming up next. The hashtag Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers. By moving 30 miles this June, you can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos. when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPGH. All right.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins made a pretty big move today. They have announced that Ron Francis, two-time Cup winner with the Penguins, will be back with the organization as a special advisor for hockey operations.
Holy ostrich follicles.
How about that, Joe?
Why didn't you tell me about that earlier? That's your job, is to pipe in and say the Penguins just made a move.
I'm telling you now. They didn't
You're telling
sign
everybody
him.
now. You could have told me earlier.
He's not playing for the team. He's a special advisor.
He's going to help with roster. You just said yourself the Penguins just made a big move.
They did make a big move.
Right. One that you didn't tell me about.
No, you're acting like they traded for Connor McDavid.
No, I'm not.
They made Ron Francis a special advisor, and I'm telling the people now.
Okay. I like this move, by the way. I think Ronnie Francis is a very sharp hockey guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to help with roster construction, I see here as well.
Anytime you can bring these legends in to have any input or say into the organization, I think is
How about
a win.
Yager? Why not bring back Yager?
Yeah, he was a flyer at one point, so
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
You're going to hold that against him?
Yeah.
All right.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. History made in Guadalajara. Co-host Mexico are officially the first team to punch their ticket to the World Cup round of 32. It wasn't always pretty, but Luis Romo capitalized on a massive defensive blunder to slot home the winner. 6 points from 2 matches. El Tri is rolling. I'm Maddie Bates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
June is the perfect time for an upgrade. At Joe Ball GMC this truck month, you'll find a great selection of new GMCs, incredible discounts, and financing rates as low as 0% for qualified buyers. Don't miss your chance to drive home serious savings. Visit Joe Ball GMC today or shop online at joeballgm.com.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
BetMGM Sportsbook is making the world's game more exciting than ever before. Win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. team scores during the tournament. It's easy. Log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account to receive a Goal Rush grand prize qualifying token. Then place a pregame straight bet of at least $5 on the U.S. team's match with your token attached. For every goal the U.S. team scores in that match, you'll earn a share of $500K in bonus bets. That's right, $500 grand in in bonus bets per goal. Get in on tournament action with BetMGM and win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. men's team scores. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Over the last 20 years, how about this? They've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy efficiency in your home, how about a new entry door or flooring that gives your home a fresh look? West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project with 20% off and 20 months of no payments and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
South Africa opens the tournament against co-host Mexico in a fitting spotlight. Bafana Bafana are an energetic, attack-minded side led by a mobile striker and fueled by wide play, always capable of the spectacular on a big stage.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
What a man you've become, graduate Dom. Bob Walk praising you on the air for millions to listen to. What did you make of that?
I told you it was a career high. I love Bob. I've been listening to him for years. To hear him say that, it means a lot.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. That'll be Australia today when the U.S. beats them 5-1. Do you agree with that final score?
You say 5-1 final score? No,
Yeah.
Soccer's never that high scoring.
You didn't even know they were playing. How would you know? And the last game was 4-0, was it not?
Excuse you. It's not going to be 5-1. It'll be, I'm going to say 2-1. USA victory. Who we playing again?
Australia.
Yeah, 2-1 USA victory.
That's another thing. I have no idea how the tournament works. If we win today, we lose today, what happens then? We lose, what happens? Everything's still good, or?
I mean, I guess so.
So you don't know either?
Hey, you don't know.
I never claimed I did. You
I
were a
never-
soccer
I-
player. You said it was a big part of your life. Are you even watching the World Cup?
Of course I'm watching the World Cup.
No,
when
you're
USA,
not.
When the USA plays, I watch.
Yeah, except earlier today you thought they were playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought the game was tomorrow.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Man, it's beautiful outside right now. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly sunny with a high of 74. Moon Mullins. All right, Dom, how about your prediction for the weekend? Jack Hillgrove is of the opinion that if the Pirates don't sweep, he's going to be, well, it's not an opinion. He's going to be angry. You?
Yeah, I think the Pirates should sweep. The Rockies are disgraceful. So if they don't, I don't think it tanks the season, but I think it would go a long way to make up for...
Well, of course it doesn't tank the season. They would have taken 2 out of 3, and they're still in great shape here.
Okay, then take 2 out of 3 then.
All right.
If they don't sweep, I'm not going to be disgusted.
Jack
But they should look
Hillgrove
like a
is.
good baseball team against the Rockies.
I'll tell you this much, though. Like I said yesterday when Jack brought this up, the Pirates need to start making up for some of the games that they've peed away, which have been a lot of them. So sweeping a team like the Rockies, I don't think that's out of the question as an ask, because you take 2 out of 3, then you come back, the schedule toughens, you lose a series, you get swept in a series, then you're right back to where you were. 500, a game under, a game over. I want them to move on from this and get themselves 7, 8, 11 games over 500. Is that possible this year? Are they good enough to do that? That's the question. That's why I don't think it's unreasonable to say, go sweep the Rockies. Jonathan Taves has retired, by the way. Great player. Still think Jordan Stahl, the Penguins made the right pick there all those years ago. And Jordan Stahl still playing at a high level here. Obviously, he just won the Conn Smythe. Jonathan Taves had that, chronic immune response syndrome I'm seeing here. Yeah, just the strange illness, long COVID as well. And his career just sort of, frittered away toward the end. But he was a great player, a great captain. Make no mistake about that. And they won 3 Stanley Cups themselves. and he won a Conn Smythe in 2010. But the Penguins, Ray Shero, got the center they needed. Beyond Sid and Gino, they needed a stopper, if you will, and that was Jordan Staal. And it should never be forgotten what he did in that 2009 series against the Red Wings. He was unbelievable. Who are you talking to, Dom, and why are you talking to anybody? I don't know why Dom is doing that. The other news, Ronnie Francis joins the Penguins as sort of sounds like an assistant to Kyle Dubas, will help with roster construction, it says. So I think that's a good move. I think he's a very sharp hockey guy. I've known him since the mid-90s, late 90s, when he became Penguins captain after Mario retired the first time around, and very enjoyable being around Ronnie Francis. I respect that guy a lot. You done with your phone conversation, Dom?
Yeah, apologies. The PM team is going to be live today for Mike's Beer Bar, so I'm trying to get them all connected and ready to go for 2 o'clock.
Did you see where Joaquin Niemann threw a club at the U.S. Open?
What?
And let me see. He's penalized. What does he get? Penalized a stroke for that? He drove 2 balls out of bounds on the par 4 6th. And when play that was Thursday, okay? So he had a bad ending. Play called because of darkness. They get back to it this morning, and he cards a quintuple bogey 9 on the hole, which is tremendous and quite relatable. But it was later changed to a 7 over 11 after the U.S. Golf Association docked him a 2-stroke penalty for throwing a club on that hole. God, I love this guy, and now I'm rooting for him, Dom. I'm rooting for the guy who got an 11 and threw his club. I love him.
Yeah, I am too. Listen, I like when golfers show emotion. I get that it's a sport where you're supposed to be buttoned up in your polo and khaki pants and you respect the game and whatever else. Listen, you have a bad shot, you have a bad chip. I mean, my God, throw a club every now and again. Doesn't bother me. You do it all the time whenever I played with you.
Yeah, where were we that day?
Moon? I believe.
We had a great day. I only threw it once, I think, except I threw 2 clubs at the same time because, that was the day that I went into the woods on 18 and tried to get out and hit a rock and it went in the water. Thank you, Dom.
Thank you, Joe. This was great.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates begin a series with the Rockies tonight at 8:40. Bubba Chandler gets the start for the Buccos, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. you're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
What a man, what a mustache, and what a company. Listen, after this winter, you might need roofing and siding projects at your house. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company, JP Roofing and Siding. Not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad, and I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is hiring. Great pay, great benefits, and a great career. Apply today at brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
June is here, the sun is shining, and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume dealer in Pittsburgh. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2026 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for just $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, lease for 36 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. BowserHyundai.com. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, a man who might be banned from Oakmont is leading the U.S. Open, Wyndham Clark, and he's got a big lead. He's through 36 holes, opened up a 4-stroke lead on 2 names, big ones, major champions, Matt Fitzpatrick, who won the 2022 U.S. Open, and 2-time major champion Xander Schauffele, both 3 under. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Mike's Beer Bar. For the World Cup, it's the PM team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive to left field, way back. Back is Soderstrom. Wall gone. Clear the deck with a Bart dart. That's a 3-run blast. And the Bucks have opened up a 10-0 lead in the 5th inning. 4 for Bart.
Like it or not, Henry Davis is the personal catcher for Paul Skeens, no matter how badly he struggled. And I'm guessing they didn't want to upset that apple cart and keep that in place. It's understandable. I think Paul Skeens has earned the right to decide who he wants behind the plate.
All right, we are live for a special World Cup broadcast, Mike's Beer Bar, an hour away from kickoff, the USA and Australia. This is the official bar of the U.S. Outlaws, which is the supporter group
of USA Soccer. This place was so crowded Friday night, a week ago, for the USA-Paraguay match, they had to turn people down at the door. And with the holiday and with the start to the weekend, this place will be jumping for the Socceroos. And US, what is the abbreviation? It's like USMNT.
Yes,
Yeah.
U.S. men's national team.
Yeah, a little bit cumbersome as far as abbreviations go, in my opinion. That's Donnie Football. He's here because Mulsey is still on paternity leave. Joey Bart traded overnight. This is a small deal that I think is a really big deal because of what Greg Brown said. And that's what I want to get people's reaction on to start here right off the bat at 412-928-9370. Paul Skeens deserves Henry Davis, and the Pirates didn't want to upset the apple cart with Paul Skeens. That's why Henry Davis wasn't sent to Indianapolis, and that's why Joey Bart was traded for the bad Stratton. Remember there was the bad McCutcheon, Don? There was Daniel McCutcheon. Well, people might look at this trade and say, I remember Stratton. You remember Chris Stratton. He was actually kind of good. This is Hunter Stratton. This is a minor league guy, and he's going to go to the minor leagues. He's not even going to help the Pirates bullpen now. He's going to AAA, and the Pirates gave up Joey Bart, who's not a great player, but this is a small deal that's a big deal, Don, because it's, again, two things. It's kowtowing to Paul Skeens, and it's the Pirates' inability to admit their mistake with Henry Davis.
Pony, I was thinking about this move this morning on my way into the office, on my way down here to Mike's Beer Bar, and it hit me. A comparison that I could actually make to Henry Davis, and I think it's one that you would appreciate. And I'm not about to defend Joey Bart as if he is some Hall of Fame catcher or anywhere even in that universe. He was, I think, okay at best for the Pirates, but Henry Davis is not that. And it made me think, Pony, to something that we do pretty often. We like to watch a lot of old wrestling in the back before shows. You, me, Mulsey, and I'm not talking about the Attitude Era or even the stuff that I grew up with, but the stuff that you appreciate.
Can I just tell you something?
Even more.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
And let me do it.
I'm going to let you do it.
We all know who Hulk Hogan was.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the name Hulk Hogan. I think in this case, for the Pirates, that is Paul Skeens.
Okay.
He's the cock of the walk. He's one of the best in the business. He's going to be somebody that we remember with this franchise forever. Hulk Hogan had a buddy in pro wrestling that went by the name of Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
I knew you were going to do this.
And Pony, he was one of the single greatest coattail riders to ever live in any capacity, in any profession. And that is what Henry Davis is. This is a player that has one of the worst, if you go by the WAR stat, wins above replacement.
Yep.
He is one of the single worst first overall picks to ever play the game of baseball. The only guy behind him is a dude that got drafted 50 years ago.
Yep.
Guys that the Pirates drafted and failed. Brian Bullington, a good name to bring up. No, he had a better WAR than what Henry Davis has.
Yeah.
That's what this is. I understand that Paul Skeens is very well going to be an all-time great Pirate, already is. Very well may be an all-time great in the game of baseball. This is nothing more than Henry Davis being an all-time great coattail rider, because without Paul Skeens, this guy does not have a job in Major League Baseball.
I agree, but the Pirates let it happen. Somebody has to enable it. You know, one of the things that the Steelers actually stood up and did something about, and I respected this, was when Ben wanted little Ryan Switzer in the offense, but the guy couldn't play a lick because he was too small really to be a receiver in the NFL. They shut it down and they cut him. They didn't put him out in the field constantly. They said, yeah, great, you're best friends. You go to West Virginia basketball games and he puts a friggin' raccoon hat on your head like you're Daniel Boone and you guys are BFFs, but we're not going to play this guy because we want to win games. It would have made sense. This made sense back when Paul Skeens was the best pitcher in baseball, so you pacify him and placate him, all the time, and you do give him. If he wants a schmo behind the plate, whatever, you do it. His ERA's under 2. He's the best pitcher in the league. And you do it when Henry Davis isn't quite literally the worst hitter in all of baseball. And so both of those things have happened. They've lost 6 straight starts with this guy. And like at some point, Paul Skeens needs to recognize that he's going to pitch to somebody not named Henry Davis at some point in his career. And the Pirates need to recognize that for as good as Paul Skeens is, you just don't give him everything he wants, Don. You fired a guy that had a great track record as your pitching coach here because Paul Skeens didn't want him here anymore. And okay, it's fine last offseason because he was the best thing since sliced bread, but that's not the case this season. So why do they keep kissing his ass? I don't get it.
I can get the argument to a degree in favor of Paul Skeens, taking his insight on things. We would bring it up often. Anything the Pirates did, one of the very first questions we would ask is, what would Paul Skeens think of this? What does Paul Skeens think of this move?
Yeah, if they don't make a move, they're not making moves in the offseason. Is that pissing off Skeens? Is he upset? Is that going to make him want to get out of Pittsburgh sooner? Yeah.
Correct. But there does have to be some sort of boundary here. There has to be some sort of line drawn by the organization where it's like, man, Paul, this guy obviously cannot cut it at the plate. He is one of the worst hitters the league has ever seen. He's hitting 138 this season, carrying an OPS of 526. He's better defensively than what we thought he would be. We get that. But you cannot keep going with this charade for that much longer because there is going to come a time, like you said, when they have to be separated at some point. I know that Brutus the Barber Beefcake followed Hulk Hogan all the way through to WCW. Is a team like the Yankees or the Dodgers one of those teams that people like to wrap Paul Skeens up in and put a bow on in a couple of years? Are they going to say, yeah, Paul, we'll go get Henry Davis. We'll make sure that he's here for you every 5th day?
Sidney Crosby is one of the 4 or 5 greatest athletes in the history of Pittsburgh. He loved playing with Jake Gensel. Guess what? The Penguins didn't care. They traded him. And they went into the tank for a few games after that. But guess what? Sidney Crosby, still fine. Still one of the best players in hockey at almost 40 years old. If Henry Davis got sent down to the minor leagues yesterday because Joey Bart's ready to play, guess what? I think Paul Skeens would be fine. I still think he'd get a $500 million deal from someone a couple years from now. If they had traded Joey Bart for like a functional piece, I still wouldn't love it because of what it says about Henry Davis, but I would be able to wrap my mind around this better. They got a guy who's a minor league pitcher who they've had before and didn't work out. They're not bringing back Mark Melancon. They're bringing back Hunter Stratton. He's got an ERA over 4 at AAA, Donnie. He's not been good in the minor leagues. And say what Joey Bart's not a very good defensive catcher, and he lost his power stroke last year. But before his foot basically got leprosy or whatever it was, scurvy, he was hitting.
Did he have the gout, maybe?
He's not a bad offensive catcher. He's, as you put it, he's Johnny Bench compared to Henry Davis.
And I get that on with the other part of this trade, when it's them getting Stratton back, they're not getting something big. We even had this conversation yesterday when we talked to Jason Mackey, and I know we'll have Mackey on later in the show. But in that conversation, I think the expectation was, they'll find a way to trade Bart because they want Henry Davis to keep his job, and they'll likely get one of my favorite returns of cash considerations. So they get a physical body here. We've also seen instances where in AAA this season, a couple of guys they've called up haven't really shined in Indy, and they get called up to the major league roster. Now, I think the problem there is that it's been, for as bad as it's been, it's also been overworked and overused.
Yeah.
Like, guys like Boudoir and Dotel, they weren't really dominating in AAA when they got called up.
412-928-9370. The Pirates trade Joey Bart for one of their former failed relief pitchers. Greg Brown says they got to keep Henry Davis on the team because this is what Paul Skeens deserves, and they don't want to upset the apple cart with Skeens. even though Henry Davis is one of the worst number 1 picks of all time. What's your reaction? 412-928-9370. Here's Jim to start us off. Hello, Jim. Jim? Don, is he there?
Nope.
Rendered speechless.
We sent him mute.
I mean, look, I wouldn't expect people to just have an opinion on a Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton trade in a vacuum, but there are repercussions of this trade, and the biggest one is the Pirates' insistence that Henry Davis, a horrible number 1 pick, stay on the roster because Paul Skeens demands that Henry Davis catches him. And I would expect every Pirates fan to have a take on that. And the fact that a guy that is the cheerleader and the voice of the organization, Greg Brown, saying, well, you have to do this because this is what Paul Skeens wants. Paul Skeens is a great player, Donnie. He doesn't get to be the GM, the owner, and the manager of the team yet. He just doesn't.
There was a thought about this, too, before we hit the point, and I'll give Jason another free pop because I had him on Monday evening, and we discussed what happens when Joey Bart returns to health. He's ready to come back up. He said, yeah, either a trade. He also proposed, this is how far the organization was likely willing to go with this. He proposed that they would send somebody like Billy Cook back down just in order to keep Henry Davis on the roster.
And keep 3 catchers.
They would keep 3 catchers on the roster.
It's like the Steelers keeping 4 quarterbacks.
In order to make sure that Paul Skeens had his guy.
Yeah. Paul Skeens has been everybody's favorite Pirate for 2+ years now. I wonder how they feel about this, that the Pirates make a trade to get rid of a catcher just to keep Henry Davis here for Paul Skeens. 412-928-9370. Here's Michael in Monroeville. Hello, Mike.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I was just going to say that, I mean, to me, this reminds me a lot of David Ross and John Lester, where, I mean, he followed him a lot throughout the end of his career, and he wasn't that great of a hitter either, but he was a great defensive catcher. I don't know why this can't
he was like a
necessarily be that
250
down the
hitter,
line.
though. David Ross was like a decent player. Like, he was
Not
a functional.
towards the end of his career when he won the World Series with them in the Red Sox, he wasn't.
Was he ever as bad? Was he ever a guy that hit around 100?
Well, no, but my point is that why can't Davis be a good defensive catcher and that still be a thing like it was back then? Or Austin Barnes for years ago with the Dodgers.
Because he's the worst offensive catcher we've ever seen through the first 2+ years of his career. That's why.
And I understand that. I'm not saying you're wrong on that. I'm just saying, why can't he be more of a defensive catcher like there are plenty of those throughout the league? They just don't ever hit. I mean, regardless whether he's the worst or not. I mean, we still see plenty of them.
So if a guy hits zero, it was 0 for 4 in every game, but was a better than average defensive catcher, that would warrant a roster spot?
I mean, if it's a championship team, like if Skeens went to the Yankees, for example,
yeah,
and they had a roster spot for him, I think they'd do it. I mean, because if they work well together, again, like I said,
are they working well together?
He wasn't as. I mean, I haven't been able to watch a lot of the games this year, but I mean, at least the ones that I have, it looked decent.
Thanks for the call. He's not going more than 6 innings in any start, and he's lost 6 straight starts, Don. This isn't going great.
I also think it's a disrespect to David Ross.
A former Bucco.
I mean, listen, did he set the world on fire in his last few years? No, but to say, well, I'll compare him to a guy that was a catcher when he was 36 to 40 years old, you're already grasping at straws. And even then, here's the funny part, he was better than Henry Davis.
First caller up trying to justify the Pirates keeping Henry Davis around with Paul Skeens. You agree with that after this Joey Bart trade? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. We're live at Mike Beer Bar. Jeff Passan has news on a possible Pirates trade that we'll tell you about next, too. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates start a series with the Rockies tonight at 8:40. Bubba Chandler gets the start for the Buccos, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. History made in Guadalajara. Co-host Mexico are officially the first team to punch their ticket to the World Cup round of 32. It wasn't always pretty, but Luis Romo capitalized on a massive defensive blunder to slot home the winner. 6 points from 2 matches. El Tri is rolling. I'm Maddie Bates.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $229 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
There had been rumors about Bart going back to last year when he was struggling that maybe they would try and move him if they get something for him. The fact that he's been traded, I guess, is not surprising. The fact that it happened when it did maybe caught me by surprise because I had been wondering aloud with others as to what there was a logjam. We talked about it on the air this past week. What are they going to do? They've got 3. They're likely not going to carry 3 catchers. It's Henry Davis, it's Andy Rodriguez, it's Joey Bart. Bart's got no options left. Davis was the obvious choice because how badly he struggled. Andy has done quite well, grasping most of the starts behind the plate and showing that offensive prowess. And, they take care of that logjam by trading Bart, so no worries there now. They're going to obviously keep Andy and Henry and wish Joey the best because he's a really good guy, and he gets to go home to Atlanta, and he'll probably be really a perfect backup catcher for them now.
Yeah, 2:25. Time to step up to the plate in the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. Listen to the PM team on demand. Watch us, too, on Twitter and YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We are here at Mike's Beer Bar. This place in about 30 minutes is going to get turned upside down for USA Australia. The pride of Hershey, PA. His dad, the former Riverhounds assistant coach, Kristen Pulisic, out for this game with a calf injury that they tried to downplay during the Paraguay blowout win. Well, it's actually a big deal because he ain't going to play today against Australia. The Aussies coming off a win over Turkey or Turkey, or just plain Turkey, which is what I want to call that country because I've called it that my entire life.
I'm always going Turkey. Listen, you want to change it last second. It's almost like a stadium name change. People are always going to say Heinz Field. They might still say Mellon Arena.
I still say Friar Muth.
Right. And he even said that it was Friar Muth, but
he
really don't care. So
how about this, Don? We'll get back to calls here on this trade that jettisons Joey Bart and opens the door for more Henry Davis playing time because, as Greg Brown put it, that's what Paul Skeens deserves, and they don't want to upset the apple cart with Skeens. Jeff Passan, the Adam Schefter of baseball. 5 names the Pirates could trade for at the deadline. These are 5 big names. Former Bucco closer Aroldis Chapman. Former Cardinals catcher William Contreras. Former batting champion Luis Arraez. Astros first baseman Christian Walker, one of the league leaders in RBI. And Twins catcher Ryan Jeffers. who's having a monster offensive year. Donnie, other than Chapman, I mean, Passett is as dialed in as anybody. The other 4 names make no sense to me. You're one of the best offenses in all of baseball. You fixed your offense this year. Now, your defense still stinks, but it's not like any of these guys are defensive whiz kids. Walker's kind of a DH playing first. Contreras really doesn't even catch anymore. Arise bounces back between first and second and doesn't play either one well. Jeffers might be a good defensive catcher. I'm not really sure about that. It's not like I'm watching the Twins every night. He'd solve that riddle, and we wouldn't have to talk about maybe Henry Davis as much, but then that would be hilarious because you'd trade for this great catcher, and every time Paul Skeens pitched, you still have Henry Davis out there. So Chapman is the most logical. I'm just stunned that on this list there aren't more relief pitchers associated with the Pirates, and they're talking about a lot of first basemen. 3 of these guys play first. And you've got Horwitz and O'Hearn on your team who play first. Very strange.
Yeah, I mean, that part of it is weird to me because that would only make more sense if one or both of those guys weren't coming through for you. But I know O'Hearn has gone through a dry spell here in the month of June. It's not been pretty.
But he bounced back against the A's the other night. He had 6 ribbies.
And Horwitz has been really one of your more consistent guys all season long.
But stinks at first base defensively. Oh, my God.
But again, he kind of fits right in, and like you said, it's not like Doug Minkiewicz is coming in. It's not like they're bringing in a guy who specializes in defense.
And you wouldn't even
base.
want that at first base. I don't want a guy that doesn't hit and just fields at first base.
I want a dude that can actually bring it with the bat. I've said that for a while, that I would sacrifice defense on this team if it meant that the offense was better, and that's what happened this year. And I'm still more than fine with it. Chapman is absolutely the one that should be A1 above the fold, top of the list here, regardless of what his age is, really what the value would be long term, because that's such a glaring need for them, that they need a dude like that. And really, even though I thought his time in Pittsburgh was fine, he has been great before, he's been great ever since.
Let's get to one of the queens of the PM team. Carol in Clinton has an opinion on all this. Hello, Carol.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Carol.
Hi. I would like to make 2 points regarding this trade.
Go ahead.
Number one, is Henry Davis really that great defensively? I heard today that he's leading the league in pass balls, or leading the NL in pass balls.
He is. That's right. Very astute point by you.
What exactly is he throwing people out all the time?
He's throwing people out, and I think he's a decent to above average pitch framer where he steals balls and turns them into strikes. But that's not as big of a deal anymore, Carol, because they have the automated strike zone to correct that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, you know.
And the other thing is, are the Pirates deluding themselves that St. Paul is going to take a hometown discount because of this? Because he's not.
I agree with you 100% on that. Yes, thank you, Carol. There's comments in the Post-Gazette last week, I think, affirmed that, Donnie. You kiss his butt for what? Is he going to stay extra years? No, he's not. He's not going to remember that and pay it forward and give you, I'll only sign for $30 million a year now. No way.
Yeah, that would be like the only thing that would make this make sense. But we know that's not going to happen. And that's just the nature of the beast of Major League Baseball. Even if they institute the floor and or cap, I don't think it's going to happen. So everything that's on the bargaining table, I don't think that necessarily even rides on Paul Skeens' future. That is a great point by Carol. I mean, we're used to getting them from her.
Yes, we are.
But, yeah, why make the guy happy with every single move? I can see it here and there. Hey, let's add offense. We have Paul Skeens. That's something that would make him happy. But when it comes to this guy who is really only good at throwing runners out when they try to steal second base, why?
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Coming up next, a fair game with Nick Farabaugh. Are the Steelers really in the mix to draft Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft? He'll tell us. Live from Mike's Beer Bar, the Big Team USA watch party, a half hour away. First, a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
An update from round 2 of the U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark is still atop the leaderboard. He's at 7 under. Right behind him, tied for second place, Xander Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick. They're both at 3 under. We'll be keeping you updated all day. And this update from the U.S. Open is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Dom. Let's talk right now about FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. USA and Australia, a half hour away, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you a 250% profit boost to use on your favorite bets. Whether you're backing the red, white, and blue to win, betting on goals, or building a same-game parlay, your winnings could get a major lift. On this matchup, USA's best player is out. USA still favored. Do not be surprised if the USA plays it a little closer to the vest. We see a lower scoring game than in game 1. I think the draw is in play for this matchup. That would advance both teams to the knockout round. So just opt in and claim your $250 profit boost and use it on the USA versus Australia game. A boost worthy of $250 only on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Must wager in designated offer market. Max wager $25. Restrictions apply. See full terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Icy Light, Coors Light, Labatt, and Labatt Light 30 packs for just $22.99 or Michelob Ultra for $27.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $210 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day. When standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
It's happening for the first time ever. Pella Windows and Doors is launching a 2-week summer sale. We've never done that before. For a limited time, get 72 months financing at 0% APR. That's right, 6 years, 0% interest on premium Pella Windows and Doors. Upgrade your home with craftsmanship built to last. That's Pella. But don't wait. This first-time offer ends in just 2 weeks. Mention summer when you call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are coming to you from Mike's Beer Bar. This is the official spot to watch USA Soccer in Pittsburgh, and we are closing in on 25 minutes before kickoff, USA and Australia. We have some things we're going to be doing throughout the game to let you know what's happening in the game without doing play-by-play, which is obviously a no-no in our business.
Play-by-play for soccer is also extremely difficult.
Ever do it?
Yeah, and it's
You know what I would
rough.
just say? Australia's got the ball. USA's got the ball. Now Australia's got it back. Now it's out of bounds. Now it's a corner kick.
Yeah,
that kind of deal.
I'd say out of like the common sports, that's my weakest.
Nick Faribaugh with us, up-and-coming Steelers insider for another round of Fair Game with Faribaugh. Nick, is it fair game to say the Steelers are currently doing their due diligence and homework on the man that was kicked out of college football, quarterback Brendan Sorsby?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been doing it. Because they've been saying this 2027 class for a very long time, just so they have an idea of who's in it, what they like about it. Sorsby is a guy that could have come out last year, so they've done pre-homework on him dating back to then. So definitely, and I think, with all the gambling stuff coming out now and all that, they are doing their due diligence, and they kind of have to. They don't have a quarterback. So at least a long-term entrenched franchise quarterback, so they at least have to kind of vet every single possible option. And so, yeah, they're doing their due diligence on Brendan Sorsby right now. I'm not sure that means that they're super interested.
Nick, is it fair game to say that he's a better prospect than Will Howard and or Drew Aller?
I personally think he's a better prospect than Drew Aller and Will Howard were. I like Brendan Sorsby as a player better than those guys. I do think the gambling stuff really is a hard one to overcome for me because he's a quarterback. And, the intangible leadership qualities that you need from a quarterback are decision-making, a guy who has to really rally the huddle, and teammates have to trust that this guy is going to be the leader of the football team. I mean, if you bet on your own team, and I think that's the kind of thing that comes back to me. If you're making a decision like that, a reckless decision like that, in college, I think it's a really hard thing to kind of sell me on that. But I think the on-the-field stuff, he's got a lot of really fun tools. He's got great arm. He's, I think, got 4.5 speed. He can really throw off platform. He can work outside structure, throws up anticipation. He does crumble a bit in the face of pressure. The processing stuff definitely has to kind of get worked on. But there's a lot of good stuff there with Brendan Sorsby. I think he probably would have been on that fringe first round, second. That probably would have been at like the Ty Simpson tier when we were talking about Ty Simpson pre-draft, kind of in that similar tier to him. But I think Sorsby is a better prospect personally than Aller and Howard were on the football field. But the gambling stuff is a real hard one to overcome for me.
Nick, is it fair game to say that if he's still there in the third round of the supplemental draft, the Steelers might take him?
I don't think so. I don't see him spending more than a day 3 pick. I might be a little surprised if anyone spends a third round pick on Brendan Sorsby. I'm telling you that right now because, if he was a slam dunk first round pick, he would have come out of college last year. That's one thing. So he certainly wasn't slam dunk first round pick. That's one thing I think that people maybe aren't getting enough of with this Sorsby stuff. The other thing that kind of comes up to me with the Steelers is they do have Drew Aller, and they just drafted him. And so I think their energy is really focused on him. And Howard as well. They have 2 coals in the fire here with 2 young quarterbacks. I think it's a day 3 pick that maybe they would spend on him. I'm not even sure they'd spend a 4th. I think it would have to be like a 5th. They don't have a 6th, so they can't spend a 6th. But I think it would have to be a mid-day 3 pick.
Okay, Nick. Well, let's say it does get to that point. Would you expect the Steelers to pull the trigger there, even already having the 2 young quarterbacks on their roster?
I could see it. I don't know if I would say they 100% would. I also think other teams at that point would. I think you'd see the Browns, the Jets. I think the Buccaneers at that point probably think about it. As Brendan Sorsby's probably going to get taken at some point in the supplemental draft. He's just too much talent to work with there. But I also think the Steelers in particular, with 2 young quarterbacks, I do think are going to be a little bit kind of apprehensive to spend a lot of draft capital on them, if any at all. So I'm not even sure they do that. But I do think some team will take them, certainly by the 5th round. I would imagine he probably gets the 5th round for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the 4th for one of those other teams that I mentioned.
Nick, fair game to say that Will Howard enhanced his stock more with the Steelers during spring practices than Drew Aller?
I think Aller is a guy that is working on the very, very basics. I don't really think the Steelers were doing a ton of evaluation from the standpoint of, is he good? I thought they were doing more evaluation from, is he just improving the stuff we want him to improve on, which he did. So I do think Aller did a nice job at least keeping his stock even, if not improving it. But I think Will Howard has really impressed some coaches. I'll tell you what, the touch and accuracy he has on his throws down the sideline, outside the numbers are really impressive. That's a trait I've heard brought up multiple times within the organization. They're really impressed by his ability to throw that ball after the numbers on wheel routes, go routes. Those are not easy throws to make, and so his ability to really dot those right in the bucket has really impressed people. He's a very mature player. People really love him in the locker room. So I do think that Will Howard has done a very good job to up his stock in the Steelers organization. And I think it is probably fair to say more than Aller, just because I think Howard, with a new staff, had to really make an imprint on them, even though they liked him. He really had to make an imprint on them, and I think he did just that.
Nick, speaking of day 3 picks, is it fair to say that Mason Rudolph would fetch that if they go with Howard and Aller behind Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, I think so. Listen, I think when you think about Rudolph, you could probably trade him one. I think he's a good enough backup to where there are going to be teams that at least would look at it and say, yeah, we could probably spend, a 5th, 6th round pick on this guy. And I think it would make some sense. And I think you look at Howard, and he is someone that has really, I think, narrowed that gap. Like, there has been a bridge from Mason Rudolph to everyone else. I think Howard has started to really bridge that. And so I just don't think Rudolph's a roster lock by any means. And I think there's going to be teams, there are teams out there that need backup quarterbacks, man, and he's a good one. He's a solid one. And I think there's going to be teams that could be interested in that. They could get legit draft capital for him.
Nick Farabaugh, Steelers insider, and man that will he get into World Cup soccer, Don? Did you get that impression?
Well, Nick, I was also going to ask, is it fair game to say that we will see you down here at Mike's Beer Bar in a little bit?
Yeah, I will be there in a little bit to watch U.S. men's soccer. I'm a big soccer guy, for what it's worth. I'm not sure I talk about that enough, but I'm a big soccer guy, so actually really excited for the World Cup, but especially this match. It should be fun.
Hair up in the man bun, or are you going to let the hair down a little bit?
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. You asked some specific choices. My hair's up right now. If you want me to put it down, I could, but it's going to be in the man bun, I think.
All right, Nick. Thank you so much. We'll talk again next week.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Weather in Seattle for this USA soccer game that's about to start. It's cooler. It's 73 degrees right now, Don.
I mean, it looks pretty similar to what we have here, Pony. It looks like a very nice day. We're used to seeing rain in Seattle.
Yeah.
I guess we're used to seeing rain here, but it looks like an extremely nice day.
And you heard Nick, come down and see us 15 minutes away from kickoff. We'll be here all game. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier soccer headquarters for this game. Great beer, great food, great fun. We come back. Speaking of quarterbacks, get a load. Wait till you hear what Kevin Colbert had to say about Kenny Pickett on our station and who he compared him to. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment is the PM team.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad, and I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Hey, it's Pony for the power of Bowser. June is here, the sun is shining, and your summer adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, lease a 2026 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for just $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Lease for 36 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify for rebates. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC Offer ends June 30th. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Get to BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Father's Day, go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wyndham Clark, a man banned from Oakmont Country Club, has opened up a big lead at the U.S. Open. Shinnecock, 36 holes, round 2, a 7-under score, a 1-under round today, a 4-stroke lead on 2 former major champs, Matthew Fitzpatrick of England and Xander Schauffele at 3-under. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Mike's Beer Bar, it's the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And we never know. I mean, every pick we make, I had an old scout tell me that a long time ago, hey, we're guessing like everybody else. And we just hope that the information we have and the way we structured it and what we wanted to do with a given pick that those players pan out. And sometimes they do for a given team. Sometimes they have to move on. I always look at what Sam Darnold was able to do this year. I believe that was Sam's 4th team, Seattle. Yeah. And he didn't have success, and all of a sudden it clicked for him, and he's a Super Bowl champion. So, again, Kenny's a great young man. He's a competitor, and I know he's a start and win quarterback based on what he did for us. And I just hope that he has the success that I think he will at some point.
Okay. We got to respond to that. Kevin Colbert on with Pomp and Joe, thanks to some expert producing by Donnie Football, who's joining me right now as they play the Australian national anthem. Do we have to stand for the Australian national anthem?
Well, I was wondering what's going to happen when the United States national anthem plays.
I think we'll stand.
Like, we have to stand. I think we still I have a hat on. Gabe has a hat on.
I think we still have to talk, because I don't think we can just play the national anthem over our airwaves unless we all want to sing it together. But, we're here for USA Australia, and we have something planned now to update people on that game over the next 2 hours. So whenever the United States scores a goal, Dom, there's a drop in the folder there as Donnie takes off his hat very respectfully. Actually, we're going to let the United States national anthem play. See, the first game they had, who are those 2 country musicians that are a tag team, and one of them's from Pittsburgh?
Dan and Shay.
I was going to say Bob and Tom. Dan and Shay. They did the national anthem at the first game before the Paraguay game, and Katy Perry performed a song about the World Cup, and she was dressed like the Stanley Cup, which I thought was weird.
Man, she had a hell of a run through the 2010s.
She did, but she was dressed like the Stanley Cup, which is silver. The World Cup trophy is gold.
Something got lost in translation.
Well,
there.
She's dating the president, is Trudeau still the president or prime minister of Canada?
You think I'm going to know that?
I don't actually know if you're going to know that.
No.
There's Russell Crowe, the U.S. coach. Have you seen him?
He does have a resemblance.
It looks like he's a beautiful mind going on.
He's also like college football coaches that we see every year. That dude's out of Dodge the moment they're done.
Well, and also he's dressed very casually, which I know as a man, as they do a flyover here with helicopters in Seattle for the game. As a man that will rock the Fetterman, a lot of these soccer managers wear full suits, and he looks like he's going on a fishing trip with the clothes he's wearing. He's dressed or styled by Bass Pro Shop.
See, I'm all right with that. You know how I dress. You see how I dress every day. My best man at my wedding made the Fetterman joke, and the place went wild.
Because it was true.
Yeah, but I also loved when college basketball coaches kind of took a step back, and it's like, hey, guys, we don't have to wear like a three-piece suit, when we're playing against like NJIT or something like that. Like, you know what, you want to toss a polo on and some khakis or nice pants. Well, I think we can make that work.
So Dom is going to be on high alert here during this game back in Green Tree, even though nothing in Green Tree is working. The power's out and the toilets don't have water. So Harry Callis would have been fighting a very uphill battle if he was there today. We have a drop for when the U.S. scores, and we have a drop for when Australia scores. What's going on
There's
here?
already a guy being escorted out of here who can barely find his way to the door.
Jesus.
I hope everything's okay. It's only 3 p.m.
Dom,
it's not even.
Dom, I believe you'll be able to tell from the way it's labeled, there is a song that you play whenever the United States scores, and they scored 4 goals against Paraguay. So regardless of what conversation we're having, you can interrupt us with this song or this drop every time the U.S. scores. Let's hear it. What do you think? Great tune.
Dom's like he's waving his hand to his ear as we speak. I thought about wearing that shirt today. I decided to go with a Kurt Angle shirt instead.
All right, give us the drop or the song for when the Aussies score. And they scored 2 against Turkey.
You come from a land down under.
Great tune, too.
Men at Work. It is a great song. That one guy had a Vegemite sandwich, whatever in the world that is. I never knew what that was.
What did he say? He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, yeah.
I've never even taken the time to Google what that is.
All right, so they're a few minutes away from kickoff, and when things happen, you'll hear it here at Mike's first, and then Dom can also play those music drops. Dom, give me Kevin Colbert one more time on what he said about Pickett and Sam Darnold with Pomp and Joe. Let's hear that again.
And we never know. I mean, every pick we make, I had an old scout tell me that a long time ago. Hey, we're guessing like everybody else, and we just hope that the information we have and the way we structured it and what we wanted to do with a given pick that those players pan out. And sometimes they do for a given team. Sometimes they have to move on. I always look at what Sam Darnold was able to do this year. I believe that was Sam's 4th team, Seattle. Yeah. And he didn't have success, and all of a sudden it clicked for him, and he's a Super Bowl champion. So, again, Kenny's a great young man. He's a competitor, and I know he's a start and win quarterback based on what he did for us. And I just hope that he has the success that I think he will at some point.
I hope that he said at the end, I think he'll have success as a starting quarterback. And he compared him to the man that won the Super Bowl last year, Sam Darnold, Donnie, which, look, I was the guy that was the loudest advocate and the biggest proponent of the Steelers drafting Kenny Pickett. But my God, even I now have to just throw the towel in the ring or on the mat and say, let's end this thing. I mean, really, Kevin? Kevin's a great guy, and he knows more about football than I've forgotten. He's probably got more knowledge of football.
I thought it was the other way around.
Okay, whatever.
He's forgotten more about...
Right, you're right. He's got more soccer now. What are you doing right now? Recording this? You're getting a reaction here at Mike's as the ball has been kicked off. Could you imagine Starkey trying to do a show here today?
No.
Disaster.
Joe has some of the worst ADHD I've ever witnessed.
No, I was about to say Kevin has probably more knowledge of football in his pinky finger than I have in my own entire body and brain. But also, when you stick your neck out and it's your last first-round pick and you believe that a guy is going to be a franchise quarterback, I think, see, look, Donnie, this manager's dressed like he's going to Bass Pro Shop. Old habits, it's hard to admit mistakes. You want to be proven right. I can't imagine there are many Steelers fans left. I can't imagine there's a lot of Pitt fans left who still actually believe that Kenny Pickett can be a Sam Darnold type quarterback. Sam Darnold he won a Super Bowl. He outdueled Matthew Stafford in the biggest game of the year. Kenny came into his Super Bowl and almost immediately turned the ball over in mop-up duty.
Listen, Sam Darnold's had a season or two, maybe even 3, that you could say are like comparable to what Pickett has had in his career. Like 2020 with the Jets, like his final stand with them, he played 12 games, 9 touchdowns, 11 picks. Kind of the same thing the next year with Carolina. But the moment that he went through San Francisco on his way to Minnesota, it just completely took off. A couple of